Players are making good use of this extra time. And also we have seen some mistakes in the opening, like Alireza and also Nodirbek Abdusattorov didn't really manage to equalize out of the opening, and they both went on to lose their games. Very exciting stuff.
Okay, so let's see the brackets, and I want to introduce, of course, every day the expert grandmaster Niklas Huschenberg. Please comment on the brackets, what we see on the screen, and your feelings, expectations for this today.
Thank you, Judith. This is the second day of the quarterfinals, and a lot of players have to strike back today to stay in the tournament. We see it here. Wiessenheimer is leading against Alireza Firouzja, so must-win situation for Firouzja to force tiebreaks today. Same is true for Abdusattorov, who has the white piece and needs to strike back against Carlsen. This is to the left of the tournament tree, and then to the right of the tree we saw Sindarov saving his game against Nakamura, who was very much winning in the end game. So a draw was played there, and Nakamura is having the white piece today. And then we have Caruana winning the first game, so Gukesh needs to strike back today. So Gukesh and Firouzja both have to win with the black pieces, and I'm really curious about the starting position because that will for sure determine how good their chances are. What is your impression, Judith, to strike back with black today? Difficult.
Well, of course it's difficult, but every day is very difficult. And of course the psychology and pressure is going higher and higher. And we should not forget, and let's see also what is at stake money-wise in the tournament, because there is a lot to talk, a lot of money over there for the players to fight for. And all in all, the prize found is $660,000, wow, which is quite rare. And the first prize, so the players are fighting for $200,000 first prize. And the second one is also still a good number of cash, $140,000, third is $100,000, and then that's how you see on the screen how it goes down. Of course, we have to say that two players already who is playing for the 9th and the 10th place, Levon Aronian, a world-class great player, and Fedosiev, who was qualifying to the event, they fight for less money already, still not bad, for a few days. But we see the top 8 who is in the qualifier, they're still fighting for this huge amount of money. We see the playing format here. The first 2 days, the qualifying day was in rapid, where the players had 10 minutes and 10 seconds. Mainly it was a warm-up session for the players, we could say. And then all the players, as they expressed it, the classical. Finally, they can think about all the moves. 90 minutes and 30 seconds for the whole game. What do you think, Peter, about that time control? Which one do you favor?
Well, I love the 90 minutes time control, the classical time control. It's freestyle chess, Fischer random chess challenge right from the very first move, so the players need time to adjust to the new position. And we have seen it that yesterday, for example, Alireza rushed with his decision. He was very much in the rapid mode, like blitz mode, and he paid a very heavy price. By the way, during the dinner he was complaining that what is this? Caruana and Nakamura played the move bishop d5 and Vincent played the best move c6. So he was very unlucky. He needs to strike back with the black pieces, but also here freestyle chess gives you the chance because there is no theoretical variation how you can liquidate or force a draw.
So let's see a recap of yesterday, what was going on and how the players acted and played it out.
The first day of the knockouts in WEISSENHAUS. It was also the first time world #1 Magnus Carlsen made his menacing presence felt by the contenders. That was especially true for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. In the first game of their 2-game quarterfinal match, Carlsen outplayed the 20-year-old Uzbek grandmaster straight from the opening. According to the computer, Carlsen executed his moves with a machine-like 99% accuracy. He even found time to step into the confession booth, explaining to the audience how he had unintentionally tricked his opponent. This day of world-class chess had another unexpected hero made of wood, the white f-pawn.
But the consequences here specifically are pretty significant because white can trap this black rook. Nothing to do apart from continue to copy. Then this rook would be trapped if white grabs the black rook.
But here you stop. In all 4 games, the white players opened with a double step of the f-pawn, immediately threatening black's unprotected a-pawn. While analyzing position 381, Carlsen, Gukesh, Alireza Firouzja, and Javokir Sindarov agreed f2, f4 was the move for white, instantly seizing the initiative. In the pro live stream, commentator Pierre Lecco predicted a fight for survival for the players with the black pieces. However, Hikaru Nakamura, WEISSENHAUS, and Fabiano Caruana chose solid approaches and successfully secured comfortable positions out of the opening. The quarterfinal pairings had been determined by the top 4 finishers from the previous round, each picking their opponent. Javokir Sindarov's bold decision to challenge world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura caught many by surprise, and it may have been a mistake.
I will choose Hikaru.
You will choose Hikaru?
Hikaru! Oh. Hey, Hikaru! Nakamura gradually outplayed him, but in a dramatic twist, blundered in the endgame. With a heart rate of 150, Sindarov found a crucial save. Draw. Meanwhile, WEISSENHAUS delivered a convincing performance with the black pieces against preliminary winner Alireza Firouzja, securing a surprisingly smooth victory for Germany's local hero. The clash between Gukesh and Fabiano Caruana was the most intense and evenly matched battle of the round. Both players found fantastic resources, but in mutual time trouble, Gukesh ultimately succumbed to Caruana's relentless pressure. After Caruana's stunning finishing move, Rook F3, his passed pawn became unstoppable.
Finally. So the queen about to appear on the board forced Gukesh to resign. That was the last move of the game.
Yeah,
Rook
this
F3.
wins it. This is the move of the day.
The second quarterfinal games on Monday will determine who advances, with tie-breaks and Armageddon waiting if necessary. Stay tuned to see who makes it to the semifinals.
So this was day 3, and now we are just about to go and see what's going on the stage at the lottery.
Welcome everyone to another day of freestyle chess. It will be very much exciting to see you play in the second day of the quarterfinals. I'm rooting for all of you, and now I would just like to show you some highlights from yesterday.
The Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025 is already breaking records, with a media reach of currently over 300 million.
Feeling the pressure, we can see it on his face on camera.
Wow, these youngsters are fearless.
All matches are broadcast live on the internet with extensive media coverage. 2 live streams are available on various online platforms, the community stream and the pro stream. Chess experts provide their analysis from the TV studio, while content creators cover the tournament on their social media channels.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that we're going to see more and more players play freestyle chess. I'm hoping that we get more tournaments and that we get more people, obviously, than just the top in the world to play this format, because I do think it's very fun. So hopefully in the future we'll see more women playing as well, and yeah, maybe also more people from different levels.
Every creator brought their unique style, energy, and commentary, making this event a truly global spectacle.
I actually played my first freestyle game against Magnus Carlsen when we were interviewing him for the podcast, and I really don't like opening theory, so it was super fun.
With chess grandmasters, top creators, and a growing worldwide fan base, freestyle chess inspires the chess world. The first games in the quarterfinals set the stage for today's decisive encounters. Fabiano Caruana, Magnus Carlsen, and WEISSENHAUS took the lead in their matches, played at a classical time control of 90 minutes and a 30-second increment per move.
I think I did about as well as I could. I wasn't really put to the test, but I was happy with the way my brain worked, and obviously it's nice today, get a day like this once in a while.
The game between Hikaru Nakamura and Javokir Sindarov ended in a draw.
Yeah, I was very happy because if I lose, it's very hard to come back. So now, yeah, I have all chances to win this match.
One question still remains. Who will win the Grand Slam in WEISSENHAUS in the end?
My favorite player is Hikaru, so I think Hikaru will win. How about you, sister?
I've been really impressed with Sindarov's play so far. I don't know if he'll be able to win, but you know, he's an underdog and I like to cheer for them.
I also think that it's really impressive how well Firouzja has been playing, and I think Firouzja actually might come out very high in this tournament. So I'd put my money right now, actually maybe on Firouzja and Magnus.
It remains exciting. Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025. Stay tuned.
Wonderful. So after yesterday, we are excited to actually decide who will move on to the semi-finals. And we would like to draw today's position. Jan, please do the honors. We've got position 270. Players, please prepare in each of your boards to talk about the openings, and thank you very much.
Well, all seems to be very exciting, and we are going to just about also analyze a little bit what is up to with the number 270 position, which the players has to get familiar with. Right now, they have 10 minutes to try to understand the details, try to understand which piece they like, which piece they want to get out first, what opening strategy they can come up with. Yesterday it was very interesting in game one that on all boards the same first move was happening. So what do you think, Peter? What are you expecting psychologically from today? Because yesterday we were very close that all 4 games could have been decisive. Actually it was very close, but Sindarov made a miracle with the help of Nakamura and it was a draw. So psychologically, what we can expect from the players?
Well, it's also very interesting because we often talk about that in freestyle chess, white has the advantage. Yeah, we are always saying that black's situation can be very dangerous right from the beginning. But what happened yesterday? Black has won 2 games, and Hikaru was also about to win his game. So it could have been 3-1 in the quarterfinals for white. Yeah, Levon did win his white game. Now we already see the players in analyzing mode. The super exciting phase of the game, the preparation. Many different ideas. We see F4 is again played in the analysis between Levon and Sindarov.
Let's listen a little bit what they have to say. Only 2 players right now at the analyzing area, and this is the black side. They are thinking of strategy for the black.
If white established control of the e4 square, but here's a nice example.
Не, я считаю, что F6, мне кажется, вообще там какой-то большой перевес получить тяжело.
Well, they speak in Russian, so they make it more difficult for our audience to understand it, I guess.
And they are also turning now the table, yeah? This is very interesting.
So we see on the left-hand side of the screen the position, and it has a little bit similarity of yesterday, because again, if F4 will be the start, again an attack immediately comes from G1 with the bishop to the A7 pawn. It's very interesting that it's so similar to yesterday's first game.
Yes, and look at this. They are also analyzing, the other team is analyzing as well. So we see some F4, E4 on the board. Yeah, the knight B3, knight B6 is natural because the pawn on A2 needs to be protected. The same applies for the A7 pawn. And yeah, this is a very special situation that both sides can very quickly castle. And that's a new dynamic.
This board is looking strategies mainly from the white side, because they all play with the white pieces today. Is the second game of the mini-match. I believe actually that this is the position which resembles maybe most out of this 11. Actually, this is the 11th game, 11th different position on the 4th day of this event. And
on F5,
it can easily be a very regular chess game, I believe.
Yeah, what I like actually also that White has possibilities of going knight b3, knight c3, then play the castles immediately, and the king stays on c1, the rook gets to d1, and then with e4, d4, f3 open up the...
Now actually after f5, what would you do?
And now
okay,
f4,
castle d4,
yeah.
f5 after knight c3.
No, maybe here
f5,
f4,
e5.
You think e5 is okay there?
Yes.
Like it's not too much time.
But why do we need to start with knight c3? What do
I don't know.
Maybe start with e4.
E4, yeah. So e5 is
e5, knight c3,
knight
c6,
or
castle.
f6.
A castle.
Yeah, it's all going to be the same. Castles.
f3 or 6. Okay, it's very boring.
Yeah, f3, f6. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
very
boring.
boring.
f3, f6.
What about d4?
D4
bishop b3.
d4 bishop b3?
d4 with bishop b3.
No,
and
here,
knight
here.
d4.
Here. Good to start with f6.
Ah, like
no, wait, but ed4, I don't know, is this okay? Take bishop c5?
No, and then...
Or f5 instead of bishop
f5.
c5?
Yeah, no, this is too much.
I think we start with f3. What's
But
the
f3,
deal?
f6, yeah, same.
Yeah, so d4?
Bishop b3 is possible.
Oh.
This is
Yeah, this is the problem.
Oh, we probably don't care.
You think we don't care?
You think the knight on d6
But then
it's a really bad piece. It could be slightly better for white.
This
Because
position?
the knight on b6 kind of sucks, no?
No, but I mean, isn't there going to be some d5 immediately?
No. What about your move d5?
No, come on.
It's too much.
But
what to play?
Yeah, this is nothing. But I mean, of course, to draw, you're very happy here.
Yeah, it might actually be a kind of dull match.
So wait, so f4, knight b6?
Unless we can try like f4, knight b6, and d3.
Like
D3?
But it looks very strange.
Ah, d3 to play c4.
Yes, yesterday. And then c4, knight c2, knight c3 development.
But with this bishop, I don't know.
So we force
But you can always
him
go
to knight
g3.
b6 and
I guess
we play
d3
like
even in
this.
some e5. Oh, okay.
Yeah, all the time like
just
this.
taken c4 and play knight c2. But I don't believe in
Yeah, I don't believe in this at all.
Yeah.
Okay, knight. I still think starting with knight b3 to be flexible.
Yeah.
Knight b6, f4?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, because e4, e5 is nothing, so f4, f6.
Everybody likes f6 yeah. Except me.
Yeah, I think this is...
So it's interesting, the players are checking f4 again, clearly, again an attacking move, not because taking the center, but moreover because the bishop attacks the a7. But what is very interesting for me that they're looking with black f6 and not f5 as yesterday, but of course also, which is kind of a priority for the players to bring out the knights to b3 and b6.
Yes, also with f6 they are planning to play e5 and then being able to recapture with the f-pawn if there is a trade on e5. We have also seen the symmetrical strategy. Yeah? If white just plays knight b3, knight c3, 4, and then they were laughing that whoever needs only a draw with white, it might be a very good strategy.
Well, and we have two players where the draw is actually equals victory because they go to the next stage, to the semi-final. In this position, I think we can say that it is very similar to a regular classical game. Just in 4-5 moves, we might end up in a very healthy, harmonious position.
Yeah, it's a little bit like a Scotch defense, but yeah, like they were saying that black can also play some d7, d5 very quickly, using the pin along the e file. So yeah, white also needs to be careful when to push d4.
F4, we get f4. No, because we think f6 is best, not f5. That's why. We think f6 is best. That's why we're not worried about this.
But that's actually then kind of nice move.
They try to convince each other by f4. What's the idea behind it, right?
Yeah, and there are different players. Yeah, Nodiabek needs to win. Hikaru wants to win. Vincent and Fabi actually are kind of happy with the draw, but you cannot play for a draw from the beginning. And Fedoseev, of course, also needs to win.
But it's interesting compared to the yesterday's position, where the queen was on h1 and h8, which gave a lot of headaches for some of the players to how to activate the queen. But now actually queen on e1 stands exceptionally fine. maybe we can say one of the best squares in freestyle, I believe. What do you think about the queen on e1?
Yes, but like exactly now, Black got the chance to play d5 because of this queen on e1. Yeah, if you get one more tempo to develop that queen, maybe even to a5. Yeah, in this position that they had. Yeah, one more tempo with queen a5, and everything would be very harmonious. I just love the conflict of interest of the players. Yeah, and we also see that one player says, "But we can play like this, but no, but I need to win. Yeah, I have to play different." So basically they are gathering the ideas, but this is just some preliminary thought process. They will be thinking, and they have to be thinking right from the beginning at the board.
So it's getting few minutes away from the start of game 2 of the quarterfinals. And this is a match where the world champion Gukesh, with the black pieces, he will have to score. He has to win the game to stay in the match and fight for his victory and to move on to the next stage. But of course, Fabiano, we can say, I think that by rating he's not number 1, but he gained all the respect from everybody. That's someone who understands maybe the most the ins and outs of the freestyle. What do you think? Does he understand it better even than Magnus, or I shouldn't go so far?
Well, that's kind of hard to judge, but I do believe that he has more experience because he always plays the St. Louis events. Yeah, and he has also won last year. Yeah, Vincent goes for knight b3. Well, actually, already 2 knight b3s. So Hikaru opted for knight b3 and another one. Also Fedoseev. So White tries to be as flexible as possible. See if he will play then f4, e4, d4, depending on the situation.
Well, today I believe things are not so obvious for the Blacks' first move, but so far the harmony is there between the players, right? All of them played the same knight b3 first move. So the theory is on the way of crafting. This is position 270. It seems like that today the cream of the chess world decided knight b3 is the best move.
I think it perfectly makes sense for the reason that knight b3 is a very neutral, flexible move. After knight b3, you are first waiting for black to decide what you're going to do. And based on this, the players who want something solid, they probably can find a solid setup. And also the players who want to be very ambitious and need to win today, they will still be able to adjust their strategy. I see that Alireza very quickly played knight c6 just to slightly unbalance the position.
You know, I thought of a funny thing. Like, let's say if the knight would be not on d1, but there would be a bishop. Black would be threatening with knight b4 with the idea to push the rook to a1, so the castling is not possible anymore.
Yeah, and with so many pieces between the other rook, it will be very difficult to plan any castles anymore.
Yeah, because it can be fantastic for White, very healthy, to bring out the other knight to c3 and then suddenly in the next move to bring the rook to d1 in the castle position, and then things could be finally starting all the energy with the pawns. But I wonder why knight c6 was chosen by Alireza. If he wants to go a5?
No, very easy. He needs to win, and he expected that after knight b3, definitely players were analyzing knight b6. I'm gonna get out of your book, and we're gonna play a game. So it might actually lead to some transposition, whatever, because of course the knight from d1 can go to c3. It would be very natural.
So you say it's a psychological move. Decision by Firouzja to play knight c6.
And also he's always playing very quickly. He's trying to put the pressure on Vincent. I hope that Vincent will not be provoked. Yeah, because as we have witnessed yesterday, that's taking your time for the first 3-4 moves is I think a very good idea, because once you made up your mind that this is the strategy, this is the direction I'm going, and it's safe and natural, then these players can always speed up. But if you end up in some trouble like Ali does and Nadia back then, it is no matter how much time you have on your clock, the problems are already there.
Yeah, a bad start of the game, which can be, we can say that it happened, that if the first 5-6 moves, sometimes things can go wrong so much that it determines the outcome of the game even. Which is quite unbelievable to me, that it's only 4 or 5 moves, but things can escalate very fast. It could be very clearly lined that who has the initiative, which pieces are worse than it was, or with which one it's very difficult to optimize it After, like yesterday, the rook was on e4. It was placed very badly, even though it's in the center.
Now I'm also finding the game between Fedoseev and Dalonyan very fascinating for the fact that, yes, Fedoseev in the analysis was saying that actually white can play like this, and if black takes ed4, knight takes d4, d5, then even the move f2, f3 was there, which I think other players didn't really appreciate. It's a too murky move. But Fedoseev did mention that he believes that maybe f3 is a move. Will we see that? Levon actually won the game yesterday, so all he needs is some stable position.
So can we say that Sindarov versus Nakamura is still thinking, spending time so he can see the others' reactions? Because we see 2 reactions so far. Both of them are knight moves, knight c6 or knight b6. Actually, knight b6 for me, it's like, okay, I can't stand my knight on a8 in the corner. Let's get out from the corner as fast as possible. And it seems like Keymer played e4 after knight c6, controlling the center, not allowing d5 anymore.
Yes, I also feel that if you are not in a must-win situation, you automatically play knight b3, knight b6. And then you just enjoy, you keep the symmetry and there is no pressure on you. But for Alireza, there is tremendous pressure right from the beginning, because actually the position has this tendency that if white occupies the center, then he will just have a very nice position. So you might feel yourself obliged to play symmetrical in order to keep everything under control, but he's in a must-win situation. So that's why it's very tough for Alireza at the moment to decide which direction he could go. And very interesting. Maybe, Nicholas, can you share us some thoughts? Have you been analyzing some fascinating, interesting computer ideas?
Yes, Peter, I've been taking a look at the first few moves that we see here from the players. A lot of knight b3, knight b6, which, however, is a slight inaccuracy already. So maybe let's have a look at this game where there's positions on the board between Caruana and Gukesh. Knight b3, knight b6. It's also on the board between Nakamura and Sindarov. It's also on the board between Firouzja and Aronian. This is where it has proceeded the furthest, and it is actually exactly the analysis the players had before the game. We saw the 5 of them, the 5 white players, were working together trying to figure it out, whereas on the black side it was just Sindarov and Aronian talking together, whereas Gukesh, Carlsen, Firouzja, they were thinking on their own. And maybe in this case this could be an advantage for the white players, because here after d4 white is immediately better, breaking first in the center. Black should take this pawn, and one line that they looked at, I think it was knight c6, developing the knight. Now f3 is played, so this is one line they looked at in the analysis. Knight takes d4, and they were discussing whether this position is better for white. Nakamura was saying, well, if we can get our pieces out here, yes, definitely white is better having a space advantage. So players were trying to see if there's a direct way to deal with this, maybe go d5, but I think one of the players then rightly said queen a5 is quite a strong move here, developing the queen, and actually in this case white would have a very strong initiative already. So it seems that the mirroring strategy, which is so often a good strategy in freestyle chess, is not the way to play here. Knight b3, a really smart move, inducing black to mirror, but then taking advantage, being able to break first in the center. And this is why actually Firouzja's knight b3, knight c6 was a great reaction, because he is controlling the center, not allowing an early break. And after e4 in the game against Keymer, he can play e5 now, and the position is about equal. Of course, he has another problem. He needs to win, but definitely he is not worse with black from the get-go, Peter.
And Nicholas, one more. I think Magnus has played the move f6 after thinking quite some time. Yes, I think f6, e4, e5 was the move order. What do you make of it? I see that Computer has one of his first choices, f6. Wow, Magnus gets it right again.
Yes, f6 and knight c6 I think were about equal, and I'm just trying to understand. So if we go e5 immediately, then there's the strong move f4. Of course, you always have to look out for this move. Okay, now we see the board again. Perfect. So I was just saying, well, Peter asked, why did Magnus play f6? And then I was wondering, what happens if black immediately goes for the center. And this is why white put a knight on b3. Here there's the move f4, opening up the bishop. And this is very similar to yesterday. Actually, I find it quite fascinating that we have the same constellation of pieces here with these 4 pieces. This is exactly what we saw yesterday as well. And again, we have this unprotected pawn on a7, so that the rook would also be trapped. So this is one idea that black needs to be aware of. And f6 is a smart move by Magnus. He opens up the bishop and he's ready to support the center if needed. And it really goes to show once again that you should take your time in the very first move, the second move, and so on, because some players here already made an inaccuracy in the first move, Judith.
Absolutely, it's so essential, the first and second move already. So I think let's go to the bird's eye view, and this is the time to pick one game. Which one, Peter, we give you? Which one you think we want to pick? I know we are very early stage of the game, but let's go and dive into...
Okay, normally my feeling is that we should always pick a game where the most action had happened. I do see that we have some mirror positions like in Abdusatov Carlsen and also Caruana Gukesh. No, the knight is not yet on b6, so if Magnus plays the move knight b6, then we're gonna... And if Gukesh plays f6, then it will be exactly the same position. That's a fascinating small little detail. We also see that Firouzja has played the move e5, so yes, he knows that mirroring is not entirely his idea, yeah, because he needs to win, but at the same time he should also make sure not to get worse, yeah, because if you get worse and the opponent has a very easy game, then it's super tough to fight for the win. Judith, I'm not exactly sure. Okay, positions are very similar. So basically, is there a game that you feel like anyway you consider the most exciting and you want to keep the most eye on?
I think Gukesh Caruana may be one of the most exciting game, because actually what is interesting, so let's pick Caruana Gukesh, because if Abdusattorov, Magnus will be playing knight b6 as you said, and Gukesh would be playing the logical f6. The interesting thing is that with the same position, but in one game, the white, who plays with the white pieces, has to score a full point, while in the same position, the other side, black has to force things and has to score a full point. So, and I'm pretty sure that Gukesh, as the newest and youngest world champion, he has all the fighting spirit. He's struggling so far in this event because he was absolutely not in safe zone all the way, to say it softly, in the qualification part of the event. And yesterday also he had an incredible game, very messy game with Fabiano. And the opportunities with this queen sacrifice, it was not a human obvious continuation which he missed, but it was something amazing he could do, and I'm expecting that today also he will make sure that he gives the maximum difficulty for Fabiano.
Yeah, he has to try, absolutely, and he was in quite good spirits last night. We played the table football.
So please, Peter, continue the story. Exciting.
Yes, actually I felt like yesterday he was in very good spirits. We played a great table football match with my wife and against Gaio and Gukesh. And Gukesh was extremely impressive as a defender, and his goalie was saving everything from backward. He was striking and so on. So I feel like if he can bring the same spirit today to the game like that he showed yesterday at the table football, then he will be fighting. The only problem is he's facing Caruana, who wants to make sure that he doesn't get to show his skills. Yeah, this is the problem, and we see very similar kind of structure now. The black knight jumped to c6, so black has developed both knights, but white already has played the move f6. Now the big question: does white play knight c3 and then invites black to play f6, which is kind of the most natural move? Or is white trying to be ambitious and go for d4 break?
So the question is that, is it psychological that Gukesh did not play the f6 to play symmetrical position? Or is it objectively that you think knight c6 is the best move and he wants to put little pressure for white possibly not to play or not so easy to play d4? And the other question is whether maybe he wants to play not f6 but f5, let's say after d4, capturing with the pawn with the knight, takes, bishop d4, and then maybe not f6 but f5. It's absolutely Gukesh's style, I believe, that he comes out, he's very concrete. His strength, maybe, I don't know if you share my views, that his biggest strength is his calculation. What do you think about Gukesh's style? How did he start as a teenager, and where is he right now? Obviously, he will grow much further, but where is he standing in his style, you think?
Well, it's very interesting because everybody keeps on talking about his brilliant calculation skills, but when I think about Gukesh, honestly, I see and feel like a completely different player. And maybe it's connected that I heard a lot of stories, yeah, and this is, I think, also true, that he did not use computers until he was like 15 years old. He became like a 2600 grandmaster, level grandmaster, without using the engine, and basically that meant that he worked so much over the board. He was studying classics and everything, and I do feel that he has a great fundament in his play, and if this great fundament is combined with brilliant calculation skills, then you add these things together and you understand how he could become the youngest grandmaster, not just the youngest grandmaster back then, but also the youngest world champion. So to me, all these things add up. But now people kind of forget about his great fundamental skills. Everybody knows that he's a brilliant calculator, and they keep on telling it. But deep in my mind, I still believe that he's a great strategist as well.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think, what is his chances in this game? Can he unbalance Fabiano with the black pieces?
Yeah, this is
Does he have a better chance in freestyle than he would in classical?
Oh, well,
I'm asking tough questions.
Yes, it's super tough. Well, I would say that it's equally difficult because we have heard the players, they are praising Fabi. Yeah, they are praising Fabi like the player who has the biggest understanding and biggest knowledge of all this freestyle chess, Fischer and random chess, with tons of experience. Also, whenever I talk to Fabi, then he says that, yeah, I played this training game now just before the game and so on. It just shows that he's also very interested. Yeah, every single free time he's investing to get to know new positions to play and so on. And then to exactly against this player to be able to create chances, I don't think that the chances will come at the beginning. Yeah, he will have to find the way, a setup that he feels like, okay, this is kind of a playable stuff. And then maybe it will be also Fabi, it will be on Fabi's turn to decide that, do I play for the result, yeah, or do I play according to my beliefs, yeah? Because after all, we know that Fabi is a very ambitious player. He always wants to find the best move, play for an initiative, play for advantage, and maybe by playing for advantage, he would also give Gukesh the chance to counter it. Yeah? I feel that there is a lot of psychology involved on both players. The problem for Gukesh is that he doesn't know, should he wait for Fabi to unbalance things because he's ambitious, or he has to take things in his own hands right from the beginning.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I remember when I was not so experienced yet against very strong players. And I didn't want necessarily to win. I remember one specific event, actually much later I played 2005. We played together at the World Championship in Argentina. And I played against Topalov, and I played some in the Berlin, I played some G4. And absolutely, I didn't have the idea to get aggressive or anything. I just wanted to play the best move because I was not sure already if I really want to play for a win. I wanted to be solid. And after the game, people came to me and said, come on, what did you think? You think you're better and you want to crush Topalov in this position? And you know, I was like, no, I just thought that still this is the best move in the position. So I didn't know how to control sometimes, how to play solidly. And this was always an interesting thing for me, how top players they have their mindset in such a situation when actually draw equals victory for them because it's a qualification. They won the first game. This is what happened right now. Fabiano won the first game, and now a draw equals victory, right? But how to play? You cannot play. We all know from professional players, you cannot sit down and play for a draw because it can backfire. At the same time, when you have a choice between burning bridges or to go solid and maybe even just simplify the position, not because you want to make a draw, but because you want to keep it solid, right? And you want to provoke your opponent. So this is the big question. We see d4, I think simplification, exchanging pieces, it is somewhat benefit for Fabi because he doesn't have to get big advantage, right? So it will be very hard, I think, for Gukesh to sharpen the position the way that it's not just a very bad position, but actually to have realistic chances. So what can he do? Can he have anything else, any idea different than e takes d? Nicholas? Maybe you can help us out with some idea.
Yeah, let's have a look. It is a very interesting moment because it is actually the same position in this game, Caruana against Gukesh, also in the game between Nakamura and Sandorf. It's the exact same position right now. And also in Fedoseev-Aronan, they have proceeded a little bit further already. So here Black definitely needs to take this pawn because otherwise White would be ready to grab more space and push the Black pieces back. So you have to take. But the big question is what you do in this very moment. So there are different ways to treat this position. If you play like a normal move, let's say like castle, then I think you're just going to be a bit worse. White develops the knight to c3, also controlling the center, ready to castle as well in a moment, and White is better. So I think a move that both players are likely calculating is the move f5, a very concrete way to play, opening up the bishop and threatening to take on a2. And in this position, actually, there are two options for White. White can take on f5 when Black will take the pawn and then retreat with the bishop. Or maybe it's better to just keep developing knight c3, protecting the pawn on a2. And if Black takes on e4, now White could castle. There's no rush to take back because the pawn is pinned anyway. Let's say Black castles as well. And now White takes on e4, and White is a bit better in this position. Likely an endgame will arise. And of course this benefits those players that won their first game or that need to win. I guess we have three different situations, right? Caruana needs a draw, Nakamura would like to win because he drew yesterday, and Fedoseev needs to win. And they're all playing this kind of position with the white pieces. So I'm really curious how the games will continue, because of course Gukesh, such position would, I guess, not be ideal, but I'm not sure if he has good ways to deviate from that. I mean, there are of course ways to play differently, but the first few moves definitely went well for White here.
Well, actually, I feel very unfortunate who is playing with the black pieces like Gukesh, to tell you the truth, because at this point already it's move 4, and it seems like that it's extremely hard to get a position where either it's messy, so anything can happen, or even to equalize, right? Yes. Because White has a very strong center. I understand that what you pointed out, e takes d4, knight d4, it makes a difference for Black not to capture it and make White to develop bishop d4, because that looks a huge advantage to me with White. But how to make it playable that you have your hopes, right? So because of this, I believe for those like Gukesh who has to win with the black pieces, it is kind of very tough already here on move 4. What do you think, Peter, about the chances of Black right now? Can he sharpen out? Can he get something which can confuse Fabiano?
And I think this is also the reason why Fabiano decided to play the principal move d4, because if he would have played the so-called symmetrical knight c6, then suddenly after f6, it is not so easy to push d4, because Black can then take the knight on b3 and the pawn on d4 will be hanging. Yeah, this is already some kind of an unbalance that White does not want to let. And we have been seeing the players actually analyzing this position. Let me play this move long castles or queenside castles, and they were debating that d4, is this an advantage or not, but then this opposite colored bishop position can happen after takes on d4 everything, and the players agreed that this should be fine for black, and it's not very attractive from the white perspective. Why would you go for it? So immediately, given the chance, Fabiano said, yes, I'm gonna break the symmetry, I'm gonna go d4 first, and let my opponent fight for equality. Yeah, and I'm absolutely with you that Gukesh is in a horrible situation because he needs to win. For example, Levon, who has won the first game, okay, if he can somehow equalize, or even if he's slightly worse, nothing has happened, yeah, he's leading. The same applies for Hikaru Sindadov game. There's not that much pressure on black after all. It's somehow trying to equalize, but for Gukesh, and that's the suggestion of f5, somewhere f5. Okay, our human feeling was takes f5. Yeah, that was the first question. Nicholas, of course, immediately highlighted that yes, the computer thinks like, no, you shouldn't develop that bishop from g1, but the move f5, does it come to your mind at all? Yeah, because it's so counterintuitive that the knight from d4 can capture the pawn like this. And do you really want to go pawn hunting, bishop takes a2 when white will get the a file, but on the other hand, white will lose the right to castle? Yeah, so I actually like the idea what Nicholas highlighted, that maybe it takes f5, black can try to create some mess, but of course white does not need to comply and can just play knight c3, keep everything under control.
At the same time, I have an idea, because let's face it, Gukesh has to win. He has to burn bridges. He has to make provocation, right? So if we go back after d4, not taking on d4, but let's dream a little bit.
Wow. Okay.
So I played d6. I know. We don't like it.
Yes.
But I just want to tell you my idea.
Okay, d5.
So you go d5, of course, you want to take space. I go knight e7.
Yes, but now I feel like I'm winning already, no? I even don't know. Maybe if I get very ambitious, I'm going to go c4, knight c3 and pretend that this is a winning King's Indian.
Yeah, that was my plan, to play g6, bishop g7, to play f5, bishop f7 and castle on the side.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but it will require some moves, yeah.
But I didn't say more that I want dreaming. I mean, I want to create some chances. Yes. You think I'm going to be slow, right? This is what you want to say.
Yes, definitely. I don't even dare to ask computer because I think computer will be much harsher. But I understand, yes. From human point of view, yeah, you want to create some mess, but this is too much of a risk. And if you get crushed immediately, then you also have no hope of coming back.
Well, if I have to resign, then not.
And Gukesh has made up his mind. Yeah, he captures on d4.
Exactly.
So e4, knight d4 on the board. And now it's the crucial moment that there is also a move like just playing queenside castle or long castle or just let me keep the king on c8 and jump with the rook over to d8. For those who are not familiar with these terms, what is short castle, long castle, or kingside, queenside castle? Yeah, in this case, the black king can stay on c8, just make a castle like this. And for example, I would be very happy if white prematurely doubles my pawns. Yeah, knight takes c6, dc brings that dynamic that black actually needs, especially when he is fighting for a win, but even objectively this is suddenly fantastic. Also, white has a problem castling anymore, so knight c6 would be a horrible
Why still
blunder.
legal to play knight c3 and rook d1?
It is legal,
yeah,
yes.
It's not legal to go to g1 with it.
Yes, yes, but still, yeah, knight takes c6, d takes c6, Gukesh will be jumping from joy.
Yeah, that would give great help towards black. Maybe Nicholas has something to say to us. What do you think about this position? What is the best white's reaction if not knight c6?
Yeah, let's have a look together. Castle would be, of course, a very natural move. And yes, knight c6, as you guys pointed out already. This would only help black. Now we open the rook already. And yes, pawn structure is important, but also piece activity is important. And here, definitely, in this situation where white is not fully developed yet, this would be not ideal to help black activate one of the strongest pieces in the game, the rook, so easily. So knight c3 should be played for sure, and I'm quite confident that Caruana would go this route, because now if you try to play d5, for example, now I could take on c6, or maybe I can go bishop b5, pin this knight, and you're not really getting anywhere. Or I could also just castle here as well. So there are many options for white, and these are all good. So I'm not sure what you're going to do here. I mean, the computer's saying something like h5 or f6, but if you're not able to break in the center, then you're just going to be a little bit worse. You have less space, you have less squares for your pieces, and also you don't really have a chance to complicate matters. So I would expect Gukesh to take some time here and then maybe to play f5. I'm not sure what else really to suggest for him, because otherwise he is just going to be worse in a passive position. Also after f5 he's going to be worse, but at least there's a little bit of an imbalance, it feels like. Judith?
Well, I'm just realizing that it can be even, I mean, it's very dangerous for black. For example, the logical move at some point to play g6 and fianchetto to have the bishop on g7, it is absolutely not possible because of knight c6 and bishop d4 or queen c3 attacking the rook. So black has to be very careful what move he's choosing. First of all, obviously not blunder something, but keep it in mind that he has to play for a win. And indeed, it's a very unpleasant situation so far. So Gukesh has a huge challenge here, and I'm pretty sure that Fabiano couldn't be more happy than at this point after just 5 moves in the game. What do you think about going back bird's eye view and pick some?
Yeah, I would also be very interested to see how the other games develop from this position. Yeah, for example, Sindarov with black, he is not in a must-win situation. How does he react? Levon actually played the move queen e5, which computer also kind of mentioned at some point. Yeah, Gukesh still taking his time. Sindarov has just captured on d4, and because he just captured, yeah, Hikaru comes back, he will be blitzing out his move knight takes d4 and will enjoy his position. And there are some completely different, for example, the game between Nodirbek Abdusatov and Magnus Carlsen, since black did not play the move knight b6, white is trying to play c4 and try to grab then space with d4, avoiding any kind of d5 ideas. What do we make of this c4 move? Do you like it, Judith?
Well, actually, it's very interesting, but I think it's also played because Abdusattorov has to win, and he doesn't want to open up the position yet, even though, generally speaking, d4 is may give something better position for white, though it's a little different than what we just looked at with the Gukesh game. But I think for Abdusattorov, the strategy could be that he wants to play a long game, maneuvering game, and then we'll see how to open up the position. But of course, he knows exactly that he's having a very difficult time versus Magnus, the world #1, whose favorite form of chess is freestyle, and in this time control as well. So, but it's very interesting because it wants to stop from one point of view black to play d5 at any point or for a long time, and also the black bishop is blocked. So which one to pick?
Well, I have to say before we pick anything that I'm very impressed by both Magnus's decision, how he treated the position, yeah, that he did not automatically put the knight on b6. He made sure that he stops white from going d4. And also Alireza did the same thing against Vincent. Alireza's last move, and maybe we can go to Alireza's game against Vincent because he's in a must-win situation. And I believe that he's on the right track of creating a play. Yeah, because this is not a position where white can easily simplify. He's going for a structure which is kind of a playable structure. He's hoping for a long game.
Okay, so let's pick the game and go to the Keymer Firouzja game, and let's dive into that one. So let's see what we see here on the board. The position is symmetrical from the pawn perspective, and basically white has castled and black brought out the bishop. What's the idea with this, that black brings out the bishop? Is he want to capture on c3, doubling the pawn? It's kind of unexpected to me. What do you think?
Yeah, but he wants to unbalance the structure, and I think, okay, because we haven't seen this game, let's start from the very beginning. So knight b3, we already heard from Nicholas that the computer confirmed that actually knight b6 was an inaccuracy, and Alireza also opted for knight c6, just like Magnus played the move f6, but with the same idea, avoiding this very quick d4 idea from white's perspective. So e4 played by Vincent, black plays the move e5. We see that the knight and the pawn on e5 and the knight on c6 control the d4 square. So white played the move f3. Again, white is intending to play d4, and after that he would have a lot of clarity and very easy play just in the other games we discussed. And then Alireza starts with f6. The bishop hits the knight on b3, so once again white is not able to play the desired d4 break. White has to continue then with knight c3, black plays knight b6, and now we are in exactly the same position like if in the other games, instead of going for d4, white would have developed the knight to c3, and we talked about then black gets knight to c6, and at least black is probably more happy than what happened in the other games. So now Vincent goes for long castles with the idea that, all right, please continue, please play the symmetry with long castles, then I'm going to go d4, and basically the position that the players also discussed before was that this imbalance with the opposite colored bishops, maybe even knight takes d4 is better, but I just want to highlight here that this takes should be fine for black, but how do you play for a win? So anyway, Alireza doesn't want to go for the symmetry, he breaks it with bishop b4, and now a surprising move. Vincent has already made his move, and it's the move queen to g3. I haven't seen that coming, I'm somewhat surprised going after the pawn, but is the queen going in the right direction, Judith, Nicholas?
Well, I'm kind of surprised on queen g3 because I did not see why is it important to go out from the pin, a possible pin if, let's say, white would go d4. But also I was wondering if it's possible to play a3 instead of queen g3. Of course, it can be tricky because black can capture the b3 knight. Maybe that was something that white didn't like. Because cb3, I would also not be so happy.
Yeah, but bishop b3, you can take ab.
ab4, then you go back with the bishop to f7, and then if b5, then knight d4. So the pawn structure is interesting, is somehow confusing. So queen g3 is something that I got surprised, and also I think it's surprising because it happened pretty fast.
Yes.
For me.
Yeah, queen g3, I don't really get the point of this move. Okay, one point could be to invite, please play queen g6, you are in a must-win situation, but clearly Alireza will not trade queens.
But queen f8, for example, can be an interesting move. So white cannot really play a3 at all, right? So I stabilize my bishop on b4. I will decide when I take on c3. I would be thinking, always the question is for me whether can white play d4 and start open up the position and simplify.
Yeah, but even in this case, the queen on g3 is very strange, right? Because after d4, then you will take on c3 and destroy my pawn structure, so I can't play d4 here. I'm really puzzled that what was the idea, and maybe Nicholas, because I don't think that humanly we can understand. Is there some artificial reason that's that could be explained why Vincent go for queen g3?
Well, I cannot look into Vincent's head, but there is one idea to play a break with f4, actually. So, for example, if queen g3, queen f8, one could think about going f4 here, breaking in the center in this way. Also here the positions around equal, but this is, I guess, one advantage I see of the queen being on g3, that you're supporting this push, and I think we just had a move, yeah. And we see queen e7 also makes a lot of sense, protecting pawn on g7. And as Judith pointed out, a3 is now not really a move you can play anymore, because black could take this pawn on a3, and if you take back, you're just inviting hell for your king. All the black pieces are attacking here, and this would be a checkmate quite soon. Let's just see one sample line here. Takes on b3, takes on b3, and knight b4, and checkmate is coming very, very soon. So Queen e7 makes a lot of sense. He played this move quickly. I think so far Firouzja is doing a great job, and the position is still, of course, very symmetrical, but there are a lot of pieces on the board, so you have a lot of complexity, and I think he will not be unhappy how this went so far. But so far nothing bad has happened for Vincent at all. The position is equal, time is equal. Let's see how this develops, Judith.
Yes, it's very interesting the way I was looking what you were saying, and yeah, indeed, white has no problem. It's not worse or anything like that, or he didn't make any serious mistake. It's only that it's beneficial, the happenings, what happened for Alireza, for the player who is in a must-win situation, right? He has to win. So his goal is to stay in the game, to make complications, or having a position where the opponent has to make decisions, right? For example, capturing on b6 and then play knight d5. Should I bring my bishop from f1 to b5 also symmetrically, how black did? a3 I cannot do already. Do I want to play d4, but then bishop c3 is annoying? Would I play f4, but then the pawn structure changes? Is it beneficial? Is it good? Am I playing for a better position for advantage, or I just played, it's a balanced, equal position? So there are a lot of questions, and the more question one has, the more difficult it is to make a decision. And of course, at some point, it could happen that you're emotionally like unbalanced, that, okay, what do I play? What is the best move? My time is ticking. I'm behind in time. So there are the process and the direction where the game is leading. I think in the last 3 moves, it was somewhat improvement for Alireza.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we compare to the other games, yeah, where white is in total control and white has clarity and very easy play, here Vincent is fighting with himself because, yeah, what is he playing for? Yeah, and now, for example, if one thinks about playing for a draw, which is a very dangerous kind of thinking, but I want to highlight, yeah, especially after Queen e7, there is the argument that white could maybe take on b6. I hate this move, but just to speak about
of course.
Because definitely it crosses the mind after a takes b6. The reason why we give up the bishop, because there is this knight d5 fork hitting the queen and hitting the bishop. Clearly, black will take on d5, and then after e takes d5, we get a opposite colored bishop position, which is very drawish normally, but it also has the tendency that if one of the side gets the upper hand, then he can get the initiative. And I do believe that this is a very dangerous position, even if black just falls back with the knight to d8. I don't know if that's the right square or not, maybe somewhere else. Certainly not to d4, because after knight d4 ed, then the situation would be very drawish. So just hide this knight somewhere. For example, okay, d8, just to illustrate, and then slowly start regrouping pieces. Okay, computer hates the move knight d8. Where should we put it?
I was thinking to play knight d8 and point out that as black could not castle yet, the c8 king is safe, but actually the rook can activate itself,
yes,
playing rook a8 suddenly. It's clear that black is kind of completely reasonable, and it's a messy game.
Yes, yeah, I'm pretty sure that Vincent considers this alternative, not because he is so happy about it, but it's not so easy to play a move. For example, what else? A move like king b1 is always natural, but what does it do to the position? Yeah, because black will okay, let me play the move king b1. Black will castle. Yeah, so black castles, and it feels like castles in this moment is more useful than king b1. On the other hand, the computer doesn't like castles. Why is that? Or is computer just trolling us? How can castle be a bad move?
I have a question to you. If we go back one move before, like what we have exactly on the board, who is better developed in this position? Can we judge this?
Well, so yes, the question is the unbalance with this bishop b4, queen e7.
Yeah, black is more developed one way away from finishing castling, or white has a better development. Because I'm not sure which one to take right now.
Yeah, I'm also not sure. But one thing I want to understand, that after king b1 long castles to the queen side, is now some bishop takes b6, knight d5, because you can't go to d8. Is that let me try this move, bishop takes b6. Does computer believe in this? Takes knight d5. It's a typical motive in this position. And now we are from white side much more happy with this one than the previous one, because bishop takes d1, ed. First of all, you cannot attack me with rook a8. You have already castled. The knight cannot hide on d8. And if you have to play knight d4, thank you very much.
No, but maybe you would be playing knight a5 actually.
Yes, okay, but even after, wait a second, knight a5, can I maybe retreat and then try to play against this knight? To trap it with c3, b4? Can I just...
Yeah, after king b1, there are some extra opportunities.
Exactly, yeah. So, okay, very interesting, very intriguing, but also with white to understand that you have the right to play a move like king b1 and then wait for black to decide. It just shows how complex freestyle chess is.
Yeah, king b1 seems to be an interesting continuation. At the same time, maybe, well, yeah, but basically it's an idea to optimize the king. Knight b5.
Wow.
Look at that. I thought for a second, but I didn't understand what's the point after
a6.
After a6.
Wow, knight b5. I'm shocked. I haven't seen this
because
move.
White doesn't have a sacrifice on c7.
No, white doesn't. Okay, white is trying to play, I don't know even what.
Maybe he wants to weaken the position, so after a6 to come back, knight to c3.
Well, certainly there is some hidden idea behind. And Aliza is coming back. I think he's also shocked. He hasn't seen this move coming because it's not
C3.
Frightening.
Also c3
Yes.
is a threat.
Nicholas, please tell us what's going on.
Yeah, I think it's all about provoking the move a6. And actually, this is exactly what Firouzja was doing earlier. We never really got into a lot of detail here, but when he played bishop b4, I'm pretty sure that after a3, he did not want to take this knight on c3. That would give white a good position. Instead, I think he wanted to retreat to e7 or maybe back to f8, so that the knight on b3 is a bit more vulnerable, and if black now takes on b3 in the future, white has to play this a bit ugly move, c takes b3. Still, white should have played a3 here, and this you don't have to fear that capture so much. And I think it's the same idea here that Vincent now played with knight b5. As you guys pointed out, a calm, improving move, king b1 would have been a good choice. Knight b5 is not a terrible move by any means. The position remains equal. And yes, if a6, I think he will just go back. I mean, what else is he going to do here? He will just go back. And now this bishop takes b6 and knight d5 idea, of course, gains in strength because black would need to take with the c pawn, which would weaken his pawn structure. But black also doesn't have to play a6. What happens if he just castles? And now the computer still wants to take on b6, and I'm trying to understand if we take with the a pawn. Aha, so this is the other idea that you guys were talking about with c3, pushing the bishop back, which doesn't have a lot of squares, so bishop would need to go somewhere here. And now suddenly it all makes sense with the queen on g3 because of the knight takes d6. Black would need to take with, well, he has an ugly choice if he takes with the pawn. This is of course very ugly. For the pawn structure and also for king safety, but if you take with the queen, your pawn on g7 is unprotected and white wins a pawn. So knight b5, very, very interesting move here. Very creative approach by Vincent. And I think now that we understand a little bit better, I think it makes a little bit more sense.
Well, I feel like if he would be in a must-win situation, I would be applauding that, wow, what a creativity, fantastic, queen g6, knight b5, knowing that he only needs a draw. Why do you do all this? First of all, in order to find these ideas, you have to burn a lot of time. Yeah, these are not natural ideas, but yeah, it just goes on to show that why we actually love young players so much. They are not fixed on result or whatever. They look at the position. They want to find great, interesting ideas. And no matter what result they need, they are going for the most principled one that they feel like, okay, I want to play like this. It's interesting. Let's go for it.
Yeah, at the same time, I think also they don't have enough experience to balance it out accordingly what exactly they have to do on the chessboard in order to keep everything under control completely. But I was wondering, when Vincent played Queen G3, do you think he had in mind already clearly that he goes Knight B5?
Probably, yes. Otherwise, because that's why we didn't understand what's this Queen G3, but he was setting up the idea of Knight B5. Yeah, it's of course fascinating. And yeah, now Alireza is taking his time that, what is this? I want to understand the idea.
Actually, it's a kind of move he would play.
Yes, definitely.
Because he can go on a way, on routes which is absolutely out of nowhere and unexpected, and people think, what is this? What he has in mind, right?
Yes.
It's not an obvious continuation. It somehow, but I like very much the C3 idea. That white is waiting for black to play A6, and then white comes back with the knight. This is a very deep idea.
This is a very deep idea, yes. My only worry is that it's a little bit too deep to be true. Yeah, this is my only problem. But yeah, I'm loving it as a commentator. As a coach, I don't know what I'm thinking about it.
So again, we should try to check your heart rate, right? Because it's jumping up and down again.
Yes, but I also believe that now we have seen enough. Yeah, we have seen the dynamic, the direction this game is heading. It's fascinating. It's very nice that we didn't miss out. Otherwise, from the distance, it would have looked, what are these two players are doing? Now we appreciate, and maybe it's the right moment to go to Magnus, first to bird's eye view, and then probably to pick the Magnus game to see how does that game develop.
Yeah, let's see the bird's eye view, what is going on all the boards, because I'm pretty sure that all the other games were developed already. So let's see. Well, not much has happened in Nakamura Sindarov.
Yeah, look at the difference in time usage so far. Nakamura still with 1 hour 28 on the clock, whereas Sindarov has burned 45 minutes already. And it's actually the same position that was also reached in Fedoseev against Aronian. There in this position that is on the board between Nakamura and Sindarov. Queen D2 was played in F6, and then Carlsen Queen A5. So they're just a few moves ahead, and we're curious if they will follow this game. But guys, I think we should take it to Magnus against Nordebek, or Nordebek against Magnus, I should say.
Yeah, just before we go there, I want to highlight that actually Gukesh did play F5, the move that Nicholas highlighted, that computer wanted to go for it. And Fabi, being a classical player, he took knight takes F5. If you give me a central pawn, let me take it. So knight takes F5, G6, complete madness there. However, yeah, first let's go to Magnus because we haven't covered that yet.
Let's go to Magnus's game, but before we go to that game, we have a confessional booth appearance by Magnus. So let's hear what he has to share with us about today's game of his.
I must admit that I'm a little bit surprised that you know, the players playing white, they talked for 10 minutes and they all came up with the same first move. Didn't seem that obvious to me. It seemed that there were a lot of interesting choices with the white pieces. I think the way it's heading now, it's probably going to be quite symmetrical. Obviously, with the extra half tempo, white is always going to be the one pushing a little bit, but it doesn't look super dangerous to me. So I'm reasonably satisfied so far.
reasonably satisfied for the moment. And it was interesting that he said that the players agreed and played actually the first move in the position knight b3, and for him it was absolutely not obvious because he considered there were many interesting moves. But it's interesting how the players influence each other, right? That if one says that, okay, this is a nice move, maybe the other one easily goes after them because, okay, after all, it's the first move. You don't want to make a mistake. You want to make a reasonable move. Why to go to another route? But it is interesting that yesterday f4 was played by all players, and today knight b3 was played by all players. So there is something going on in the air, definitely. So let's dive into this position. What is really happening? It's a closed position, and Magnus played 2 moves already with his knight.
Yeah, well, I also feel like Magnus is not exactly understanding why everybody played like this, because he played so well that he neutralized the move, right? In other games where white is getting the advantage, he managed to get d4 in immediately and gets a lovely position. Yeah, but let's just go from the very first move and see that how actually Magnus dealt with this knight b3. First of all, when I have seen that he opted for f6, I felt like, yeah, wow, this is again Magnus. It's a very deep move, opening up the bishop. He's already kind of sensing what white is playing for, and he's playing against that idea. White opted for e4, e5.
I know we are very much in the beginning and we want to go to the point. But can you tell me, to explain it to our audience and to me, why f6 is so much better or so much more deeper than f5?
Well, because he wants to reinforce the e5 pawn, and already I think Nicholas had this question like, why not e5 when after e5 suddenly f4 was very strong, and then thanks to the bishop takes a7 idea, white is able to trade the f pawn for the e pawn, then black's queen will be invited to the center, but then we changed an f pawn for an e pawn, and Magnus wants to make sure that whenever that happens, then he will be able to recapture with the f pawn.
Okay,
yes?
so it's kind of a very careful prophylactical move, f6.
Yes, and
strengthening the e5.
And a very high class move, yeah. It's a 2800 plus move. Yeah, that's how I feel it.
It's fine dining.
Exactly, yeah, super fine, and that's why maybe Magnus didn't. Why are you going? Okay, knight b6, I'm gonna go f6. What do you want from me? I'm just loving it. So white played e4, e5, and the point is that Magnus makes sure that d4 will not happen because he always covers that square, and that's why he also developed his knight very quickly to c6 after f3, knight c6. Now white has no d4. Black is actually maybe setting up d5 himself or knight b6 next, knowing that Nodirbek is in a must-win situation. If otherwise, clearly he would have played the move knight c3, and after knight b6, the position from Keymer versus Firouzja would have been reached. Yeah, but he's in a must-win situation, so he decided to play the move c2, c4, which I believe Magnus was very happy, because after c4, this is Magnus's game. It's a strategic game with fine maneuvering, and the next 2 moves, I'm simply loving it. Knight b6, hitting the pawn, clearly that's natural, and after d3, immediately playing the move knight a4, when I feel like black should be slightly better, fighting for these squares, all kinds of squares. I don't know what to suggest from white's perspective. Magnus just outplayed Nodirbek.
Now actually I'm wondering if knight a4 has only idea to take squares from white, knight for example f3, or be ready and prepared against d4, or is it an idea that he wants to go and make use of his b8 rook to play b5? Do you think, is there any way that Magnus is thinking about a b5 move?
Well, I think b5, even somewhere, some b6, knight c5, if there is time to go with the knight to c5 to try to fight for the d4 square. But this is all irrelevant, because I believe that Nodirbek has reacted exactly the way how he needs to react, and he opted for d3, d4. So he just played the move d3, 1 move back. Let me just go back. So after knight b6, he played the move d3 because he had to protect the pawn. Magnus goes knight a4. It's a strategical move, and as you highlighted, yeah, also maybe a very energetic move, b5 is coming. And then adjusting to the new situation, Nodirbek understands and spends quite a lot of time, goes for d4. I believe it was the right choice.
But it's also only possible to play d4 because suddenly the knight went away from b6, so there is a relief on the c4 square, right? One of my questions will be whether the rook from b8 will be moving to d8, putting it in the castle, the rook, or he will hoping for anything good on the b5. Maybe Nicholas, you can tell us more about it. What is exactly the situation after d4? Because it's getting very exciting and sharp.
Definitely, and this is exactly what Up to the Turf needs to unbalance the game, because he needs to win to stay in the quarterfinals, to force a tiebreak today against Carlsen after Carlsen won the first game yesterday. So d4 was a good move because, as you said, here b5 is definitely in the air, and I think this is an idea that Carlsen had by going knight a4. So d4, a good move, and now the bishop is also controlling the square on b5. So b5 is still in the air, but it's a bit more difficult to achieve. Now, I would expect Carlsen to either take on d4 or play bishop b4. It can also, I think, transpose, and just to show a potential position that we could get here, knight takes, let's say just bishop c5, the knight is attacked, knight c2, bishop takes g1, rook takes g1, black maybe goes d6, and yes, white has the space advantage, white has this bind on the center, looks like a position you could also get out of maybe Philidor or King's Indian, well, except for the pawn is on g7. So white has a nice bind, but black is very, very solid here. He has good pieces. You see that black has this light squared bishop which can attack the white pawns, whereas this bishop is a bit limited by its own pawns on the light squares. So I don't think that Carlsen will be very unhappy about his position, because to beat him here seems difficult, and I think the position will be a bit more clear and not so messy anymore, and I think very solid for black. So I expect the game to head in this direction and Carlsen having a decent position, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely, because the dark square bishops are traded. I also feel like, yes, it's a transformation of structure, and Magnus already made sure that all his, for example, that knight on a4 is just such a perfect piece for that. Let me just highlight one more time what Nicholas had showed. Yeah, ed4, knight d4. The idea of trading the dark squared bishop makes so much sense, and when we speak about this knight c2, bishop takes g1, rook takes g1 position, yeah, that normally we know exactly that in this King's Indian structure, black actually wants to go a5, knight c5, or somewhere even a6, b5, and then the rook on b8 stands perfect. The knight is ready to go to c5.
There is a small detail. Usually the king is not on c.
Yes.
I know it's a small detail.
But the same applies for white. Yes, the king on c1. So I think that actually Nodirbek should try to play differently. By the way, e takes d4, knight takes d4 happened. That's no surprise. And now the big question here, that if Magnus feels that, wait a second, I can be more ambitious, then he might find some very interesting other move, but this is a systematic choice, like going for bishop c5. Otherwise, queen e5 is also a move that comes to mind. I don't know if computer thinks, what does computer think about the move queen e5? It comes to mind. It happened in other games as well.
But I think there is also, well, it's a risky move, but because of the pin, it can be maybe looked at d5, for example. I don't know if it's possible. And also I'm wondering if knight b4 can give something unpleasant for white. Or after knight b4, for example, white just plays a3, and after knight a2 check, king c2, and the knight is kind of trapped.
Well, also after knight b4, yes, a3, knight a2 check, king c2 is, I think, possible. I also wanted to highlight that, yeah, white could eventually also ignore with knight c3, but then we talk about this, the takes, and then the knight goes back to a6, knight gets to c5, and you are very happy. White has spoiled his pawn structure. Always be careful, watch out for this kind of things. Just wanted to highlight.
But of course, Magnus is much more experienced than this, and he's not going to go to extreme things. He wants to make it a balanced game, and and he loves this format of the game. He's so happy to go into the depths of the position. He expressed it, how happy he is with the time control, that he has the time and the will to look and understand the position, what are the pluses and minuses compared to the other type of freestyle positions. And here, to be honest, I mean, I would play it with the black side, because c4 does not look very beneficial from white side.
Well, it stops d5. Yeah, when we are talking about white's perspective, we already highlighted Nodibek needs to win. Yeah, so basically his main priority and the reason why he opted for c4 was to break the symmetry. Yeah, exactly. Of course he's taking risk. He knows exactly that maybe what he's doing is objective not the best, but he's trying to fight for his chances. What did Magnus say about Nodibek? Yeah, that he's a player who is fighting for chances but also gives chances. Yeah, so it's he's true to his style. He wants to fight. He doesn't want to just let Magnus get a very comfortable position. But I believe that actually, because Magnus had played so precisely, he's very happy.
So is it possible actually to play not bishop c5, but let's say just simplify it and play a very simple way chess? Knight takes d4, bishop d4, bishop c5.
Like this, but this helps me, I think.
So can we say that white is better because of queen e3 or bishop takes first? I just want to observe that, let's say, what is the position what white can aim for to play and somehow to torture?
Well, I feel that this is some kind of an achievement, and I can also castle, get the queen to e3 quickly. Maybe I could have even used a different move order, but Magnus had played the move, and he played the move queen e5, which I was so curious about, because this is a move that usually does not happen too often. Yeah, and I know exactly that Magnus always likes to use all the possibilities of the position, and he doesn't shy away from complications. And by the way, we have also seen in the other games, yeah, Levon and Sindarov has also played this idea of queen e5 in slightly different circumstances, of course, but it's a very intriguing, very interesting move.
So what kind of moves white would consider after queen e5? One thing is for sure, white does not think about taking on c6, because b takes c6 and suddenly the black rook would be extremely active. That would be kind of a dream for black. And we can also point out that white's pieces all of them are still in the first rank. Only the one and only knight is in d4, and now it comes back to c2. So the question is for black, how is he going to also develop? Because white has a little space advantage, right? With the pawns on c4 and e4 controlling the d5. Also b5 is not possible, which I think it's important. How can black develop? What was the benefit of queen e5, you think?
Well, I don't know exactly the benefit. I want to now highlight the move knight c2, that I'm loving this move, yeah, because white needs to play for a win, so he needs to avoid trade of pieces, plus he has the space advantage. Yeah, he should try to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. It's a very nice prophylactic move. Also, just in case, protecting very important squares on the queen side.
Maybe Nicholas can tell us more about it. What kind of ideas are behind queen e5, knight c2? What kind of discoveries we're missing?
Yeah, it's a good question, Judith. Honestly, queen e5 was a bit of an inaccuracy, because the knight wanted to go to c2 anyway to keep pieces on the board. And we also saw knight c2 in the other line that we looked at a moment ago after bishop c5. And I think it would have been better to develop the bishop, trade the dark squared bishop, so you have better access to the dark squares. And I'm not really seeing the benefit of having the queen in the center. I mean, yes, it's active there, but I guess if you want to justify that, you would need to play a move like f5. And I'm not sure that Carlsen wants to open the position just yet. It is possible, but honestly, I'm not certain if this was necessary at all for him to go this route. And here it seems that after, let's say, e takes f5, the queen, by the way, is defended by the knight now on c2. Important detail, queen takes f5, b3, pushing the knight back, let's say knight c5. Maybe white can even think about b4, b5. There's queen e8 check. I don't think you want to allow any of this nonsense. So I'm curious what Carlsen has in mind, because knight c2 was the most logical move in the position, just retreating, and the queen can also be kicked away maybe sooner or later. The computer wants to play something like a5 now, but yes, Judith, to answer your question, I don't think there is any great benefit to playing queen e5.
Yeah, but maybe the benefit is why Magnus loves to play chess. He just wants to play the move which interests him. And bishop c5 could give the impression that he's playing for a draw and win the match. No, he wants to play interesting chess. And with queen e5, I'm pretty sure that we are leading up to a more interesting and more complicated fight in this game. What I would consider here a5, trying to go knight b4. What do you think about that? Because it's a very tricky position, because I mean, black seems to be much more active, right? Much more developed. So now the great battle is going on between, is it better to be developed with black, or is it more important and beneficial for white that white has the space advantage by having the pawns on c4, e4, and controls the d5? So now I think in the next 5-6 moves, this is going to be the debate, that is activity more important, or the positional strengthening the position by Abdusattorov will conquer?
I think we have to highlight the big benefit behind knight c2, yeah? That a part of keeping all the pieces on the board, the move you are talking about, a5, is very natural. It's always useful in this structure, but thanks to this knight on c2, I can play the move b3, kicking away that knight, and suddenly take a look at this knight on c2. Otherwise, black would just give a bishop a3 check and it would be kind of game over, but the knight takes care of that square. In this case, I'm kind of, thanks to knight d1, queen e1, I'm controlling all the empty squares. You probably have to fall back to c5, and then suddenly I can develop my knight from d1 to c3, give me one more tempo for queen d2, and then finally castles. I get perfect harmony. I might be able to jump back with the knight to d4. So if we just talk in general terms, I do see Develbar saying that apparently black has some dynamic ideas. Just wanted to highlight that this would be white's dream.
And so a5 on the board.
a5 is on the board by Magnus. And let's see what Abdusattorov is up to. Is he ready to push back the knight on a4 by playing b3? Is there any other option for white?
Well, this knight b4 is kind of annoying, yeah, because if you trade that knight, then I'm not happy. First of all, I never want to allow you this a takes b4 structure, taking away the c3 square and putting tremendous pressure on the queen side. So I do feel, humanly speaking, I'm not a computer, but yeah, I would prefer to play b3 here, kicking that knight to c5. And now the big question, that do I have to worry about some f5? Do I have to worry about some concrete measures? That do I start with queen d2, or do I play knight c3? Those are my main questions. Of course, I might have even the Vincent move queen g3 at my disposal, but queen g3 comes as a big surprise to me all the time, so that would not be my first choice. Nicholas, any thoughts? What are we missing? Where are we right?
Yeah, let's have a look together. I'm also just analyzing some possibilities. So in this position after a5, I think b3 makes a lot of sense to push the knight back. And there's still this knight b4 move in the air, which is the issue if you go knight c3, for example. There's knight b4, which is just a bit unpleasant. There's already a move like queen takes c3 here. Let me just make some random move to show this idea. Okay, well, there are also other ideas. Let me
queen d2, then queen d2.
Let me take this fork out of the equation. So here to show this idea, little queen sacrifice, and then black has a fork on a2 and wins back the pawn, wins back the queen as a pawn up. So this knight b4 move in general is quite annoying. So what the computer is suggesting is to even spend one more move here, going a3, and also preparing to push the pawns forward. And this is where it can get quite sharp, because now potentially we could get back to Judith's move here, going b5, because you see that this pawn on b3 is a bit more vulnerable again, so that white cannot take on b5, And now this is just what I was looking at before you guys called me in, what happens here, because this just looks really, really messy and also honestly quite risky for white, pushing the pawns forward. But on the other hand, you're pushing the knights back, and black also has to be precise here. So this is quite sharp and really interesting, and I hope that the game develops in this direction. It might be as well up to the tour's best chance.
Very interesting position, unexpectedly, to be honest. Like few moves ago, I thought it's going to be long, very quiet, very solid, positional maneuvering, and it's all gone since white played. Since actually Magnus played knight a4.
Yes.
That started all the provocations, and then white opened up with d4, and then we have this position after a5, where white has to react. And what I'm wondering continuously looking at this position, that how interesting it is that actually white's pieces from the first rank, they can also be quite powerful at this stage. Of course, it would be a lot different if, let's say, the h1 rook would be on e1 and the queen would be on h1, then it would be probably a completely lost position for white. But now that the queen is on e1, it can come to d2, it can cover some of the most important black squares. So it's not so easy for black to create the attack. Still, I believe that b5 is always there in there, so white has to be careful. But I'm wondering whether what Abdusattorov is thinking about. I'm pretty sure that first move comes to mind is b3. That's very clear, I think.
Yes.
At the same time, I mean, visually, it looks quite annoying to open up and give away the a3 square. I understand that the knight on c2 is the real heart of the position right now, right? Because it covers some of the most important squares. The a3 after b3, the b4 square is controlled only by the knight on c2. The d4 square is exceptionally important. So that c2 knight is breathing, gives the life for white's position. Maybe even not such a bad life. But white has to be very accurate. And the position is very original.
Yeah, very original. I also love the fact that we not only have the players on camera when they are sitting at the board, but also because I know exactly all this gesture of the players. Yeah, the way how Magnus was pouring the water, the way he was drinking. Yeah, it gave me the feeling that he's very happy, he's very satisfied with his position. He feels like, yes, I have done a great job. I was clever with all this f6, knight c6 move order, knight b6, knight a4. I provoked some weaknesses. Now I'm going with queen e5, a5. Now he's getting there to the board, signaling to Nadir back, yes, I understand that you are taking your time. It's absolutely correct, because I created problems for you. I just love this. Yesterday we have witnessed with Hikaru when he was very comfortable. He was walking, and you knew exactly that the way how he was walking, we have seen him just from behind. But yes, this is a very happy Hikaru. It's just lovely. I'm loving this.
But you know, it's interesting that Magnus generally is famous to play fast, even though if he spends time in the opening phase of the game, later on he plays fast, and usually if he's in good form and he's happy about what the things are going around him on the chessboard, he has more time than the opponent. But here, he's behind in time a little bit. So actually he was spending quite a lot of time to make his decisions, which direction to steer the game and what strategy he wants to be playing, even though he won the first game of the match. So a draw, we shouldn't forget, that is enough for him to proceed to the next stage, to the semi-final. So, and I don't think the players can exclude this from their mind, no matter how much they make their decisions accordingly or opposite. I mean, they cannot just play the best move. They keep this in mind, the tournament situation, what has to be done.
Yes and no. I feel like in the freestyle chess, it's much more easy to forget about the result, because you are so much full of the challenges.
So busy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you are playing in the classical chess and you play an opening and you know exactly that, I can play like this, then I'm super solid and my opponent will have no chance. If I do this, then you can navigate and control situation much more better. Here, clearly you have in your mind that actually draw suits me, I should not do anything crazy. But there are so many challenges. Yeah, if you are thinking about the non-stop about the result, that actually I just need a draw, I should try to trade pieces, but in fact you are not even sure which piece you should trade because it's such an original new position. Yeah, so in this regard, I feel like this also helps the opposite side to fight back. Yeah, that there is not so much clarity and you cannot so easily neutralize your opponent thanks to openings. But I understand your point that Magnus is also now thinking about different things, but he wants to enjoy the game.
Yeah, and the way we see him sitting there, he's thinking about the next move of white, I believe. And of course here I believe that every move has to be taken extremely seriously, because one bad move, one more tempo for black, and black is really taking over.
Yes.
So b3 is kind of the most natural move, but Nordirberg cannot play just b3. Magnus plays knight c5 and then you're going to start thinking again another half an hour? No, at this point you have to think about it. I play b3, knight c5, so I'm going to play instantly my follow-up move, right?
Yes.
So that's why Nordirberg is thinking. And we have a move queen d2.
Wow, so he does not stop the idea of knight b4. He's in fact inviting. There was a moment when Nicholas highlighted that, b5 Judith's move might come as well. And I felt like, which move you didn't suggest for black? a5 was your move. With the idea knight b4. b5 you already mentioned very much, and I knew exactly that this type of position suits you perfectly, and you love that.
I'm wondering, can black play b5 here? Or no?
Wow. So just... but okay, first let us try to understand that what happened, why you cannot stick to your original idea knight b4. Or you had all these ideas, this mixed in your mind, and depending on the situation you will decide.
I don't know, a5 is just generally, I thought that to keep the option to play knight b4 is important.
Yes.
But you're right, what happens on knight b4, but I would think white has to take it, of course. Knight takes b4.
And then bishop d4. Yeah?
And if bishop b4, then queen c2. Attacking the knight on a4, and black cannot go back to c5 with the knight because of a3.
Yes, and now we have to highlight that thanks to a knight on d1 and bishop on g1 against any check, we have bishop e3. Thank you very much.
But actually it's not clear what I just said after knight c5, a3, because a4 can be a tricky move. Tricky reaction.
And the game over, kind of, yeah?
No, it's never over.
Never over. Okay, well, knight b3, strategically...
But it's not a nice surprise to receive it.
Let me just highlight. Yeah, a takes b4, knight b3 check, and this is some suffocating mate. Otherwise, I have to give my queen with queen b3. That's not an option. And basically, the reason why I said winning, because if I have to take bishop takes c5, giving up the dark square bishop, then, okay, for me this position is just lost. Yeah, it's with the dark squares.
Even though if you can take on a4.
Yeah, I can take the, okay, please take it. I don't mind. I have the pair of bishops. I have this lovely jolly joker, this bishop on c5, the dark square bishop. Black can break with f5. Black's king can decide which direction to move. The king on c1 is just stuck. We won't be able to. No, this is a horror. Wow. Okay, queen d2. What do we deal with? So black is spoiled by choice. I want to see Magnus's body language. He should be very happy that, wait a second, I can do this, I can do that. I just have to decide. Nicholas, what does the computer signal us? What do you think goes through Magnus's head right now?
Yeah, I think queen d2 was unfortunate. I would have really loved to see the complications after b3 and a3 that we were talking about, these potential pawn pushes here. But I understand it is difficult to weaken your king and push the pawns in front of your king. So Nordirberg did not go for this. This would have been quite entertaining. So queen d2 feels like a slow move, and like you said, Peter, black can do a lot of things. He can play knight b4. There's also f5 as a potential move. There's bishop c5. You name it. So let's just see knight b4. is of course a nice move because it is threatening checkmate in one move. White needs to take this knight, and again black has a choice. Black can take with the bishop, black can take with the pawn. Lot of options. I think there's also something to be said about taking with the pawn to claim some space and take the square away from the white knight. Also now whenever you play b3 you have to reckon with knight c3, and in general it feels like this is heading in the wrong direction for Abdul Zatorov. This is the current position here after queen d2. Carlsen's thinking, and as you said, Peter, he is spoiled for choice, Judith.
Yes, absolutely. Queen d2, I think it was a positive surprise for Magnus because he understood, and in this position actually it is very concrete, right? So you have to be very careful making slow moves with white with such a development, having your pieces on the first and only in the second rank. So now it will be a big question how Magnus will continue, though I believe that he is very joyful in this position, having the opportunity to spend time, which one to choose. So I would suggest to go back to bird's eye view and let's see, try to discover the other games, because there were some games we did not check yet. And the players, we are nearly 1.5 hours already in the round. So let's see what the others are up to from a bird's eye view.
Yeah, for example, Hikaru against Sindaro, we haven't really seen, because, okay, we have covered the opening because it was basically the same as the other game between Caruana and Gukesh. But yeah, the developments are very interesting.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bird's eye view. There we go, and we see, yeah, the developments are really interesting. Also what Firouzja is doing, very creative play there with b5 trying to attack Keymer on the king side. So this is the first board on the top left. And then Nakamura. Sindarov is still very slow, it feels like. Not a lot of moves have been played. And look at Caruana against Gukesh. That has really exploded. There's a rook on a7. White is up one pawn and doing clearly better, as we can see by the evaluation bar. And then we just saw Abdul Zatorov Carlsen and Fedoseev-Aronian on the bottom right is about equal. Also looks quite messy, honestly. Just d5 played, offering the bishop on b4. Judith, a lot of action happening right now.
Oh, crazy amount of action. I would be happy to pick Keymer Firouzja, but I'm also okay with Nakamura.
Well, but maybe actually because in Caruana Gukesh we have so much action, we can maybe just quickly, yes, we can jump there just to have a overview what really happened, and then we can take it slow with the other games. Then let's try the Caruana Gukesh.
So let's pick the world champion Gukesh, how he's playing with Caruana. They are in deep thought.
Yeah, wow. So the rook from a7, there is no castle, white cannot castle. Let's not forget that actually black still has the chance if he wants. Of course, it's very tricky. Think about it twice, yeah, with king on c8, rook on b8, and white rook on a7. And I believe let's give the floor to Nicholas so that he can faster go through all the developments after knight takes d4, f5. That was the moment we have seen it for the last time.
Yeah, absolutely, because a lot has happened and it didn't go Gukesh's way here. f5 was a good move, but after knight takes f5, he slowly lost his way. What he should have done, he played g6. What he should have done is take this pawn on a2, and then after rook a1, which is likely to happen, retreat back with the bishop to e6, and the position is close to equal. Instead, he played g6, first hitting the knight retreat to d4, and now already I think it would be a bit late to take on a2, because white can play rook a1, and if the bishop retreats, there's always this idea. We already highlighted that the bishop can come to d4, or maybe, yeah, the bishop can come to d4, the rook can take on a7, and already it's too late. White is definitely winning a pawn.
Well, this happened in the game.
Oh, this actually happened, yes. So after knight d4, bishop takes a2, in fact, was a mistake. We see it here, a question mark attached to this move. Instead, what he should play is apparently bishop g7. But I think really the main mistake was one move earlier when he went g6.
Sorry to interrupt
Yes.
just for a second, but after knight d4, I think it's important to highlight that bishop h6 at first seems to be winning a piece. But actually white plays bishop e3. And then if knight d4, then the h6 bishop is hanging.
Absolutely.
And if exchange instead on e3, queen e3, and so that's why it's very important that after g6, white could bring back the knight to d4 into the center instead of going back to g3 or e3, because then maybe black would have a great compensation.
Yes. So I'm not sure if Gukash missed something here. Maybe we can just show this line one more time, because I think the board was not showing it just a second ago. So what Judo was saying, that here it's an important detail that after bishop h6 check, bishop e3, you cannot win this piece on d4. You can take on d4, but the bishop is undefended on h6, so that really doesn't give you anything. Quite the opposite. You have a lot of holes on the dark squares, and this would be lost. But also after bishop takes e3, the queen takes back, protecting the knight on d4. And white is also just a pawn up and in excellent shape. So let's see what happened in the game. Black took this pawn on a2, but really all that does is activate the white rook. Rook to a1, the bishop dropped back. Now white took on c6, the pawn takes back, and Caruana just grabs another pawn on a7. Why shouldn't he? The rook is activated, the rook will not be trapped. And now queen e7 was played, and I believe this is the current position. Now we see two more moves which have been played. A few more moves actually. Queen a5, the queen was developed, bishop h6 check. Now bishop e3 makes a lot of sense, developing this bishop, blocking the check, and the bishops were traded. Knight takes e3, and black plays a nice move here, castle, all the way to the other side of the board. This is, of course, spectacular move, but the position is still quite bad for black, because it is hard to imagine that he can start an attack. But this is what he wants to do. He wants to go rook a8, trade the rooks, then occupy the open a file and somehow get an attack going. So this is what Gukash is relying on, because positionally and also material-wise, he is basically lost. He's a pawn down, plus he has double pawns. So basically white has two extra pawns here on the king side. So he really needs to get this attack going and needs to create some chance there, or he will lose this game and be eliminated from the quarterfinals, Judith.
Well, exactly. It is the way, as you said, that he is in danger right now. So it will be very interesting how Gukash will be able to survive this. Definitely we are already at the point where Fabiano will have to help him out, to make serious mistakes in order to to make a draw in this game, not to talk about even losing, right?
Yeah, but on the other hand, he's in a must-win situation, so actually it's Gukash.
Yes.
So he's much more happy to have this position or an equal position, but without any chances, because I thought like White's idea would also be to develop the bishop and then castle the same way like Gukash has done, but it's impossible. Because if you play the move bishop d3, then suddenly the idea that Nicholas highlighted, the rook a8, is kind of annoying, because you can't take on a8. After rook takes a8, then black will be able to give the rook a1 check, winning the game. So you might have to castle, but this rook takes a7, queen takes a7, queen c5 position, humanly speaking, this is very scary suddenly with all these pins.
The feeling after queen c5, I have a move king f2.
Yes, you have, but it's still risky. Yeah, it feels risky.
Well, of course, because you can go rook a8, queen b7, queen d6, for example, with the threat of bishop c8. So it can be tricky for sure. Fabiano will have to make some accurate moves after castle. So if we go back after castle, of course, this would be very easy for White if he could be able to put his king on safety to g1, just to come back with the queen on d2, and then practically he has two pawns up. I mean, objectively it's only one, but the double pawn on the c file, it doesn't give much for black. At the same time, you know, basically this is the only thing White should look after to develop, which maybe it's not so easy, I agree. Maybe queen a3 can be chasing the black queen, or queen e5, I was thinking.
Yeah, I always feel that I have some chances with black. Yeah, also after queen e5, probably I will play rook a8. Can I do that?
Yeah, maybe I should be more careful.
I just feel that as long as this king is on c1, and also if it's not in time to
what
castle...
What do you think about a move knight g4, just a solid...
Yes, yes.
You were expecting me to say so.
I knew, yeah, that
you
this...
just go h5.
Yeah, I just go h5. Otherwise, yeah, knight h6 checkmate is a threat. But yeah, we create loot with h5 and it should be good for black. Yeah, I don't think that practically speaking this is so easy, and if somebody just looks with the engine, then he might think like, wow, okay, this is very bad. Fabiano plays the professional move queen c6. It was also the first move of the computer. I did not want to mention the move before it happens over the board. Yeah, that's not like people can say, of course, we are always calling out the first engine lines. No, queen c3 was there. It's a harmonious move. The idea actually is that after rook a8, white can just take, and play the little quiet move b3, making sure that the queen covers the a1 square, and then slowly, step by step, you develop. Maybe the bishop even goes to e2, and then, depending on the situation, if we can even castle all the way to the king side, then it's winning.
And I believe that after queen a3 check, the important move is king d2.
King d2, yes.
And after that, bishop d3 kind of puts the king into safety, and even the h1 rook can activate itself to a1. I mean, if rook d8, bishop d3.
Yeah, with queen c3 we have perfect harmony. This is very important. And then basically black's knight on b6 is out of the game. This was exactly how computer was envisioning that this is very good for white. Fabiano has found the right move. He's on the right track.
Yeah, it's a very nice idea to play queen c3 and after that b3, because after b3, after the exchange of rooks on the a file, it's a double important move, right? The queen protects the corner square on a1, and at the same time, after b3, the b6 knight cannot come to a4, giving some unpleasant surprises for white.
Exactly.
So if white can stabilize himself, putting bishop on d3, king on d2, then it is hard to imagine that Fabiano will ruin it.
Yes.
The game. So there is a straight path to victory.
Look at this queen on c3. Yeah, it defends everything, sets up this perfect structure. Yeah, Fabiano is Fabiano. Yeah, that's the bad news for Gukesh and all his fans. He needs a miracle now. He really needs to find some way of putting pressure, not allowing, humanly speaking, white to stabilize the position. And we don't know exactly how to do that. He's thinking about it. What's the time situation? Yeah, we do see also from Fabiano, also from Magnus, that they take their time. They make sure to play very well. Yeah, the first early stages of the game, and they believe. I think that it also shows a lot of confidence that they know if we play good in the opening, no matter how little time we have, we will be able to handle the situation.
Nicholas, do we blunder something? What can happen after queen c3, or things seems not only seems but in reality, is it so simple for Fabiano?
You did not blunder anything, and it looks to be fairly straightforward. Rook a8 was just played by Gukesh, and exactly the line that you pointed out is likely to occur. White will trade a pair of rooks, then play the move b3, and b3 is just such an unpleasant move for black to face. You're controlling the a1 square, but most importantly, you're really not allowing this knight to get any way into the game, and then to play bishop d3 and castle, or if a queen check happens, yeah, just king d2, as you guys pointed out, bishop d3, and white position is just rock solid. And I don't really know if there are any ways for Gukesh to pose some problems or to complicate matters. If I look at the position, it just looks so solid that I don't really see a way for Gukesh to create a mess and create some chances. So, as Peter said, unless a miracle happens, I think Caruana will not lose this game and he will advance to the semi-finals. I would say, I think we can go back to a bird's eye view.
Absolutely.
And go to another game.
Yes, because it seems to me like Alireza is making big progress against Vincent, and we know that he needs to win to bounce back to keep his chances alive, fighting for the victory in this tournament. And it got some kind of anti-Berlin kind of structure, yeah, with castles, and I believe that Alireza has also a tremendous amount of experience in this structure. The unbalanced pawn structure after the bishop captured on c3, d takes c3 recapture. Black was in time to push b5, knight a4, bishop c4. Perfect harmony there with his pieces. And Vincent's move f4 and queen g4 shows that he's nervous. Yeah, these kind of moves are played in general when you feel that, wait a second, if I play it slow, I'm not happy. Yeah, Judith, do you have the same impression?
Which game we are into right now?
Well, I was talking about Alireza with Vincent, but yeah, I see that which position caught your attention, right? With the triple pawn in...
Yes.
In Fedosiev
Firouzja's game is extremely interesting because it has a very special pawn structure, and while Firouzja is playing on the queen side, it seems like Vincent is playing in the center, right? But the question is who will be right in progressing. Actually, I like very much Black's b5 position. It's very much my kind of game that I like to have, potentially b4 at some point. But of course, it's kind of a very big tension between the f1 bishop and the c4 bishop.
Yes.
Because it is so often that it happens in chess that you have opposing two pieces, and it makes a huge difference who gives up the tension. So it will be a lot different. Basically, white cannot take on c4 because bc4 and the rook opens up. The knight on a4 is a killer. So white cannot take on c4, while black does not want to give up and improve white's development with the rook, right? So probably white is going to be moving with the bishop from f1 to d3, but for the moment it seems that Vincent wanted to play queen g4 just to put extra pressure on the d7 square,
pawn,
right?
yes.
But again and again it comes back to my mind, what about the development in this game? Like, how is it going? Who is better in development? Is time so important in this game again? But I think there was one game where we didn't go yet deeper. It was Nakamura-Sindarov.
Yes, it's Nakamura-Sindarov.
Why don't we pick that game just... I know it's not so much things happened, but still they are trying to feel each other. And it's the only game where none of the players have the pressure of a must-win situation, right?
Yes.
So let's pick Nakamura-Sindarov.
Good, good. And then I think, Nicholas, if you will be able to show us all the insights. We have seen this queen a5 idea happen there.
So let's see, this is the exact position. Let's see what has happened in the opening.
Sure, let's maybe take it from the top, just see how this developed. So, as in all of the white games, knight b3 was played in the first move by Nakamura as well. And Sindarov, as we pointed out already, just like Aronian and Gukesh played knight b6, which is somewhat of a small inaccuracy because you're not fighting for the control of the d4 square, and this allows white to break first, just like in the other games. Aronian, Fedosiev against Aronian, we saw this position, we saw it also in Caruana and Gukesh, and we saw how that continued from then. So here, both Aronian and Sindarov went for queen e5, quite a different route than Gukesh, who played f5. After queen e5, both Nakamura and Fedosiev played queen d2 to protect this knight. The computer also liked this move, queen g3, trying to get a small edge and play an endgame potentially. But queen d2 also is very sensible. Now f6 was played, opening up the bishop, knight c3, developing the knight. And now queen a5 was played, And actually, I'm not sure, maybe this was also still the other game, and I wonder if Sindarov was maybe a bit inspired by Iranian's play. Of course, the players can see what the others are doing, and this is also something that has been talked about already, but not sure. And now Queen A5, and we're only in the 8th move, and Sindarov, and I think this is the biggest factor we should talk about here, is down to 23 minutes. He's almost 40 minutes behind on the clock. The position itself is not so bad. He could castle now, and it is fairly equal, but the time usage has been, I think, a bit risky. Of course, you want to make sure the first few moves are good, but also you need to balance your time, because there is no additional time. This is all he has for the remaining game, and we're just 8 moves in, and this worries me quite a bit for Sindarov here, Peter.
Yes, I also wanted to highlight that we have seen that Levon and Sindarov had teamed up. Yes, so they were discussing together. We don't know exactly how deep they have analyzed. Clearly, if it would still be analyzed, theory, for them, then Sindarov would have not spent so much time over an hour already. So yeah, it's a very intriguing position. The main question, and there is a lot of tension here, because yes, the first game was a draw, but basically if Sindarov loses, then he's out. Yeah, so he might feel that because he has the slightly more passive position. Yeah, if White gets a long castle or queenside castle plus knight b3 and White cements the structure, then it will be very unpleasant. So he wants to make sure that he will be able to break with d7, d5. But at the moment, of course, d5 would be a horrible blunder, because it would simply blunder the queen after knight b3. The queen is trapped. There is nowhere to go. So Black has to combine all ideas that when do you take on d4. You also don't want to take because it helps White to develop with bishop takes d4. So you only take on d4 if you are sure that after you will be able to play d5. Many things to calculate. He's down to 21 minutes. Judith, what do you feel? Will he be too nervous, or is he too nervous already?
I don't know, I'm wondering that basically we are only in move 8 right now in this game, and Sindarov was spending so much time. And he knows that time is a very important element of the game. At the same time, it seems that he feels the pressure very much, that every move has such a big value, and he doesn't want to end up that making a blunder and then or a move which just gives so much advantage to Nakamura, because of course with Nakamura what happened yesterday, it happens extremely rarely that he has such a huge advantage and he misplays it. At the same time, of course, at this point, it's a big question that when you have to make a decision, no matter what. And I wanted to ask you, Peter, that do you think there was already a critical moment in this game, or we are still looking for the first critical moment?
Well, judging by the fact how much time Sindarov has spent, every single move was critical for him. Yeah, it just shows that how big challenge it is on the players. Yeah, you never know exactly. For the moment, one of the things that comes to my mind is, especially if I know that he is behind on the clock and so heavily to trade some pieces, to maybe even get into a slightly worse position, but making sure that you can start playing from your hand. Yeah, because if you are constantly, yeah, he takes on d4. I believe he has to take, and then castle and somehow get this bishop c5 move in, trade the dark squared bishops, and then just sit, or maybe even he will be able to push d7, d5. After all, the bishop on g8 and also the knight on b6 are fighting for the d5 square. I just feel that these dark square bishops should be traded, so Hikaru will clearly take with the bishop on d4.
But my question is that isn't it possible that after bishop d4, d5 kind of moves can be very dangerous, because the a5 queen still stands there in the danger zone? I understand that b4 does not happen so easily to trap because of the a3 pawn. At the same time, still, that a5 queen can get in trouble in a fraction of a second.
And just at the moment when I said, of course, White takes with the bishop, I realized that, wait a second, no, because I'm so worried of this bishop c5. I don't want Black to trade the dark square bishop. So there is even this argument that maybe I take back with the queen. Yes, it comes at a cost that the bishop is not getting developed, but at the same time, if I feel that it is so important, so beneficial for me to keep those pieces, and by the way, also, I will limit black's coordination, yeah, because we are expecting black to castle with the rook from b8 jumping over the king on c8, which is already well located for the castle with to d8. Then, without this bishop on f8, the rook from h8 beautifully connects much easier to... So queen takes d4, very interesting possibility.
Well, for sure, that's why Nakamura is thinking at this point what to capture back with the bishop, to develop with the bishop finally, and then only one move away to connect the rooks shortly with bringing up the bishop and castle, bring the rook to d1 and have a very classical, normal kind of setup, which he can be familiar with from classical chess. Or to play queen d4 and say that, okay, I don't care about the bishop on g1. For me, it's much more important not to be exchanging the bishop from f8, because let's face it, black still has this bishop on f8, bishop on g8, rook on h8. Of course, you can say that mirrorly, white has also the same kind of pieces, but still, somehow it seems to be more healthy for white. Somehow, if the bishop brings out, after queen d4, bishop e3, bishop e2, everything is shiny and beautiful for white. But for black, it's a little crumpy there, and white has space advantage. And I still believe that the a5 queen is more in danger than gives the benefit for black. And also the knight on c3 is much more, standing much better and has much more opportunities than the b6 knight, because the b6 knight can't really come to c4 after queen d4, can't come to a4. It supports d5, that's a fact. But for example, for white from c3 to b5, it can be some idea to play with white at some point. So probably for Sindarov, it's more difficult to play and make the decisions. It's very important the next 4 or 5 moves. At the same time, he has only 20 minutes on his clock, and all the way until the very end, he will get the extra 30 seconds. I don't know, do you know anything about how Sindarov is playing in time pressure?
Well, I actually had the impression that normally he makes sure that he has time on the clock. Yes, so I'm a little bit puzzled to see this time management.
Yeah, today he proved the opposite.
Yes, but also yesterday he was actually in a heavy time trial, but okay, he also got into a very unpleasant position at some point after misplaying the middle game. Now, I even have a theory. I feel like when he played all these queen e5 ideas, followed by queen a5, and so on, he missed that after knight takes d4, there is this queen takes d4 possibility. He simply believed that, I'm removing my queen, I'm going to trade on d4, after bishop takes d4, I'm going to go bishop c5, and he had this plan, he envisioned that everything is fine, and then to his horror, he realized that after knight d4, bishop d4 is not forced. It is so easy to think like, this is automatic, it's the only move for white, and then suddenly he had to readjust to the new situation that, wait a second, after queen d4, how do I continue? And I know that especially if you spend like 20 minutes thinking like after knight d4, bishop d4, how I'm solving my problems, and I feel comfortable, then you think like it was a well-invested time, yeah, because you think like, yes, now I know what's happening, and then when you realize that, wait a second, I burned 20 minutes for the wrong position because there will be queen d4 and I even don't know what to do, and then you have to force yourself to think again, that's when you get extremely nervous.
Yeah, I find it interesting that Nakamura takes the time, and I think it's also the reason because he has so much time compared to Sindarov that he's just enjoying. He's enjoying the moment that I can go bishop d4, but I can go queen d4. I'm better this way, I'm better that way. So how do I keep my chances the most, and how I can give the most difficult task to Sindarov, who was the person who many people thought that he made a very dubious decision when he could choose who he's going to be playing, and he chose practically the most difficult and challenging opponent, Nakamura, after he became second, actually tied for first in the qualification portion of the Grand Slam.
You know, I was there, I was sitting with Hikaru, I even chatted with him at that moment, and I could see that Really? Yes, this really happened. What is this? You know, I was like completely shocked. Does Sindarov really think that he's a favorite against me? No, it was just complete shock to not only to everyone but including Hikaru as well.
Well, of course, because we have to reveal for our audience who are not following every bit of this Grand Slam. The thing was that everybody thought that Magnus and Nakamura will be playing against each other because the system was that the first 4 players are choosing who they want to play. So first was Alireza choosing out of number 5, 6, 7, 8. The second player, Sindarov, had the second option of choosing out of the 3 players who left. So this is why everybody thought that the first, second, and third, they will pick someone. So for Magnus, there is nothing left but Nakamura, right? And of course, Nakamura thought there is no way that anybody will pick him. And Magnus also was there, of course, and gave the impression, a shocking expression, when Sindarov said, I want to play Nakamura. So it was a big shock for everybody. At the same time, I appreciated very much Sindarov's choice because Nakamura is telling to the world that, well, you never know when he's going to be retiring. So Sindarov is a very young, talented, rising star. This is the opportunity for him to play with Nakamura. With the youngster Gukesh and other youngsters, he will have the opportunity for 1,000 different occasions to play. But with Nakamura is the biggest challenge. So here we are, and we see Nakamura, who was quite happy for the decision, as he also, of course, thought that the biggest challenge and the most difficult match will be against Magnus, of course. Yes. No question about it. But this way, we are seeing some exceptionally interesting matching.
Well, I'm pretty sure that this will be very exciting, but because it's a little slow, maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view and then pick maybe a more dynamic game at this moment. Because, yeah, here the players are into very deep finesses. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view.
It will be a long game.
Yes, that's for sure.
It will be a long game. So we have not seen Vincent Alireza game in depth. So I would suggest to go there because there is an interesting pawn structure coming up. Some exchange of pawns happened. And so we can dive into the Vincent game.
And we know exactly that Alireza needs to win on demand to want to come back to equalize the score, and I believe he got a dream position. We have been talking about it right from the very beginning that he has done an excellent job of creating unbalance. Of course, Vincent was also a partner with this Queen G3, Knight B5, very special, way too deep idea for my taste, but okay, that's how the players are fighting. That's why you win and lose games. That's why we love the young generation. Now I see that Black has established this wonderful knight on e5, and he has this king on c8, which can still castle both ways. Well, I think in this case we don't have to be Nostradamus to basically feel that there will be a kingside castle. The black king from c8 will go all the way to g8, and then Black will actually not only target white's king, but can also play against the isolated weak e4 pawn with just some rook f8, touching that pawn. I'm very worried for Vincent, and I'm actually super impressed by Alireza, how he's creating chances for himself.
Absolutely. So far, it seems everything worked out for Alireza, and he is in a must-win situation, which is very important to highlight, I believe, because it usually affects the youngsters that they have. Well, yesterday it was very clear that Vincent played very well. He played extremely well the first few moves. He made better decisions than other players did, more experienced ones. And already after very few moves, after, we can call it in brackets, the opening, he got already the initiative with the black pieces, and basically Alireza could never recover. And he played a very good game, took the lead in the match. So today is the second game. And, you know, how to react by Vincent, right? I'm playing with the white pieces. I know it's freestyle chess, so I cannot just play a regular opening and be prepared on everything at all, because only 10 minutes before the start of the game, they get to know where the pieces are going to be standing. At the same time, of course, he's focused. and he knows that he just has to play a good game. But Alireza made great choices, and now, I mean, probably all of us would rather pick with the black side here, bishop d4. What can be the idea behind this? Does he want to take on e5 and exchange?
Well, but anyway, black will, I believe, just castle at the moment. Let me even put it there.
I have a question first. Can black take on f1?
Okay.
And if white takes back knight c4 and the b2 pawn is under attack?
Like this, yeah? Immediately.
But,
going after the pawn.
Yeah, maybe this is...
so after bishop takes f1, I have to take on e5.
The intermediate move, bishop takes e5.
Yes, I have to take on e5 and then capture with the queen on f1.
So if bishop g2, white wants to go bishop c7,
yes,
right?
That's very good. So basically, because of bishop c7, you have to capture back on e5. And then I believe that I'm kind of relieved. You might still have a good position, but first of all, you can't castle. This is kind of nice. This is a nice benefit. And also trading pieces.
That side.
Yes, that side. Okay, if you castle other way, I'm not worried.
You're happy?
Exactly, I'm super happy. So I'm not worried of bishop takes f1, but I'm really worried if black just castles first all the way to...
Though at the moment we see that Keymer is very relaxed by his heart rate.
Yeah, but maybe it simply shows that he already settled that I have a bad position, you know. It's because if it's a fresh thought, like then clearly his heart rate will be over 100. And I think it's very much connected that he might have calmed down that I have missed something, and I have to now put myself together, to put the toughest resistance. By the way, I'm not sure how do I react after castles.
I just take on e5, and after f takes e5, I move back with the queen, controlling the diagonal, controlling the g5 square, queen e3.
Yeah, but it's horrible. This knight on b6 is such a bad piece.
Queen d2 may be even better.
Okay, queen d2. It doesn't make me happy.
We have the first result of the game, of the day. Maybe we will have a look. Caruana draws against...
No,
he wins. Well, first it showed a draw.
Yeah,
now
technology plays jokes on us.
No, but maybe the players agreed to... But they can't agree to a draw.
And
the rules don't
the rule
allow.
is no draw offers before move 40. In this game, we are definitely not there yet. Which move are we in? Let's have a look. We're in move 18. So yes, it seems that Gukesh resigned in this position.
Yes.
Caruana wins and advances to the semifinals. And this is not surprising because in this position, white is a healthy extra pawn up. He has a better pawn structure. He has safe king, and there's just no hope to ever win this game. Even a draw would be far from easy to achieve. It is a lost position, so Gukesh was like, okay, it's enough. I will try again in the fight for 5th to 8th place. He will stay in the tournament, he will keep playing, but he will not be fighting for the first place, and Caruana advances to the semi-finals. Quite a powerful performance by Caruana today. From start to finish, I think it went wrong for Gukesh quite early, and he could never come back to it.
Yes, this is what we were talking at the very beginning, just after a few moves, that how unfortunate the drawing was for black, who has to win in this position, right? Because it was very clear from the beginning today that the opening favors white, especially if he needs to make a draw. It seems to be no danger really for white, because there were no pieces that had to be recovered from crazy squares. I mean, queen was in the center, king was on c1 in the starting position. So it was kind of much easier for white to stabilize the position. And of course, Fabiano is very experienced, and somehow his brain is very well wired for this freestyle kind of chess, because his curiosity and amount of time and energy he puts in, I think he really engages with the ideas, where the pieces belong, how to optimize them, is it the pawn move, is it the knight move, and of course he's an amazing classical player who has an incredible understanding, and he was a runner-up in a World Championship match in 2018 with Magnus. And I think he really enjoys the freestyle chess. So congratulations for him. He's the first one to go into the semi-final, and he is not going to be playing a playoff. We'll see how it turns out today, if anyone can win in a must-win situation, and we will move on to some more entertainment with the playoffs. But for now, we are here with the game Vincent versus Alireza. Alireza is in a must-win situation, which is definitely not a very comfortable situation. Did you ever
look at this? Now he's about to castle.
Yeah, let's
the
see
long
that
move.
Yes, exactly, a very long move.
The long move. What a satisfying it is, no?
Yes. Look at this.
There we go. Ah, beautiful.
Castles. Kingside castles, yeah, finally. The long short castle, yeah, all the way from C8 to G8.
Can you imagine in classical game, you decide once, and then you can change your mind during the game, and you can castle to the other side.
Wow, that would shock the opponent.
Yes, but this is what it is in freestyle, no?
Yes.
They throw out your king anywhere from the sky, it ends up somewhere on the 8th rank, and then you choose. And sometimes you just make a big shock to your opponent, that you have an attack on one side and suddenly you just go all the way to the other end of the board.
Yes, I think now, because Alireza is clearly better, the only question, yes, that Vincent is now setting up the idea of trading pieces. Yeah, your suggestion was to take on E5 and then fall back with the queen to D2. But I'm worried of this F file. I feel like no matter which direction I'm looking at the board, everywhere black's perspectives are shining on me, right? Because you have the F file, you have the initiative going on already, you have the better pawn structure, I have this very bad knight on B3. Imagine that knight being on E3, for example, king B1, knight E3, that would be a different construction.
Okay, I understand your complaints, but what do you do?
Yes.
Do you play bishop E6, escaping back? Because I'm threatening not only to take on D7, but also bishop C4, queen D5, right?
Well, but then I also have queen F7.
And then I exchange, I go knight A5.
But B2 is hanging. Yes, it's...
You're going into the details.
Yes, details, but for the moment, actually, Vincent has to go into details after castles, because giving up on E5, basically acknowledging that I'm just clearly worse without any counterplay, and I want to somehow survive. I don't think that over the board you really want to signal this to your opponent, that basically it's in your hands to see where things are going. So you would like to keep the imbalance in the position, but I don't know exactly how.
So what you want to say, white has a worse position, but by playing bishop e5, it's giving away even the little hope that it's unbalanced. So yes. I just say you're better, but you're not so much better that you win the game.
Exactly, but you know my style. If I'm better, I think that slowly I'm gonna win. Yeah, so it's very difficult to make up this decision. And of course, Vincent is a fine strategist himself, so he knows exactly that he's in trouble.
Well, and the question is whether, okay, right now you understand that you have a worse position with white, but you have to make a decision how you make damage control.
Yes.
So is it better for white giving more chances by not doing anything in the center, keep the bishop on d4 and allow black, let's say, to stabilize on the e5, putting from f8 to e8, and then possibly the knight moves away and you lose the e4 pawn? Yeah. Or to take on e5, admit that, okay, I have a worse position, but I'm going to be tough and I'm going to fight until the very end, I'm resisting, and I will make a draw. So this is the question, what to choose out of the two, not very promising.
Well, you are optimistic, yes, because if I look at this position from the white side, I feel like, okay, I just got completely outplayed and I will be rightly punished. If I would be black, I would be thinking that I outplayed my opponent and now it's time to cash in.
Okay, so if you play with the black side and at the end you don't win.
I will be very upset.
You would be very, very upset.
Very upset.
You think this position, you have to win
I
already.
have to win, yeah.
Against anyone.
Against anyone. Yeah.
If you play against Magnus.
Against Magnus, no matter.
Fabiano.
It doesn't matter. Kasparov, all together. No, this is just the position is so. And you know, if you ask them to sit on the white side, they will refuse. No, come on, we don't want to be white here. Any other position, yeah. And the people also know that against me, it's very important always to have counter chances, yeah, so that I will see some ghost. I will see that somewhere something can go wrong. But here, okay, I know that everything is safe. I'm the one calling the shots.
So you think the advantage is already so high for black, such a big advantage, positionally, right?
Exactly.
Without counter chance for white,
yes,
that you have to win this,
yeah,
otherwise you're going to be extremely upset with yourself.
Yeah, and I believe that already white doesn't need any mistake. So white can play perfect and white should lose. Yeah, so that's how I feel about it. Maybe let's ask Nicholas, please join our discussion. How do you feel?
I absolutely agree with you, Peter. Just practically it looks horrible for black.
For
white, excuse me, yes, of course. Great for black because you just have all the trumps on your side. You have the better pawn structure. And I think what is most important practically is that you have attacking chances at some point to push b4 and open up the white king. And at the same time, the black king feels quite safe. And it's hard to imagine counterplay. The computer still says it is not winning yet for black. It's clearly better, minus 1.2 or something like this. So maybe with perfect computer play, computer against computer, maybe white could hold. But I think in a practical game, black must be a huge favorite here. And I think it's just going to be really, really difficult for Keymer, unfortunately, to hold this.
Okay, but we understand that against the computer you would not win.
Yes, exactly. I wanted to tell this. Yeah, that
And
against humans, yes, but against computer, I know that I'm not capable. Yes.
And you would be not even upset.
Probably not. Yes.
Yeah.
I will just smile. That's destiny. Yeah?
Okay, so I'm on Vincent's side. And I'm rooting for him, that he is going to show you that it's not so easy to convert this advantage.
And I know how many times you save bad positions also, yeah, because you are an optimist.
Of course, he has to fight, he has to discover some opportunities. And I believe with best defense, it's not so easy to convert the advantage. And these days, I think for the last decade or 1.5, defense was on a huge development.
Yes.
So it's not like that 20 years ago you had against a weaker opponent a better position and then you could see that full collapse, right, in 10 moves. These days you're not going to see full collapse. So I'm pretty sure that Vincent will be fighting and looking for saving opportunities. But let's see what will be.
I'm also, a professional. I'm trying to put all the pressure on Alireza, yes? You have a winning position, you have to win and so on. Of course, I'm hoping deep inside that Vincent somehow survives, but I'm also, whoever plays a good game, he deserves to win. Yeah, and also when Vincent makes mistakes, I feel like the most he can learn if, he also gets punished, yeah? Because sometimes when you get away with mistakes, you think like you can always afford to make mistakes, yeah?
Well, I mean, I think he may save it, but I definitely don't think he's enjoying it.
Yes, that's for sure.
I think he feels the punishment already that he has to play this position because it's clear that it's not something that you're looking for to have, right? But right now I want to ask you, what happens on bishop f1?
Okay, bishop f1, then bishop takes e5 was the resource before, yeah? So probably I will stick to it again. We already know this motive, and now I'm kind of happy. Yeah? F takes e5, rook h1. I feel like I'm just slightly worse.
It's so easy to make you happy.
Exactly. Yes. If this happens, I'm okay. Now I'm fighting. Now I should not lose. I should hold.
So you're back in business.
Yeah. Immediately I'm back in business. Yeah. But
because bishop g2 was not possible.
Yeah. Then okay. Something.
Bishop c7 again.
Yeah. Something will happen. I'm very happy if I get some chances, something to calculate. I'm already very happy. But if you just keep the position. I don't know, with rook f8 or even maybe king h8, because
but
like you said, this...
Why is it so bad? Why is it so... I understand, but it's bad. Okay, so let's move rook f8.
Yes, okay, let's move rook f8. Yeah.
I go bishop e5.
Bishop e5?
I go bishop e5.
Ah, because d7 is hanging.
Ah.
Okay, good. Okay, at least something. Okay, good. So basically, rook f8 then is not precise. All right. So
Okay, so you give up so easily.
Well, give up on the wrong move, yeah, on rook f8, yeah. This means that I have to pay attention, I need to calculate. That's
so
already,
it doesn't work by itself.
yes, that's good news already. Then, okay, we understand why Alida is taking his time. And Vincent sidestep with queen g3. Actually, we have to also praise the move queen g3. It's kind of a good practical move to give your opponent a choice to go wrong. You will anyway know that whenever I take on e5, I need this queen g3 tempo. And okay, let him figure out things. Yeah, it's then of course you have to calculate.
It's not so easy.
Not so easy because you have to make up your mind. Yeah, that what do you do with black, for example? Then do you want to push the pawn to d6 just in case that the pawn on d7 will not be hanging? Do you play king h8 first? There are different options.
Yes, but my idea is just what happens if I can play bishop e5, f takes e5, and I just develop bishop d3?
Yeah.
I'm not playing it because this is the biggest joy I can do.
Yes. No,
I
only.
understand.
Yeah, for example, okay, let me play king h8, bishop e5, fe5, bishop d3. Something that I'm worried about that eventually this bishop might fall back, and then some c5, c4, and then b4. There is even this checkmating brutal idea. Yeah, this is also hanging in the air. That kind of worries me. And then maybe king h8 is very smart to be able to
bishop
go
g8
all the way back with the bishop to g8. Yeah.
That's funny because that's where it started out from the beginning of the position.
But the king was on c8 and the rook was on h8. Yeah. What a harmony right now.
Well, this looks quite powerful to play c5, c4. I have to agree.
Yeah.
Okay, until they play and they work it out how it will be, I think it's about time to go back to bird's eye view and have some observation what's going on the other boards, because time is getting lower everywhere. So how Sindarov is doing with his time, for example?
Well, first of all, Hikaru captured with the queen on d4. Yeah, Hikaru grabbed the opportunity. We also see that Hikaru also invested a lot of time, but finding the right idea, and queen takes d4, bishop d6, g3, fighting for the dark squares, a very interesting kind of way. But now also black has time to play bishop e5. Sindarov down to 70 minutes. I think if he would get now 30 extra minutes, then he would be kind of happy with his position. But with 70 minutes, it's very scary. What else do we have? Okay, the Levon game is messy, and Magnus seems to have the upper hand, no? It's very complex, but somehow it feels so high class, such a high level, and so much potential. Also, his last move, this bishop e6, inviting bishop takes e6, maybe even d takes e6, or even queen. I mean, there are so many possibilities.
Yeah, maybe we can go there.
Yes, let's go to Magnus.
Okay, so let's move on to the Abdusattorov Magnus game, because there are some interesting actions happened, and some moves which we were expecting did not happen on the board, like b3, and but some exchange of pawns we did get. So let's dive into the Abdusattorov Carlsen game.
Yeah, here we are. Now we can take a closer look. But whenever we are like behind, I feel like the best is to give the floor to Nicholas. He's the one who can probably guide us through the fastest on all what happened.
Sure, let's do that. I will try my best. A lot has happened, I feel like, even though not a lot of moves were played, but a lot of changes. So I believe we last left it after queen d2. And here Carlsen had a lot of choices available to him. Bishop c5, knight b4, and also f5, I believe we briefly mentioned. It is one of the top choices of the computer. Now, playing in the center, breaking in the center, taking away the white control over the center squares. And Nordebek, he should have probably taken on f5, then the position's equal. He played f4, sacrificing a pawn momentarily, attacking the black queen, but the pawn on e4 can be taken. Now the bishop was developed to d3, attacking the queen. The queen dropped back to e6, defending the pawn on f5. And now we see knight de3. Apparently this was a mistake, but it is quite logical to attack the pawn on f5 once more. And here apparently black could have just played the calm move g6. And I'm sure both players had calculated something here and come to a conclusion, or Carlsen at least came to a conclusion, that g6 has some drawback, and instead, well, I'm guessing g6 is b3. Let's see, and then to put the queen on c3. Is this an idea here, knight c5? But there's also knight takes d3. No, I cannot figure it out on the fly why g6 was not played. We would have to ask the players later. So knight c5 was played instead, giving back the pawn, but still retaining a very good and healthy position.
Wait a second, Nicholas.
Yes.
Just one, maybe after g6, knight d5, and then bishop f2, rook e1, could have been that Magnus, just knowing that Nodiebek is a big fighter, he did not want to give him the initiative.
Knight d5, and now after which move did you say?
Bishop g7, then bishop f2, and then...
Bishop f2.
Look at this, already according to computer, suddenly white...
Because the knight is trapped.
Yes.
Yes, knight d5 was likely the move that he did not like when a computer wants to reply with queen d6. But this is definitely
Very
not
difficult move.
an easy move to play. So understandably, he played a much more human and logical way, bringing back the knight to c5. The bishop takes the pawn on f5. The queen goes to f6. And now bishop f2 was played, which apparently was another mistake. White should have castled now. I guess I shouldn't move. I should not put the arrow like this. I should put the arrow like this. The rook just jumping over the king. But I should play it like this. Would have been better. Even here, black is clearly better, and we should not forget that Carlsen just needs a draw to advance to the semifinals. So after bishop f2, now Carlsen found the best move, bishop e6, and he is in excellent shape here. Bishop d3 was just played, and again, black is spoiled here. For choice, he can take on d3, he can take on f4, he can play even a fancy move like knight e5. It's very fancy. Knight e5, f takes e5, and queen takes f2, making use of a potential fork here. So this has developed in quite a good way for Carlsen, and it seems he is on his way to book a ticket to the semifinals, Judith.
Absolutely. Knight e5 seems to be like you're teasing your opponent. I think knight e5 is that kind of move already. Yes. I mean, I can go queen f4, I can go knight d3, but
I can do anything.
Yes.
Just for the spectators, I go knight e5.
Exactly, yeah, because I can, yes?
I can. Yes. I can afford it, because draw will be in my hands forever, but I'm going to be pushing it.
I could see you play this move.
Yeah, I was able to do these kind of moves. Oh, so beautiful.
But he grabs the pawn.
He's more practical than that.
Yes.
Magnus is just, if the pawn is there, I mean, why not to take it if it's for free? And yeah.
Basically, I'm feeling very sorry for Nodiebek. Yeah, looking at the whole match, he never had a chance to really put up the fight that he's capable of, yeah, because Magnus was dominating right from the beginning also.
Yeah, basically both days the opening did not work out at all.
Yeah, but why it does not work out? Because Magnus is so precise. You just give one extra move to Nodiebek, you just make one natural move, and then he gets position and he will play the way we know Nodiebek is able. But Magnus makes sure that he keeps them under control. Yeah, he doesn't let them shine to show their real strengths. It's really incredible, because apart of Magnus, I don't know anyone who can do this to Nodiebek.
Well, yeah, Magnus is very happy to have the time in the beginning to get the understanding of the position. Obviously, 10 minutes, it's not enough to discover all the ideas and the best ideas in the first few moves, which he spends alone, I think, at the board, but definitely not with the other players. Magnus was not hanging out with the other guys trying to figure out. He said, okay, I know what I'm doing. I know what I want to get out of this position. And I wonder, though, that were there any position in the tournament that was familiar already for Magnus, for example, or any of the players? Like, of course, they kind of can think of patterns, like where the king is placed, where the queen is placed. But was there any position that said, this is 270? Yeah, that was an important idea there.
It happened of the Fabi against Firouzja. Yeah, that I told that in the morning they had by accident. That's why you get the reward by practicing, training, that maybe you will get something. And that's how actually Fabiano crushed Alireza right out of the opening. Yeah, if you check the game, after 10 moves it was plus minus finish, and everything like a flow, like you can publish in the Chess Informant. That beautiful novelty, everything.
Okay, but at the same time, just because you had one game,
yes,
can you have such an understanding, such an advantage already?
Well, it was a move per move line, yeah, that basically because Alireza reacted the most logical way, how probably Fabi and Santos Ruiz, his friend second, reacted, then probably they discussed, analyzed it, and then they came to the conclusion, yeah. So it was really fascinating that, yeah, actually, if you can have preparation, especially with and that's why I'm loving this, that the players don't have any access to computers, yeah? It would have such a big difference if you give the players 30 seconds to check with computers, you will get a completely different game and we'll lose all the human touch, and all these computers move will happen in the just 30 seconds. But without any, then even 10 minutes, I remember when last year we had a training camp with Vincent for a tournament, classical chess and everything, and we only had like 1 hour or 1.5 hours to look at freestyle and we took a game from St. Louis, we analyzed it, and then we realized that, wow, every single move is an inaccuracy compared to computer. Yeah, computers are playing it in completely different planet, and we felt like during this half analyzing with computer, we understood more about freestyle chess than if we would have a training camp without computer for 1 month. Because humanly it's so difficult to understand all these things, that what you're going to do with your pieces and so on. Computers are just brutally strong here.
How would it be the growing for chess players if you have the engine, but you don't have the evaluation next to it?
Yeah, this will be very interesting.
Because there are two things, right,
exactly,
with the engine. One thing is that it shows the best, the second best, the third best move. But let's say it shows the moves, but you exclude the evaluation. How would the players develop in their understanding?
Yeah, completely differently. Completely differently, because also many times you acknowledge what computer is doing, you don't like it, but you see that it's +2 or something, okay. If it's only +0.50, yeah, in this position, you would say that no, I don't want to play like this, yeah, because it's too risky. But when you see that the evaluation is way too high, then you think like, I will be able to figure out over the board, yeah, I have enough time. But these are many times very tricky situations. But yeah, this is very nice. But in any case, I love the fact that you can't consult a computer, because it would be a completely different game.
But you can do it later on, and you can.
Yeah, later on. But right? Okay, it's 959 positions. Yeah, if we take out the classical one, it's impossible to do very deep preparation. But of course, slowly the players already now we see that how they are understanding certain structures and piece play.
Okay, so we had a pair of moves. White played bishop g3, and Magnus just went back with his queen to f7. It seems like Abdusattorov is in big trouble.
Yeah, you can see on his body language he wants to fight, and you also see Magnus completely relaxed. Yeah?
Looking the other games, what's going on there.
Exactly, I can afford it.
Even though he's still behind in time.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit behind, but okay, he knows exactly that here I can speed up any moment, especially when he even knows that all stabilizing moves are good for him, because draw is not a disaster. Yeah, of course, at this point he might want to win the game, but certainly in his mind is that, okay, I will always be solid. Yeah?
Let's say, do you think after a move like rook f1, does he want to go knight d3, takes and queen g6?
Yeah.
Or he wants to have his knight on c5 and he's not in a rush, he just moves away with the queen to h5?
It's a good question. It's a tough question. I think it's a method of choice and method of character also, that how you want to treat this position.
I think I would just take on d3, queen g6, and bishop shows up
Develop,
on c5.
Exactly, yeah. Very harmonious, very
and
natural.
And just to make it more painful, that it's either b5 I'm going to be doing, or the other nice idea is to go rook d8 castle and then bring the rooks on the f and e5.
Yeah. Basically, I feel like this battle has ended. I don't see Abdusattorov having any chances of bouncing back.
Nicholas, what do you think? Is there any practical chance that we can say Abdusattorov still has against Magnus?
I'm sure he will try everything he can. And you can see it by his body posture. And he just played castle. He just brought the rook over. But yeah, objectively speaking, Magnus is very much in the driver's seat. Somehow Abdusattorov needs to get Carlsen low on time and then make a mess somehow. But it is hard to imagine. There's a lot of harmony in the black position. Carlsen just responded immediately by playing castle as well. b5 was a better move. But there's even no need for him to think about such moves because all he needs is a draw and he has a perfectly harmonious position. You just have to get this bishop into a game, the rook into a game, the rooks into a game, and you're fine. Whereas the white pieces are not that greatly placed. Your king is a bit weakened because white has played this move c4, and especially the knights and this bishop are making a very good impression. So for example, rook f1, and now you can choose, you can put the queen on h5. I think also again this idea to trade on d3 followed by queen g6 would be totally fine, and you're not really going to beat Magnus in this endgame either, where he has the bishop pair, and yeah, he's also up a pawn.
Up a pawn, yes.
Yeah, he's up a pawn. I think this is also a very important factor. So yeah, I'm not really seeing Abdusattorov coming back in this one. Magnus has too much time. His position is too safe. He has too many good options. I think he's going to take this one home, Judith.
Okay, so what do you think, going back to the bird's eye view? Let's see what's going on in the other games, because we are progressing. We are already in 2.5 hours. The players are fighting it out, and the time shows also that way. What's going on between Nakamura and Sinderov game?
Yeah, I think that game might heat up. Okay, this is not an end game, so yes, there had been quite some developments. But the transformation of structure, and one could have foreseen it already. Yeah, that after g3, probably bishop e5, queen b4 takes, bishop takes c3, bc. That's how we reached this construction. It will be super interesting. And what else do we have? Well, the battle between Fedoseev and Aronian, it's very complex, but we will be clearly focusing on the both, right?
Yeah, but actually, maybe we can take a look just a few minutes because of the position itself. What do you think about that?
Yes. I think Nicholas can highlight everything quickly, just that we also treasure the moment that there is a triple pawn, white pawn on the b file, black spin is on a1.
And black sacrificed the piece.
Yeah, it's a very interesting position.
Yeah, let's take a look. Honestly, this is the game of the day. I mean, without a doubt, Aronian sacrificed a piece, and it's a whole mess. Unfortunately, however, though, they're not fighting for quarterfinal spots anymore, so we did not pay as much attention to this game. But let's just have a look how this developed out of the opening. Maybe this was quite similar to the Nakamura-Sinderov game. So here we also see this queen a5 move. There are a few little nuances and the differences. So let's see, knight b3, bishop takes. White has to take with the c pawn because a takes b3 would allow a potential check on a1. So c takes b3, now bishop b4, a3, and here, wow, d5, double exclamation mark, Aronian sacrificing a piece, and it gets very messy. Let's see what happened here. A takes b4, queen a1 check. This was the idea. Now you cannot play the king forward. This would be checkmate in one move. Quite a pretty checkmate, but Fedoseev has another move available. Bring the knight back. Now we see the point. D takes e4, opening the d file, attacking the white queen. The queen dropped back to e1. The rook traded on d1. The next rook is developed, and the black play is based on the lead and development. We see all of these pieces are still on their original squares and are not able to defend. Queen e1, now knight d5, a good move by Aronian to activate the knight, trying to take on b4, and Fedoseev goes bishop c5, defending this pawn. Here, Aronian took a long think, but he found the only move to keep equality, the very strong a5. And the point is that you once again want to get access to the b4 square, and if white takes an a5, suddenly you have another route for the knight to cause some trouble. And the position is actually balanced right now. It is, of course, super messy. Anything can still happen, but it seems that Aronian is on track to win this mini match and obtain 9th place. And I think both players are really showing what they're capable of here. Especially Aronian impressed me quite a lot with this creative piece sacrifice going for a long-term attack, Judith. This would have been quite up your alley as well, I suppose.
Oh, absolutely. It's just such a joy to watch this move d5. It was just such a beautiful position, very typical by Levon, what he is performing here, and I'm very much excited to see the outcome of the day, whether is it going to the brilliancy game of the day, even though we know that the players are not for the first place anymore. They are just playing for the 9s and 10s, for the points, and Grand Prix points, and for the money prize. At the same time, of course, we appreciate a lot the beauty of chess and the position, what we see right now. Of course, the computer's judgment is 0-0-0, but it doesn't spoil our party, I think, because it's a beautiful position. But let's go back to some other games where also a lot of actions are happening and results are going to be decisive or maybe decisive. Which one, Peter, would you like to pick?
Well, the Sindarov game is very interesting because we have the transformation of structure, and yes, for us it's kind of understandable and easy to understand how we reached here, but it's such a big change, that let me get the game up.
So let's pick the game Nakamura-Sindarov, and then we dive in what has happened in the last few moves, because there were a lot of things happening, because this was the last time we've seen and analyzed whether queen d4 or bishop d4 will be the choice for Nakamura.
Yes, and we liked queen d4 very much. Yeah, it's all about fighting against black's bishop on f8. So black is unable to play bishop c5. Very natural the way how he reacted with bishop d6. And I love the vision that Hikaru brought here, that it seems like black is threatening to play bishop e5, target the queen, and then threaten to damage the pawn structure on the queen side. Or, okay, white's king is right now also on the queen side, but yeah, this is the terminology that we use in classical chess. So yes, bishop d6, and Hikaru says, you know what, you want this, but it's very important for me that I control the dark squares. So he opted for g3, preparing the move f4, when everything would be very harmonious. So black has to go for bishop e5. Now Hikaru goes queen b4. That's the justification that yes, we do allow the trade on c3, but first we make sure that black will be forced also to capture on b4. Queen takes b4, ab.
Why couldn't it be bishop c3 first with black?
Yes, while I was talking, I knew that the question will appear, and also in my mind it appeared. Well, I'm expecting.
Checkmate.
Yes. This explains it all.
Hold on, we cannot play rook d8, yeah? Because in a check you cannot cast.
Yes. Imagine the shock, yeah? Queen f8 checkmate. No, my friend. Rook d8, please resign, yeah? It's very crucial. In such moments, if you are not sure, you have to get up and go to the arbiter, clarify the rules before you decide on your move. Certainly. Yeah, so bishop takes c3. Unfortunately, it's not possible for Sindarov, and this explains why he had to take on b4 first, and after a takes b4 he did not capture on c3 because he felt like then he's unable to maintain the structure. He first protects the pawn on a7. Let's not forget that the bishop from g1 is still targeting the pawn on a7. Why I'm saying this? Because if we go along the lines like takes, normally black wants to justify it by occupying the hole in white's camp. But now, of course, white could just take this pawn and it's a free pawn with a tempo. So he decided to play rook a8 first, protecting the pawn. Hikaru insists on hitting that pawn further with rook a1. Now, however, after bishop takes c3, b takes c3, black anyway opted for knight c4 because the rook has moved, so white is not taking on a7 with a tempo. So this case, if white captures, for example, let me just illustrate, after takes, there is suddenly the move b6, trapping the bishop, and black wins the game due to the traded rooks already. So white clearly played the move b5, making sure that black is unable to cement his knight on c4, and he will be kicking that out with rook a4. I'm loving white's position. What happened here, knight e5? Yeah, playing very concrete chess against bishop e2. I'm expecting bishop c4 as a strategical idea. Hikaru played or not played? Yeah, he's thinking. Yeah, exactly. Because if you play bishop e2, you have to deal with bishop c4.
Well, but f4 seems to be a very logical continuation. At the same time, after f4, can black play anyway bishop c4?
Yes, for sure, he has to. Yeah, it's a lovely tempo move. And then you will develop your bishop to h3 or g2. But okay, the bishop stays on c4, the b5 pawn is vulnerable. This is a little bit messy.
So maybe bishop g2, where do you go with the knight?
Good question. Okay, probably to f7.
Well, of course, bishop h3 was kind of a temptation to put pressure on the d7, but let's say bishop g2. And does it make any sense for white to play b6?
Yeah, it's the move that, looking from the black side, disturbed me the most. Yeah, before I can somehow stabilize my construction.
Would black go a5?
Yeah, let me show the pin. Yeah, that's the problem. a6, a5. It's a tough choice. Definitely a tough choice, but okay, maybe a6.
If
but
you go
also
a6,
a5.
then I go rook a5.
Yes, yeah, okay, let's play a5. Yeah.
I convinced you fast.
Yeah, fast, yeah, because I already sensed it that it's coming, yeah. So, okay, a5. Look at these two bishops. Okay, black is solid, but white has initiative. I mean, it's...
Yeah, but I mean, the black
Tricky
pawn on
position.
a5, it can also be a powerful pass pawn, and the bishop on c4 can be a very good outpost over there.
Exactly, and I'm also very flexible. I might even transfer my knight to c6. I can also get the knight to d6, rook e8 quickly.
Black can also bring his rook to a6, cover the b6 square, which can be important.
Yeah, well, it seems like Hikaru is fighting for advantage, but Sindarov is also doing extremely well with this knight e5, setting up bishop c4. This is practically so important. Yeah, if white stabilizes without bishop c4, then it will be super tough. And the reason why I'm really worried for Sindarov is not exactly because of his position, it's about the time. Yeah, look at this, 7 minutes. So if he will have some tough choices to deal with, and we can assume that Hikaru will be asking some tough questions, then how do you solve that with just 7 minutes for the rest of the game?
Though yesterday it was the same situation in time. Sindarov had very much behind time, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And it was Nakamura who misplayed and missed his clearly winning opportunity. Now, would you play it with white rather than black?
Well, if I already had foreseen the idea what I'm looking forward to, if not, then I would say it's not entirely clear, yeah, because it's a very move-per-move position. We cannot generalize, categorize it that
By the way,
white can be simply better.
What happens on bishop a7 here?
Okay, but you will be pinned, yeah? No, Hikaru goes for your move, bishop g2.
Bishop g2.
Yeah, okay, bishop a7, I'm not a bishop g2 is a move with the soul, yeah? That you beautifully...
As opposed to bishop takes a7.
Yeah, bishop a7, you just had to say it as a commentator, yeah? But your heart was clearly for bishop g2, I know this, yeah? Sometimes I also announce moves that I don't believe in, but I have to, yeah? That's our job to say moves. No, bishop g2 is played, bishop h3 was it, yeah, knight f7 played, and rook b1 on the board. Nicholas, maybe you are the one, because we feel that this is a very complex position, but also very move-per-move-ish. So what is the truth here?
Yeah, it's definitely quite concrete. And after rook b1, it seems that the position is about equal. So apparently, instead of bishop g2, the computer wanted to see bishop h3, or maybe also taking on c4, followed by rook a4. But I think I personally would definitely like to keep the bishop here on the board. So, but also here, knight d6, b6 is maybe a bit of pressure, but it can get quite sharp and concrete, rook e8, and so on and so forth. So maybe to put the bishop on h3 and then after knight f7 play the move b6, just feels like the bishop is a bit more active here, pointing at the pawn on d7. And now the move that you guys discussed with the bishop on g2 could be played a5 or maybe also takes on b6, and white is a bit better. But Nakamura, I guess, did not want to give Sindarov this passed a-pawn. He played rook b1, dealt with the threat against the pawn in a different way. And now there's also the idea to potentially push out the bishop on c4, which might be in some danger actually. It doesn't have so many squares. So this is definitely a move for Sindarov to be aware of. He has different choices here, c6, rook e8, and I think he has already made a move. He has a5, it's the top move. And Sindarov is definitely fully in the game, and I think this is a position even for all three results, Judith.
Absolutely. I'm looking at the screen and the position, what is going on, and I like it pretty much after a5 for black. Because, first of all, now white has to make a decision. It's always good to make moves when you put your opponent in serious questions. Do you take en passant? Pros and cons. You don't, you know the pros and cons, right? So if you don't capture en passant, then you can see that the bishop on c4 is extremely powerful. You cannot touch it with anything for the moment unless you play bishop f2, rook d1, rook d4, right? But it's three moves. So black has the time, black has the opportunity at some point to push the pawn a3, a2, a4, a3. Also, black wants to play knight d6 possibly to force matters. What are you going to do with the b5 pawn? Also, rook on e8 at some point is about time to bring the rook also. And the question is, time is a very important element. Not only the time, that 6.5 minutes left only to Sindarov, but the time on the chessboard, like how many moves white has to stabilize his position, right? Because the pawn structure, I mean, I would say right now I maybe prefer black's pawn structure. What do you think, Peter, about the pawn structure and the exact position here?
Yeah, the pawn structure is clearly in black's favor. If the bishop can sit on c4 comfortably, that's lovely. It's really all about move pair, move lines. If this bishop f2, rook d1, rook d4 idea is in time or not. But certainly a very tough choice and very tough decision awaits Hikaru. Also, does he try to play the objectively best move, which might actually ease his opponent's task, or will he maybe decide on the fact that, okay, my opponent only has 6.5 minutes, maybe I can now invest time, find some very murky, very double-edged line where very precise calculation is needed in order to play the perfect moves, and the price of each move will be tough. And Hikaru goes for b6. I feel like he's doing this. Yeah, he's trying to keep the game complex, because if he would have taken en passant and then black activates the rook, or maybe even the bishop captures back, I don't know exactly which one is better, but in any case, black would have been very happy seeing the en passant move b takes a6. b6 keeps the tension. Niklas, what are your thoughts? How complex is the position? Is there something very special that Sindarov has to keep in mind?
Yeah, I was just wondering, well, if you play b6 now, you might as well have played it one move earlier, because after knight f7, b6, probably black would have also played a5, and then you have some other choices than rook b1. But also, I suppose here rook b1 would be a very sensible move. So, in the game after rook b1, a5, black would be slowly ready at some point to play b6 and really cement the pawn structure. So b6 is stopping that, and now I think rook a6 makes a lot of sense to put some pressure on this pawn, also to bring this rook into a game. And honestly, I'm not sure at this point who I would pick, because you have this long-term advantage for black of having still the healthier pawn structure and having a passed a pawn, which could potentially be a big asset. So Judith, who do you prefer here in this position?
Well, actually, it's not so easy to pick, but I have the feeling that it's dangerous for both players, to be honest. That it's like completely for 3 results. It can go and shift anywhere in this way or that way, but the time trouble is coming up. But before we're going to go into the time trouble, we just have a few minutes of a break, but definitely continue from there.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
So the event is taking place here in WEISSENHAUS, the Grand Slam, the first leg of the Grand Slam. Right here, the excitement is escalating right now in the playing hall and also in our commentary booth, because we have almost all the game running, only one game finished between Caruana and Gukesh, where Caruana played an excellent game, great opening, and it took only a little bit more than 20 moves. Gukesh resigned, so this way Caruana is the first person to move on into the semifinals. And we are going to see Gukesh still playing for the other places, but he's not going to be part of the first 4 players already in this Grand Slam. Well, Caruana played an excellent match yesterday also. They had a fantastic game with full of action, full of opportunities, but Fabi showed exactly how to play the freestyle. So we have another 4 games running. We have the Fedoseev-Aronyan game, and which is very interesting. We saw it just a little bit before, a few minutes ago, just to see the great action. Incredible game. We'll get back to that also eventually, because there are beautiful chess going on there. But those 2 players playing only for the 9th and the 10th place, unfortunately. So we have another 3 games running for the qualifying to the next stage of this event. So Keymer, Firouzja, Nakamura, Sindarov, and Abdusadarov versus Magnus Carlsen. So we are right here, Peter. We are seeing 3 games running. We were just before the break, so Nakamura, Sindarov game. So I would suggest let's go to the other games. Keymer, Firouzja, there are a lot of action going on.
Yeah.
I see from distance on the monitor out of the 5 games, but somehow it does not look good for white. What do you think? Let's pick that one?
Yeah, we have to go there because Alireza has a tremendous initiative going against Vincent's king. Let's take a look. He needs to bounce back, and it seems like he's on the right track. However, okay, white's position is kind of solid in a sense that, okay, is he losing by force or not? Yeah, I mean, after b takes c3, I still have knight takes c3. Yeah, that gives me some stability. Yeah, because bc, rook takes b1, I believe, should be just checkmate. bc knight c3 gives some hope. There is also queen takes c5 hanging in the air.
Well, maybe this time it will be me who says that if I wouldn't win this position,
yes.
I would be really unhappy with black. But
of course.
It's a real torture right now, it seems. Knight b1 was the last move for Vincent. He's trying to put together, keep the position alive, but it does not look good. Nicholas, what do you think? Is there a force win for black?
Yeah, that's definitely quite complicated in this moment, and both players with not a lot of time left here, 18 minutes for Firouzja and 11 for Vincent. Knight b1 was a mistake. He was just back in the game here. He had almost equalized, in fact, and he should have taken this pawn on e5. Of course, it would have not been easy either. I suppose, I'm not sure what Firouzja had in mind after rook takes e5. Maybe he wanted to go d5, but now white can take on c4. Of course, this also gets very messy, but it seems that white is able to have some stability and should be able to hold, even though, of course, admittedly, it looks also quite dangerous with the open white king, but this is equal. After all, instead after b4, knight b1, black is once again clearly better. And there are two attractive choices, to take on c3 or to play b3. And there's no win, outright win for black yet, but Firouzja is really a feared attacking player, and he also, I just saw him on the camera, he is really focused in right now. He knows this is a great chance for him to equalize the match and take this match into the playoffs. So he is calculating the different options right now, and he will try to get his attack going, Peter.
Yes, I'm really worried for white here, but at the same time, for example, this b takes c3, knight takes c3, and knight takes b2 is the move that computer was showing. Well, that exactly was the position that I felt like, yes, I know it's dangerous, it's risky, but there is some stability, so that's certainly not the position I'm most worried of. Yeah, computer was saying something like takes, takes, takes. Nothing is threatened. The knight on c3 is stable. Maybe I have time to play rook hf1. The king can always escape to d2 if black goes for queen a3 idea. So I'm wondering, Julie, that what are your instincts? You felt like, okay, if you would not win this, then you would be completely out of your mind. That how could this happen? What are your thoughts when you see this position?
Yes, because at first sight, it looks like so promising for black, like everything is ready to kill white's position, right? I mean, the b8 rook is right there from the very start of this game as a freestyle game. It was there, so our Alireza could benefit from that. He could put b5, b4, knight on a4. What else can you have more than that, right? So it looks just so promising. I understand your reaction that after b takes c3, knight c3, finally you have a good knight.
Yes.
And, well, depending on the result, it will be a good knight, right? But, so basically white is holding on, and the knight on b2, it's true that black is capturing a pawn, but we don't see exactly how it will be checkmating white. So because of that, probably b takes c3 I would postpone and just keep the threat, as we always say, that just the threat can be much more painful and worrisome than actually the execution. So I would be thinking of something like queen b6, just to threat to b takes c3 in a much more powerful way. And I don't know if I can give up the pawn, but somehow it seems that white is so extremely passive on the queen side. So this is why I thought that it's hard to believe that white can save.
Maybe I have this rook. You are also setting with some queen h6 check. I wanted to go rook takes f7 followed by bishop c4 and hope to survive. But then I spotted that even somewhere some queen h6 check can be very unpleasant.
Maybe though I have to defend the e5 pawn. But actually this can be a huge opportunity for Vincent. If it looks much better for black than actually it is, that can be a very big frustration for Alireza as well, that he thought, okay, game is going to be over, let's go for the playoff, right? Don't waste our time. It's done. Yes. I showed you I'm better. I showed you I played. I got a huge advantage in this position. But still, of course, Alireza has to prove it, has to show it that how he's going to be converting his advantage. Exactly. And the time is kind of tricky because Vincent went down already under 12 minutes. But Alireza is also getting close to that. He has only 2 minutes extra compared to Vincent. And the players will receive only, apart from this time, what we see on the screen, only after every single move they make, 30 seconds, 30 extra seconds, which of course makes the game very different than, for example, when I was young, when we were young, when there was no bonus time, right? So that was a completely different game. So here players always get the 30 seconds, which makes it possible that you can find some very important moves in important moments.
Yeah, basically with this 30 seconds increment, it's super important never to lose the control of the game, yeah, because your opponent can very easily mount a comeback. And contrary where you can so-called play against flagging your opponent, then you have to rely on your intuition when you know that you're down to a minute, you have to speed up, you have to forget about the objectivity. And I feel that in this position, okay, white is just one move away with rook hf1 to create some real unpleasant threats also thanks to the pin on the f-file. Yeah, because if black will be trying to use his pieces and his rook on the b8 towards the attack, then it will be very unpleasant to keep an eye also on f8. So Alireza needs to use this time, needs to use this one moment before white gets rook hf1 in to get his attack going. Or, okay, he already has his attack going, but how to get the maximum benefit out of it?
Well, I believe we can say, for example, that this exact moment is a critical moment.
Yes.
So, Nicholas, I would ask you to give us an information. How critical is it?
It is very critical, for sure, for this match. For if Firouzja can strike back and equalize the match, or if Vincent can get a draw or maybe even a win in this game and advance to the semifinals, which would be, of course, a huge success for the German #1. So let's dive in and have a look. And we just got a move, I believe. We got b takes c3. This was one of the two moves. b3, I think, practically was a better choice for black, but let's focus on the move that was played. b takes c3, knight takes c3, and now black has to take this pawn on b2. But and was this already played as well? I hear the players making moves. Yes, knight takes b2 was played, and now rook hf1 I think will also appear very quickly. And white has some activity, as Peter said, has some stability, and there's also this pin along the f-file. So now, and there are some options here for black. There's queen d4, there's d6, there's even a move like knight d3 check, which needs to be considered, because if white takes with the pawn, then there's queen a3 check, and suddenly all the stability is falling apart. You're going to lose this knight, and you're going to be checkmated. Well, maybe not checkmated, but it's going to be really a difficult check. Take the knight on c3 and take the pawn, and yeah, it's just... Black is just going to win here, pinning the bishop and winning the bishop. So after knight d3 check, white needs to take with the bishop, pawn takes, and now queen takes d3. And black is better here, but white is definitely hanging on. And the activity on the f-file is helpful, because if this bishop moves and you are able to trade all the rooks, that would definitely make your defensive task much easier. So knight takes b2, I suppose. Well, rook hf1 is not on the board yet. I'm a bit surprised, because there are not really alternatives, at least from an objective sense here. Rook hf1 clearly the only move to stay in the game, otherwise white is losing. maybe he is calculating knight d3. A computer says d6 is the best move, but this is, I think, not an easy move to play. Just stabilizing the pawn on e5. I would expect knight d3 or maybe queen d4, which look a bit more to the point, continuing the attack instead of making a quiet move. So this is where we're at. Keymer is thinking after knight takes b2. Peter, do you think Vincent is considering any other move right now? I mean, he must be, because he's thinking.
Well, definitely, okay. First of all, maybe from distance he thought like, all right, b takes c3, knight takes c3, knight takes b2, then I get some stability, I will take a look what's going to happen. Maybe also he felt like he had no other choice before, yeah, so now he has to adjust to the situation. Intuitively, I feel like rook hf1 has to be the move, because otherwise what comes to mind, picking up the e5 pawn, queen takes e5, runs into queen e3 check, winning the game on the spot. Then we are forced to the b file, which runs into discovered checks like knight d3 or knight a4, or no matter where the knight is jumping, it will be checkmate and decisive. And the rook takes e5, somehow then all the pieces are hanging in the air. For example, rook e5, I will be very worried of some queen d4, setting up this knight d3 check idea, which is murderous. And yeah, Vincent goes for rook hf1. There was no other alternative. Of course, you have to play rook hf1. And again, yeah, this pressure on the f file, this gives me some hope. And computer said the move queen d4, and then after queen f3, was not exactly clear to me how computer wants to follow it up, yeah, because suddenly there is this tremendous pressure. I feel that, practically speaking, the move knight d3 and this motive knight d3 is the reason why Alireza was finally deciding on going for bc knight b2, because he knows that he will always have this knight d3 idea at the right moment. Judith.
Well, it is very critical moment still, I think, because before it was critical whether a decision will be made by Alireza, activate the white knight, though he's grabbing one pawn. But the question is how valuable that pawn is, because now after rook hf1, white is activating himself quite a bit. I mean, there couldn't be more active rooks than the f5 and f1, so that's excellently placed. Knight on c3 stabilized the position, so there are no checkmates around for the moment. Bishop on e2 is something that maybe it can show up on h5, but actually it's doing its job, being on the safe track. Queen on g3 stands very well, putting pressure on the g file. At the same time, the e5 pawn is always under attack. And more importantly, defending the e3 most important square, as you pointed out, that if we allow black to give a check on e3, then the game will not last long for sure. So, but at the moment, for example, the b2 knight is not well placed. It's somewhere completely misplaced, so its only possible target and power can be to go knight d3. To really ruin white's position, but that can happen only if black win on a3 or d4, so the c3 knight can be under attack. So this is why I think it's very important for Firouzja how he's going to be continuing. He's going down in time. They are very near in time, as we see, both of them less than 10 minutes. And the calculation is needed very much, but also intuition is something that you need here. So you have to combine both, that intuitively you want to play what? Bishop e6, you want to play queen d4, you want to go knight d3 immediately, do you want to go d6 to protect the e5 pawn? But whatever you make, it has pluses and minuses. For now, the f8 rook cannot make a move, which is a great benefit for white. And also the f7 bishop cannot move so comfortably, though maybe can it be a move? No, it cannot be, because rook f8 and then the b2 knight is under attack. Yes. So it is kind of tricky for black also how to continue. And also what is very important, that there was a big shift and change of the spirit of the position, yes. Because for a long time the white knight was on d2.
Was on b3,
yes, d2,
exactly.
But it was for a long time that the black knight was on a4, having the pawns on b4, c4, putting a lot of pressure, and now the pressure is off from white. There is a pawn. down. Okay, that's a fact.
Yeah, something
But still,
for something.
The b2 knight can get in trouble if black is not paying attention and not playing accurately.
I feel like the reason why, humanly speaking, the d6 move is so difficult that then suddenly the queen abandons the protection of the f8 rook. Yes, so you just feel like, yes, I'm protecting the pawn on e5, which might not even be hanging, right? So do I want to care about it? But it feels like it's much more important that I need to control, protect the rook on f8. So a lot of tension here. Alireza now under 8 minutes. Vincent up on the clock maybe for the very first time in this game. And a very interesting, intriguing position. Of course, Alireza has knight d3 move at his disposal. Yeah, he has a very safe choice, after which he's slightly better. Yeah, so that's why maybe he's burning all his time. That do I find the knockout blow? Yeah, if I find the knockout blow, then I go for it. If not, then I have knight d3 in my pocket and I will torture my opponent.
What do you think, going back to bird's eye view, see what's going on in the other, because we are getting less on time in every game, and maybe we can observe how is it happening in the other games, what's happening with Nakamura against Sindarov, what has happened, then the other game which is still...
Well, basically Magnus game, the match is over, yeah, because this is an endgame, Magnus is up a pawn, the only question is will he win it or not. So that's good news for us, that basically one less match to focus at the moment. Of course, bad news for Nordic fans, but yeah, Magnus was on the driver's seat. By the way, Aronyan's attack seems to be winning according to computer, at least. In Levon keeps on playing in style with knight c4. It's definitely, like Nicholas highlighted, the game of the day. And what about Hikaru? That's the biggest fight. By the way, Alireza went for queen a3, Vincent blitzes out king d2 now. Very interesting. Where does he want to break? How he wants to... Rook b6, rook d6, or what are the ideas? No, queen d6 check. Okay.
But maybe white is ready to go to e1. He does not have to go back to the danger zone to c1 where things can go wrong.
Yes. Actually, as we can see with the elevation bar, the position is back to equal, and I think we should stick with this game, Keymer against Firouzja, because as you said, Nordebek against Magnus is pretty much over, and Hikaru against Sindarov is of course also interesting, but this is definitely much more exciting, and especially now with the last developments that we see now in this position, Keymer can go to e1. There's nothing wrong with this move and getting the king out of the danger zone, and the position would be back to equal and everything to play for. And let's not forget, Keymer just needs a draw to advance to the semifinals. Firouzja needs to win to equalize the match, and it seems like the last few moves it is heading again in Vincent's direction. Now, a very critical moment. Will Vincent play the move king e1 here, or will he step back to c1?
How bad is king c1?
It's not terrible. It's, well, maybe it is getting more and more terrible the longer the computer looks at it. But yeah, this is definitely very critical.
Oh wow, and I see king c1 computer even says that rook f8 is possible because rook takes f7, queen h6 check appears. That's how he can unpin. That's actually the big trick of Alireza. Vincent has to pay attention not to fall for it.
So king c1, there would be rook. The rook could go to e8, and after rook takes f7, there's a nasty check on h8, forcing the king to b1. We have a move. Which one is it? It is king e1. He finds the correct move, and the position is equal now. Of course, with little time on the clock, still anything can happen, but Vincent is very much back in this game and can save it to get a very important half point and a ticket to the semifinals potentially. But far from over, Judith.
Oh, absolutely. It's never over until it's over. But I think it was not a question for Vincent where to go with his king. Because let's face it, the knight on b2 is kind of not only an attacker, but it was a little bit the defensor also of the c1 king. But still, on e1, we are getting closer to safe zone. And the b2 knight is there, so that is a big, big question of black. What is he going to be doing with that knight? Can he sacrifice it in a beneficial form to go knight d3? Of course, that's the move which non-stop one should be looking at with the white side and also with the black side. But now also the b8 rook, it was so fantastically attacking. But what is it doing actually right now? It's doing nothing right there because the c3 knight is just controlling everything. Every problem is solved by that knight. And all the pieces are very active. Still the e5 pawn is under attack. Sometimes rook g5 is there. And the queen on g3, actually, if the queen stays on d6, even sometimes it can control with queen e3 some squares. Of course, d4 square is also very important.
I'm trying to understand that what Alireza has in mind, that why did he decided that this is the way to go. And I'm thinking about queen b4. Is that a move like trying to set up this pin, threatening knight a4? And his idea was that against king c1 I can unpin myself, and against king e1 I will use this pin with queen b4. What do you think about this?
Well, you're completely right that you try to move on and pose problems for white, and queen b4 seems to be quite a logical move. I also want to point out that Alireza seems to get lost a little bit in his plans because it shows on his time that he's down on time compared to Vincent. He went down under 6 minutes.
About to make a move?
He's about to make a move and
plays bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
Ah, wow, so this was his idea, that he lured the king away so that the knight on b2 is not hanging. Now he is offering the trade of pieces, but can white actually take on e5 with the queen? Is that a move?
Absolutely, and it's the best move, and white is clearly better. And then you're going to trade a few rooks, your king feels safer, bishop e6, just a practically...
Look at Vincent stares at Alireza, that what am I missing?
And he will play queen takes e5, and he will, I think,
be
likely
yeah, look at
this game.
Yeah, look at the confusion on Vincent's face. Yeah, that what am I missing? What is happening?
He's not missing anything. He will take this pawn.
Yes, because actually if the king would be on c1, this kind of queen e5 maybe would not work because of knight d3 or queen a3 check and then capturing the rook. But having the king on e1, there are no queen a3 check kind of stories.
And he takes on e5. Yeah, queen takes e5 on the board. Well, this will be a horror to Alireza. Look at him. How is he reacting to it? I cannot believe. Yeah, just in a couple of moves, but we felt like this knight takes b2 direction, unless there is a knockout punch, we don't like it.
Yeah, that was the moment where objectively he was still better, but the position shifted to such a different way that you had to switch completely your brain to find the best moves, which were not easy at all.
And look at this. Yeah, Alireza is so unhappy. How did I miss this? How could I have missed it? His problem was also that he had so many options, right? When you have so many options but no clarity, then it's so easy to finally lose the objectivity and then decide on some move, and then you blunder the simplest of all.
Absolutely, it can be the case that simply e5 is hanging, but it's not takeable because before, when the queen was on c5, it was not possible to take on e5 because of queen e3, when the king was on c1, right? But the queen is on dc, so it's sometimes you really get in confusion why things are not possible to do. Only one piece is standing in another place, and suddenly everything becomes different. And what was not working before, it works now.
Yeah, and now humanly white is clearly better. That's the point. Of course, even Vincent doesn't need to be better. It's enough for him to understand that, okay, I'm perfectly safe. That's all I need.
Yes, he's safe, especially because he's going to be simplifying the position. So that's very important, that it's either queen takes e5, which after white has a huge advantage, I believe, because the knight on c3 stands better. The b2 knight is actually stuck.
Yes, it's completely stuck.
And if the black queen moves away, then white is ready to exchange both of the rooks. And also white is just having a great position. b2 knight can get in trouble, while the c3 knight will never get in trouble.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's very hard to explain. Yeah, what went through Alireza's mind. I believe what you highlighted very nicely with this before b takes c3, that you feel with black that it's game over, I'm crashing through, and deep in your mind you might be already thinking that yes, I bounced back, it was tough, but I did it, and then I'm gonna go to the playoff, and so on, and then suddenly you lose objectively a queen before played with a very disappointing face.
Well, with a clear idea, when the opportunity comes to play knight a4 and using the pin.
Yes, but now, of course, white will trade all rooks and then just sidestep with the king to f2. What can happen then? Anyway, of course, knight a4 will be played, but then this is very drawish. I don't want to be better with white, I just want stability, safety.
So what Vincent is up to, what is he thinking about? It's kind of a logical continuation to capture, exchange the rook.
Yes, I did turn to Nicholas and the computer, and yeah, rook takes f8 on the board, king takes f8, and computers shows clear advantage to white, which to my eyes is a big surprise, and I'm not even believing that Vincent thinks about being better. He's just very happy that, okay, he's out of danger.
But I think king f2 seems to be the most logical move, going out of the pin. Nicholas, what can you tell us about this position? Is white can get any danger?
I don't think so. I mean, you have a beautifully centralized queen on e5, which is controlling a lot of squares. You don't have a lot of pieces left on the board. Your king is not in danger. The dark squares are weakened. Of course, the black king is also not that safe itself. And yes, the best move, the only move claiming an advantage here is king to f2. But even if he plays king f1, the position is equal. Vincent doesn't mind an equal position, especially given what happened in the game so far, where he was under pressure for most of it and he was under attack. So now he will definitely be very happy either way. But after king f2, just to understand why white is better, apparently after knight a4, knight d5 is quite a strong move. Since after bishop takes d5, pawn takes d5, you still have the strong queen and the knight is a bit far away from the action here, and you have ideas like d6, maybe start an attack even with little pieces against the black king, and white is in excellent shape. So king f2 is the best move, but even if he goes king f1, I don't really see Vincent losing this game. Something really bad would need to happen, and he's on his way to go to the semifinals, Peter.
Wow, it's really a shocking event. It looked like, yeah, Aliza is bouncing back. He shows all that we know he's capable of, yeah, creating chances, very smart play in the opening, yeah, finding the way to unbalance things, then increasing the pressure. And just when it looked like he's breaking through, then Vincent's last defensive line was holding, was driving him crazy, frustrated him that he cannot find a knockout punch, and then went on to blunder a very simple move.
But you know, things are never so simple, or many times, like, of course, yesterday, if we think about the game between Nakamura, what kind of winning position he ruined, where you think there is no way I can ruin it if they wake me up 4 a.m.
We know we can, yes.
It's just, of course you win, no question about it, I can never ruin it. And what has happened? Cinderer was sitting there, fighting there, taking his chances where it was given. And it was the same with Vincent. Like, of course he understood and knew that he has a very difficult position and he will have to defend all the way along. But he found some very important, not even the best moves, because as we saw, he saved it already and then he went knight b1, which was not even the best solution. But he was there, and it's so difficult to win a winning position sometimes, even on the highest level. And this shows again that this is what we call sport, right?
Wow, but Vincent goes queen f4 check. He's trying to find the perpetual check, because otherwise there is just absolutely no reason why you would play queen f4 check instead of king f2. He believes that this is perpetual check.
Yeah, king f2 was more logical to go out from the pin. Or maybe he just wants to go queen d2.
Yeah, queen d2. But okay, what does queen d2 really do?
To stabilize the position and
yeah, but
to
queen on
make
e5 was, yeah. Okay, but this is the direction how you can actually end up losing if you don't have a forced draw.
But don't forget that we are here, we are analyzing, we have the engine sometimes to ask the evaluation. You are there, you suffered the whole day, right, for 3 hours, more than 3 hours and 20 minutes or 50 minutes, you were suffering there. You knew that you're so close to losing. And then suddenly in the last 5 minutes, you recovered. So it's not obvious that you immediately realize that you did not even save the game, but actually you're even better, right?
No, and actually I also understand his point. His idea is that against knight a4, he takes on a4 and plays c3 and cements, and he believes that there is no breakthrough.
Of course, objectively, the queen on e5, centralized queen, it can be much more powerful than coming back to d2. But it's also understandable that he wants safety. He says, okay, I want my queen on d2, and then nothing can happen because I want to go knight d5. If knight a4 takes, and c3, what you mentioned. With the e6 bishop, what do you want? You're protecting your pawn on c4, right? Nothing else than that.
Yeah, but queen c5, yeah, black gets this diagonal. Okay, the knight on b2 is kind of
Bishop f3.
Yeah, bishop f3. But okay, I can already win the h2 pawn.
And then I win your knight on queen
c1. With queen c1.
Queen b8, I understand. It's...
Yeah, no, I'm just not liking that it's a passive kind of defense, and it was clear that king f2 was possible, yeah?
Yeah.
It's, okay, even if I lose that a2 pawn, I feel like there has to be perpetual check, but maybe he thought that thanks to this bishop on e6, there is no perpetual check.
Yeah, but it was not so simple, because now I'm looking, if he played king f2 when the queen was on e5, queen b6 check. What do you do?
Yeah, well, I thought like, okay, king f3.
But is king f3 something you want to do when, for 3 hours and 15 minutes you were suffering?
Yes.
That's where you're looking your advantage.
And look at the heart rate. Vincent feels the tension. He's now 110, and we have seen when there was this very powerful attack from Ali Reza, he had like 78 or something. Yeah, that the tension is growing, even though that it's an endgame. 4.5 minutes, and there is still a lot to play for.
Yeah, it's quite stressful.
He goes h3.
Yeah, he's looking for stability, nothing else, basically, right? So he's looking for something that it can be a fortress or something, and that black has no chance to create any problem for him.
Yes, he wants bishop f3 next, and potentially also king e2. Yeah, Ali Reza pushes his pawn. He will push the pawn all the way to a3. That's kind of obvious.
Stabilize his knight on b2, maybe hoping one day to exchange the knights, that white has not enough time to play c3, and black can play c3 one day, and then the bishop on e6 comes alive, captures on a2. I understand that all what I just said, it's a dream, but at this point I think that's the main thing black can do, dreaming and hoping that the Vincent will go wrong and make some inaccuracies. Of course, he has to make a lot of inaccuracies or big mistake to have serious problems, but right now there is a much better situation for Ali Reza than 3 moves before.
Exactly. Yeah, then it looked like white is in total control with the queen on e5. I would say that the line that Nicholas highlighted with the computer helped, that against knight a4 there was this knight d5. This was humanly counterintuitive, because you don't want to end up in a good knight versus bad bishop kind of scenario. Of course, the computer says that, wait a second, actually it's vice versa. The bad bishop is actually a good bishop, but that was psychologically tough. Now Vincent plays the move king f1. Now a little bit it feels awkward that he played h3 and king f1. Why is he combining these two moves together? Is he planning bishop g4? Maybe he wants to trade the bishops.
This is exactly what I thought, but I'm not sure it's a wise idea, you know. But maybe Ali Reza will play h5 just to play against Vincent's plan.
Yes, but on the other hand, also h5 weakens a little bit black's construction.
Yeah, but
it's
actually
vulnerable.
white king, I think, now can be more in trouble a little bit than black's. Because of the excellently placed black queen on c5.
Yes.
That diagonal, the a7 g1 diagonal, is very powerful. Also, white queen was better on e5, better on d4, on e3.
Yeah, of course he couldn't get there. Okay, queen f8 check. Played, what does this?
This is good because it
king
went
e1
to first
back.
place.
Yes, now white is threatening queen d4.
Maybe queen f6 he wants to
Or
go
queen
to
e3.
check.
Yeah, maybe queen e3. Yeah, I want queen queen f6 on the board, but this is strange. Yeah, now white can put the queen on e3.
Queen e5, king
but some knight d3 check.
Oh.
Alireza is setting up the knight d3 trap, which I have fallen into. Of course, I was not calculating. I was just mentioning moves. But yeah, that's the idea. Devilish idea. Queen e3 is met by knight d3 check, and all of a sudden the queen from f6 hits the knight on c3.
Okay, so what about playing bishop f3 now?
Allowing bishop takes h3.
You think bishop h3 is possible?
No, it feels
knight d5.
It feels very shaky. Yeah.
Well, not clear. Okay. Actually, knight d5 may be a move now.
Okay, what's the clock situation? 4 versus 4, 30 seconds per move. Look at Alireza. I think this is a very tricky kind of face expression. You are looking at the side like you lost the interest of the game. You are very unhappy. You are not playing for anything anymore. But deep inside, he's just waiting
looking for the trips.
Exactly. Just one small miss by his opponent, and he will be right there. Yeah. Then that's a very big trick that people, the top players, are using, and I think any experienced player is using.
And Vincent was very much into the game. I think he feels that he has to be accurate. And it's not funny when you realize it that you want to play queen e3. Oh, knight d3. Oh my God, yes. I shouldn't blunder.
Let me just put it on the board one time that we are knight d3 check. If we take that knight, then black takes the knight. And if we play king d2 ignore, then the black knight gets back to e5. It doesn't do that much, but psychologically it might have an impact. So you don't want to allow this knight from b2 to jump back to e5.
Yeah, and time is passing. Bishop g4.
Played.
Is it a good move? Bishop g4, takes, queen h4 check. Well, the b2 knight is still there.
Yeah. So he just wants to sidestep with king f1 and queen takes g4, queen d5 check. And that looks good. That looks good for white. So how will Alireza...
Maybe it's a great decision by Vincent?
Well, this bishop on e6 is such a monster. Yeah, it holds everything together and it does not give you the chance to get access to black's king. Yeah, that's why black's king feels so safe.
Maybe we ask Niklas, what do you think about the situation? What is the evaluation? Are there any dangers for any of the players?
Well, bishop g4 was definitely a fine move, trading bishops and also simplifying the position further. As Peter said, the bishop on e6 is the strongest piece. Yes, thank you, Peter. And now let's see what has been played. No more moves have been played so far. So black should maybe maintain the tension going bishop queen to e5, but already you have to consider potential perpetual checks, which would lead to a draw and then for Vincent to advance to the semi-finals. I think it's not quite a perpetual here yet. The king can escape for the moment. But also here you always have this issue with the knight on b2. So the computer is saying 0-0-0. It's not over yet. But actually here Firouzja now has to make a decision and he plays h5. Plays h5. I think a good move. I think a good move because white cannot take this pawn because of queen h4, winning the bishop. And now if you take on e6, it's of course a better version for black because you immediately have more space for your king and you're not going to be in danger of any perpetual checks. Vincent takes still, the computer maybe said to retreat to f3 was better, but also taking leads to an equal position. And 3 versus 3 minutes. Peter, how's your heart rate right now?
Well, heart rate is fine, but it's not over yet. It's a tricky kind of construction that you cannot play queen e3 because of knight d3 check. You have to be patient with white, especially when you know that actually draw is kind of like a win, then you would like to force it. And the position doesn't let white to force the draw. Yeah, you have to maintain, you have to keep your nerves, and there are only 3 more minutes left. Of course, with 30 seconds bonus, it's not so critical, but I feel like this is now a game on the nerves, and this is what Alireza is doing, and h5 was a very good practical choice.
I completely agree with you that h5 was an excellent practical move because actually the exchange on e6, which is very obvious that Vincent, no matter whether bishop f3 is objectively a better move or not, he's going to be exchanging on e6 because that's what was his plan. But now black got this much better circumstances after h5, so the king can go to h7, hiding from all kind of checks. At the same time, queen of f6 stands very well because keeps an eye on the c3 knight. At the same time, if the c3 knight would want to move away, then queen h4 suddenly grabs the center pawn on e4, which can be very annoying. So now I think for Vincent, with 2 minutes on the clock only, he has to calm himself down. He cannot get nervous. He has to be very sharp, very intuitively playing the game. What can be, everything has to be protected, but he has to make a move, right? I mean, he could just be happily pass the move to the other side, but it's not possible. So I'm thinking on king e2.
Yes.
What else do you think? What other moves there are?
Yeah, well, I also think about king e2. The only question is then what next? Yeah, is it then king e1? Yeah, and this is the reason why Vincent is not that sure.
No, because after king e2, I was thinking that I can improve my queen position either to go to e1 or to e3, because knight d3 is not a check anymore.
Yeah, not a check, but cd queen c3, dc queen c4, and then a2 pawn is hanging. Yeah, so there are such scenarios where something can go wrong. King e2 played. I feel a little bit that Vincent is now in the situation where Alireza was before, when it looked so good for him, that it was frustrating that why am I not breaking through, and now Vincent says that everything should be fine, but why isn't a draw? Yeah, it's a very tricky psychological, and look at this, Vincent is shaking the chair, he's extremely tensed, Alireza pushing the pawn to a4, keeping the tension.
So here we have the tension, but there is some other game where we have tension. I think maybe we can go back a little bit to bird's eye view, where we can still follow this game, but look what's going on in Nakamura's game just for a minute before we come back to here. So let's see if anything special has happened there. What is the time control? The time situation is quite worrisome, probably for
40 seconds for Sindelov, if I see it correctly. Wow. Okay, let's
just
see that.
peek in here for a very short time. What can be here? Well, white has a pawn up. That is clear, but it will be not so easy to convert.
Yeah, the bishop on c4
what a heart rate.
is a monster.
These guys are stressful.
Well, of course, yeah, it's so much at stake. Okay, nobody has to win, but we know exactly nobody wants to get into a playoff. Yeah, this rapid playoffs, especially in Fischer Random freestyle chess, this is completely chaotic.
Well, right now the big question is for Nakamura whether should he defend the pawn by playing rook e3 from the side, or should he go rook e6 check first, and then after king c5, let's say, going rook g6 and trying to defend the pawn from the back. Of course, it's a great chance for Nakamura to win the game, and
but there is some defensive idea by going rook f1, threatening h4 for black. Is that a way, or that also doesn't really matter? No, it's also, it will create a h passer for white. No, it's not obvious then. How is black escaping comfortably? He will have to suffer. Nicholas, what are your thoughts, and what is the objective evaluation in that game?
Yeah, I think this game will still go on for a very long time. Nakamura will try everything in his power to win this position. He is up a pawn, he can try. There's no risk, of course, for him. But objectively speaking, it is actually about equal, because the black pieces are quite active. White has these doubled c-pawns, and also the king is kind of boxed out, so it's not really participating and contributing. So the position is equal, but I expect Nakamura really to try everything in his power to win this. He has won such positions in the past many times, and he will really try. I guess protecting the pawn.
Yeah, rook e6 check. Yeah, can you just show us that what computer thinks? Because humanly I felt like if I cannot force a draw, I'm getting nervous.
Yeah, I'm sure he's nervous, quite nervous in this moment.
Yeah, rook g2, rook g5, threatening some bishop g6, while I'm not winning.
b5,
bishop
g6, and b4. You get.
Wow, but this is a sacrifice of a second pawn. Yeah, cb, king b4, bishop h.
He should try something like this for sure. He should definitely protect the pawn and
But Hikaru actually opted for rook e6 check, king c5, rook e3, the other way around. So maybe he sensed that this is a danger.
But also here, black can try to trade more pawns and get this potential counterplay against the c pawn. I think we should head back to the Keymer game because this, I believe, will still go on. While the Vincent game, I feel like there's more action and
Alireza needs to win at all costs.
He needs to win at all costs. Also, Vincent just went down to 9 seconds a moment ago.
Wow.
So I think it is quite sharp. The position is still fine, but Vincent, with little time on the clock, I would be a bit nervous. So maybe we can just zoom in on the players right now because, they're both very low on time and the moves will come in quite quickly from here on forward. So let's just see the players and
we know what a tricky player Alireza is with little time on the clock. Anyway, he's tricky, but when you have little time, however, Vincent now with knight b5 threatens queen b4. That's his idea. Yeah, he wants to force things. Queen c5 played by Alireza, inviting queen b4. Queen b4, queen e5, knight c3. What is this construction? Then the knight is kind of trapped. Why can't I play queen b4 now?
You absolutely can, and you should.
And that's his idea, yeah? He opted for a3, knight b5 construction.
Unless he wants to give up the knight and play queen g1, giving up the knight, playing king g2, taking on h3, 20 seconds.
He needs to try it, I think, because he's not going to save the knight after queen b4 and knight c3.
Yeah, both players over 120 with their heart rates. Yeah, queen b4 played. Queen g1 will be blitzed out.
Of course.
Oh, queen g1 even.
Yeah, queen g1.
Queen e5 first, okay.
Okay, according to computer, this is not the best, but practically speaking, of course, you play like this. You go after the pawns, you need to win.
Will white go king e3 and king d4, journey with the king, or should he go somewhere else?
I think, okay, that's the natural one, yeah, king e3, king d4, and then try to coordinate if that knight gets into it. But this is super sharp.
It's a must. What Alireza did, this is the only way he can play for a win.
Yes.
King d1 apparently best, but this is far from obvious here.
Yeah, this is super tough.
Yes, because if you go king e3, king d4,
he plays it.
King is, wow.
He plays king d1 with
what
30...
a sharp intuition he has.
Yeah, with 30 seconds on the clock, he goes for it. So he does not step into queen takes h3 check. Yeah, so he wants to play queen takes h3, queen e5. Centralize the queen and
finally,
then knight d4.
The queen is back in where it belongs, right? But still, of course, black will go queen g4 check, pushing h4 or h4 immediately, so white has to be careful.
But then also I can go to e1 with the king so that I'm closer to the h pawn, so that whenever I go knight d4 and threaten queen takes e6 check, then I'm controlling the h pawn. Wow, super sharp stuff.
Very important decision playing king d1.
Yeah, top computer move. Computer even gives advantage for white. Forget about advantage. Vincent wants no advantage. He just wants to activate that queen, and then already everything plays by itself. Yeah, if a queen-knight combination starts jumping, then it's very bad news for Alireza. How does he keep the momentum?
He should take on e4 now, but then white has different options.
Yeah, queen d4 would be the very natural feeling that I have. Yeah, queen takes e4, queen d4. If I'm not blundering a piece, I would do that. Maybe I can do better, but just playing with the coordination.
He takes on h3.
Yeah, now queen e5, I'm guessing. This looks very tempting.
Queen e5 is the best move.
Yeah.
Centralizing the queen.
And it feels super safe for white. Yeah, queen e5, knight d4, and then even knight takes e6. Yeah, black's king will get into danger, and Vincent will blitz out queen e5, of course. This is a very easy and human move.
In the meantime, we got the information that Magnus Carlsen won his second game, so he's into the semi-final.
Yeah,
But
no
this
surprise.
game-
Yeah, no surprise
Yeah.
there. He was dominating that game, dominating the whole match. Very well deserved 2-0 victory for the world number one. Queen G4 check. King E1 was the line that we discussed.
I have the feeling that Alireza gave up a bit. His body movement, he tries, but he knows. He knows what is the situation. He knows that it shouldn't be objectively good for him. Interesting, King D2. Is it really the best move?
It's the best move.
It's a
by
good
far
move,
even,
yes. Yes, H4. He wants to bring the knight. Actually, can we target Black's king and then maybe set up some knight x e6, knight g5 mating net?
Well, this is very exciting why King D2 was so important. Knight
Knight
D4
D4.
on the board.
Yes. But actually also just knight e2 coming back and guarding, it's also possible. But yeah, white has already a lot of
Vincent
choices.
is very close to qualify for the next stage to the semifinals.
Heart rates 120 against 128.
What a fighting game.
Wow, you cannot believe what computer says after h3. How to play after h3. The super come king c3. Okay, give me a break. Who plays king c3? And then just walk away to b4 and you can never push your h-pawn.
So
and
now we understand why King D2 was so essential and a fantastic, great move.
yes.
Well, the white queen is there where it should belong, and it was there once. But now it's really the best spot in the position, attacking, but at the same time, after h3, the pawn will be not able to be pushed because the queen also stops that one.
But also interesting, what do you guys think that after h3, will Vincent maybe play knight takes e6 and invite h2, queen takes h2, queen takes e6, queen endgame?
But after h2, you have queen b8 check.
And then you,
check.
yes, exactly. Okay, then it's basically practically over.
The question is after h3, if knight e6, queen
Queen
g2
G2
check,
check,
king
yeah.
c3, h2.
Yes.
What do you do? Knight g5?
Yeah, I have knight g5 in the pocket. Yeah,
H3?
He has to push h3.
So will Vincent make this incredible king c3 fantastic computer move, which is amazing? You can find it actually, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, you can find it, especially if you know it. Yeah, then
Yeah, okay, then it's easier. But you can find it because if you realize that h2 is not a threat, right? So black and
yeah, but there is also that if you see that I can maybe force a draw already and it's enough to win the match, then why would you look for king c3? Yeah, this is my
you
argument.
don't look for king c3. It comes to your mind.
Yeah, it smiles on you, right? Yes.
And here we go.
Here we go. King c3.
King c3.
Yeah, Vincent feels that everything is under control.
And then he made the look on Alireza. You see? King c3, I made it.
I'm playing like a computer. Even the players don't know if this was computer's first move, but yeah, it just feels nice to run away with the king, and the queen-knight combo just controls everything. King f7.
So probably you can even take on c4 or go king b4.
I mean, black has no threats. Black has no threats.
Okay, my nerves are for king b4. Yeah, just run, run, baby, run. But yes, of course, then why not already to take on c4?
What a match Vincent is playing. Yesterday, incredible game, and today, difficult situation, difficult position, but he was hanging on.
Yeah, king b4.
King b4.
Professional.
The safe route in the forest.
Of course.
And Alireza feels it, that there is not much practical hope. He will play g5. But what's next after that? King g6. King, I don't know. Somehow, well...
There's just no idea for black here.
Yeah, no idea.
Maybe queen g6, queen h6. But knight f3 is there also.
Yeah, no, it's hopeless. Yeah, especially knowing that he needs to win. Yeah, queen g6.
At the same time, Alireza had to try this queen g1.
Yes.
He couldn't do anything else. He had to try to mess
Only
up.
that Nicholas with computer, he saw that he could have forced somehow the knight c3 move back, and then white would have not had this queen e5. Yeah,
version, yes.
That would have been dangerous, because now queen g6, knight f3, Vincent is super happy, super safe. Nothing can happen, and even Alireza needs to win the game. That's the biggest problem for him.
Firouzja, under a minute, but this is not the biggest problem he has.
Yeah, and here we see the 30 seconds. Yeah, the 30 seconds, Vincent was down to 9 seconds at some point. He found the right way. He set up this queen b4 idea, and ever since he's just collecting the 30 seconds.
So he goes knight g5. There is nothing what will stop Vincent of giving this check, I believe.
Okay, king g6, knight takes e6, h2. Suddenly I'm
queen
pushing
f5 check is not bad.
Checkmate. Yes, that's an argument. Yeah. That's an argument.
But okay, black can play after knight g5, king g6, knight e6, queen d2 check first.
But Vincent plays queen g3. Extra safety. Yeah, he just wants to collect this h pawn. He's setting up queen takes h3 idea. And also knight g5, knight e5, everything.
Well, probably black has to go king e7 or something, but then he will grab the pawn already. Probably the a4 one.
Or just play queen c7 check.
Yes.
No.
No? You don't think so? Yeah, king g8, okay, hiding with the king, but now knight g5, setting queen b8 checkmate and picking up the pawn on h3.
And that should be it.
That should be it, yes. What a comeback then from Vincent, and what a miss by Alireza. He had all the chances to bounce back.
There is silence in the playing hall, but there are so many thoughts and nerves and heartbeats, which there is not much hope for Alireza. He also knows it, but he's not ready to give up.
I think after knight g5 he might resign.
King a4.
Wow, and Vincent takes the pawn on a4 exactly at this moment. Yeah, it's kind of a surprise.
Well, we can't blame him that he made a huge mistake, but knight g5 was something that we expected.
Exactly, yeah, knight g5 resigns on the spot.
But I think it happens that something comes to your mind, you see that it's just great, you see, is there anything, you see nothing, and you're not looking for better because it's good enough.
Exactly, yeah.
Even though, of course, if you start with knight g5, obviously you're not going to choose king a4.
Yes. Any news that we have on the Hikaru game? How is that progressing? Yeah, queen c1, the best move according to the computer, is the only chance to fight.
The Hikaru game is still equal. I think we can stick with this game for now and see it conclude. I think we'll be over quite soon. And then we have enough time to dive into the Hikaru game still.
Well, this should be finished after queen h2.
And queen h2, yes. That was the idea.
Because there is not much hope, there is not much opportunity.
King g8, now Vincent will play queen b8 check. I think he will.
A draw is enough after all. And there
Yeah,
are no
but
rating
it's so
points at
painful. When you have a knight odd, you have a knight.
Yeah, he looks at Alireza. Yeah, he plays queen b8. Also, Alireza deserves not to lose 2-0 this match because it doesn't do justice to the fight. So actually, I feel that this is also kind of a correct gentleman. It just, you know, you acknowledge your opponent's great performance, and you are very happy that you survived the scare.
Okay, so
Yeah, Vincent looks at Alireza.
seconds away.
And the handshake, draw agreed, perpetual check, repetition.
Congratulations, what a performance by Vincent yesterday and also today. What a difficult position he had. Incredible, very, very difficult, sweating. There was moments where I'm pretty sure Alireza thought already that, okay, let's go for the tie break. And he couldn't make it, as Nakamura also couldn't convert his completely winning position. He was even more winning than today Alireza. And today there is no way back.
Yeah, and in fact, since Alireza did not find the way there, we cannot even say that he was winning at any point. Yeah, it was just very tricky. So all eyes on Hikaru.
Yes, let's switch over to Hikaru game.
Exactly.
Last remaining games, that's right? Yes, Fedoseev, Aronian ended in a draw. So Aronian won the mini-match for the 9th place, and here we are, the last game.
So white is under half a minute already. Nakamura, still a pawn up, but still it seems like very difficult to convert this position into victory. So now there is first question I'm asking, is d3 a good move for black?
Wow, you have good nerves, and always asking tough questions. Why didn't you ask what happens after rook takes f5?
We could start with that, but
we get some clarity. But yeah, d3, the murky move, the challenging move. Actually, it's a very interesting question. Yeah, d3, inviting c takes d3, which would clearly be a big blunder because rook f2 check.
I mean, you know, Sindarov, I'm sure, okay, rook f5, that's the boring continuation. Let's go for d3. Of course, rook f5 is
on the board.
Yes.
On the board, the Judith spirit, d3, and look at this. This is what we have witnessed yesterday. That Sindarov was behind on the clock. He was low on time, but later on, with little time, he plays very fast. He collects the 30 seconds and he's up on the clock. 147 heart rate by Sindarov.
Wow.
Against 130 for Hikaru.
Well, it's nerve-wracking what's going on because white cannot take c takes d3 because rook's f2. Rook f2 and black grabs the rook, grabs the pawn, so it's going to be a draw. Rook a8, look at that.
Wow, so basically you are reaching a drawish position. The big question, will Hikaru be able to squeeze something or black will be just perfectly placed to block the g-pawn and then also
but
target
maybe just
it.
d takes c2.
Yeah, d3, king c2, rook f5 and...
No, I
or
think
you
after
even want
d
check.
c2 you give it check on
yes,
b8.
Okay. Check, king moves and then you take on c2. No?
Yeah, I don't play bishop b5 to blunder rook b5.
Yes.
To start with.
Yes, exactly.
So king c5, king c2 and just grab the pawn. And there is
Bishop
not much.
b5 would be a horrible blunder, then rook b5, king b5. Bishop e2 check, wins the rook, and without the rook, the king already takes care of the c-pawn. So still a lot of tactics, but Sindarov has enough time to navigate. Does he have a choice?
That lot at stake.
Does he have a choice, Nicholas? Then what do you say? Does he? Because DC looks so tempting, but also maybe rook f2, rook takes f5, any move.
At this point, it's actually really any move because there's barely any material left, and white is not going to be able to win with just one pawn on the board. So yes, you can take on c2, you can play rook f2, you can play rook takes f5. I mean, you name it at this point. Any move is a draw because in the end, white will just have this pawn on g3. Even if black gave up the bishop for this pawn, which white is not going to achieve to begin with, even that would be a draw, rook, bishop versus rook, but this would be really the most that Nakamura could hope for in this position. So Sindarov is just choosing the way here, and it seems like he really defended well and is going to take this game into the tiebreaks. He takes on c2, so it really seems like we will see a tiebreak because if this game ends in a draw, it's 1-1, and then we will have more chess and more, and a new and a fresh position.
Well, king a5?
King a5.
Ah, because king c5 also rook c8, rook c4,
oh,
bishop e2. There was this trap,
wow.
Yes. Just like with bishop b5. Wow,
yeah,
so tricky.
This. King c5 would have lost. You can never let your guard down against a player like Nakamura. Oh, now let me show it again because it just switched. So check. This would have lost because of bishop e2 and bishop takes f1.
This would be a painful blunder, I must say, at the very end of the game.
The commentators are talking about playoff, tiebreak, whatever, and then boom, a total shock. But now with the king on a5, actually, the situation that Nicholas described, that maybe there could be a rook bishop versus rook, it's a real scenario, maybe. Because
that will be not funny.
That will be not funny because that will go on forever.
And then it will at the draw, and then there will be tie breaks.
Yes, then we are here till 9 in the evening.
Tiebreak will be long.
Of course.
Because what we are having, we start out with 2 games of 10 minutes and 10 seconds. Only then it will be shorter, 5 minutes and some bonus time. And then the Armageddon. So the show is going on but
For
could
sure.
go for a long time.
Stay
But first,
tuned.
let's see what's going to be here.
Yes,
Not to get any big surprises.
Yes, because
Let's hope for the show going.
because black's idea is to go rook g5, g4, bishop e6, and then take on g4 and eliminate everything. So king c3, Hikaru wants to get the tempo.
King c3.
Yeah, so the bishop has to move. It's clear that rook takes h5, king c4 would be a horrible blunder, that rook endgame should be lost. And where do you put that bishop?
It seems like you want to say the 64 square, this board is small.
Is small, yeah. Maybe bishop b5, yeah, just to also still have bishop d7, and the bishop is also
I
protected.
don't like the king on a5. This I can tell you.
Yes, but you were also for d3. Okay, of course, we missed all these tricks.
After d3, I didn't have to take dc2. I said dc2, but there were other options.
Yes.
Maybe rook f2 was better.
Yeah, rook f2 was better, yeah. It was
Maybe
more...
that was a better solution.
Okay,
Or
but-
even rook f5 immediately there.
Yes, was possible.
First.
Yeah.
No, if I would understand that king a5 I have to go, I would double think.
Exactly. This is scary, but still, bishop b5, isn't bishop b... Yeah, bishop b5.
g4.
I wanted to follow it up with rook g5, so that king d4, bishop d7, and I'm hitting on g4 immediately. That was kind of my idea.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, of course, now for Nakamura, the aim is to get rook, bishop versus rook,
Yes.
right? And test the knowledge of the youngster, Sindarov. Do you know how to defend with the rook?
Well, of course, he's a Soviet school. He's from Uzbekistan, so I think that he should know it perfectly, but...
But would you know it by heart right now?
Okay, you did against Nisipiano. I remember
I did.
I was super impressed. Yeah, bishop b5 on the board.
Yeah, that was my best performance in saving the game, rook versus
Yes,
rook.
that was very impressive.
Then I knew it very well.
Yeah, g4. So basically, we are very tempted with black to play rook g5, bishop d7, and hit on g4. But rook g5, maybe rook d8, stopping bishop d7 and bishop e2, rook d4.
King b6 and then rook h5.
Yeah, rook h5, exactly. Oh, he plays the computer move. Rook d5 was, I think, the...
No, but rook g5, I think, would have been much simpler.
But he doesn't want to allow the king.
Yeah.
So after rook d5, how can you regroup yourself? Still bishop e2 is in
Yeah,
there.
rook g8.
Bishop e2.
Okay, but then I move the bishop to f7 or something. At least I can free the bishop. If that bishop can be transferred to f5, it's a whole new different story. And Sindel also down to 45 seconds.
No, maybe after rook g8 he goes rook d3, pushes back the king, and then he goes king b4 and rook g3.
Yes.
And looking for counterplay, and now
And playing for mate. Yeah.
And now the white king is in trouble.
Yes, rook g8 played, of course. Yeah, you have with white you have to go step by
No,
step.
rook d3, rook g3, rook d3, king b4.
Okay, but at least I keep the game going.
Yeah, but white has to be careful.
White
With
also
this
needs-
king?
Yes, with this king you need to be careful. yeah.
After rook d3, king b4.
And then if opponent offers a draw, you refuse, yeah? Okay, now, already defend yourself, yeah? Mister, defend yourself. Rook d3, yeah, he's about to play rook d3. His hand was moving towards it, yeah? King c3. Hikaru very angrily blitzes out king c2, has no other choice. And king b4, rook g3. That's
White
a
king
very
is in
nice...
trouble. More in trouble, possibly, than black.
And the king from a5, which looks so
And the
horrible.
g4 pawn will be in the way in defense.
Yes. We have so many arguments, right? Yeah, rook g3.
Rook g3.
Okay, super professional by Sindarov, I feel. Can I get king d2, king e1? Because did he move little to little g3? That now white can get king d2, king e1, king f2?
Maybe he didn't want to allow rook b8 and the threat of bishop
Bishop
e8.
e8, yes.
So that's why he wanted to get his rook on g3 first. So after king d2, king b4, king e1, rook g2.
Yeah, rook g2.
Yes, rook g2 is very annoying, yeah. Puts
I
an
can
end to
make
the
annoying
whole...
moves.
Yeah.
I was good at it.
Yeah. Very nice. So Sindarov is fighting, and actually the whole world is hoping for a draw, because then we will be spoiled with some fantastic
Rook B8
blitz
instead
play
of G5. Rook B8, cutting out the king.
From the beginning, but then Bishop D7, we can switch to Bishop D7, yeah? Forcing Rook G8 and then coming back.
That's true.
King D2 played. Okay, now King B4 will be played automatically. It's all part of the plan. No, he plays Bishop C4. Okay, interesting.
What's the idea?
Well, he's kind of losing time, but of course it's not such a horror big mistake.
Yeah, it's not clear.
Well, the computer will always show zeros here, because in the worst case, black could always give the bishop for the pawn, but this is not really what you want to play. You would like to avoid that if possible.
Well, if we get to rook bishop against rook, we're going to run above 100 moves.
Yes.
Without doubt.
That's for sure, yeah.
This match is already tense and exciting from the moment when Sindarov picked Nakamura as an opponent.
Yes, King B4, and it became personal, yeah? Yes, it became personal as well.
Okay, go King C5. What else?
Actually, I know that this is not very typical and people are using this system, but as a player, I would have hated it. I never want to pick an opponent. I always felt like it's how the destiny gives, I will take it, no matter if it's a very strong opponent, I'm happy or whatever, but I don't want to pick myself. I would just feel very uncomfortable psychologically.
Yeah, for me it was also something very unusual, but I was talking to the players and they say, yeah, it's very nice. If I win, I'm deserving to be choosing my opponent.
Exactly, but okay, there are no easy opponents. Yeah, and for example, Aliza chose Vincent and it backfired heavily. Yeah, it's at this level you never have easy opponent.
Yes, because it is very obvious usually that you try to pick the most convenient, the less strong opponent, right? Of course, everybody is fantastic here, but still Keymer is a youngster. He's not number 2 in the world, right?
Yes.
So if you have an opportunity, but it doesn't look good that you think that...
Exactly. Then also your opponent takes it personal. You think I'm the weakest link. Okay, I want to prove you wrong, yeah? So there is a lot of psychology involved. Yeah, King F2, so Hikaru is at least getting his king to F2.
Rook G2 check.
Rook G2 check, King E3, okay, blitzed out. Thank you very much, 30 seconds collected.
King D6, get closer.
150 heart rate for Sindarov.
Yes, because 8 moves ago I think it was more clear that it's...
But on the other hand, he's moving with his king towards the pawn. So
but
he might...
stressful. There is still a passed pawn there.
There is. Yeah, Hikaru now activates the bishop, or at least tries to activate it, bishop E8.
And they go back in time, collecting 30 seconds per move.
King E5. Can I play King E5 and then Rook G3 check? I start harassing this king.
I love the computer suggestion. Rook G4. -0.
Yeah, this drives me crazy. Yes,
this. Love it. You know?
Yes.
Look at that.
I mean, really? I mean, how can the computer tease us this way?
Yes. No, it's, it happens like this. Yeah, you are pawn up and nothing is happening. You are the only one who can win, and computer gives such evaluation. Yeah? Just trolling, complete troll.
I mean, these are the positions where we all know it's a dead draw. We all know that Nakamura will be playing. We all know that it's even a draw when the pawn is exchanged for the black bishop. But you want to still avoid it, right?
Of course.
I mean, I know the draw. I know it's a draw, but...
Yeah, because already your opponent looks like a moral winner by reaching there. Yeah,
it starts the cat and mouse game, right? And it's no question, if you have only a rook, that you're the mouse.
Exactly. No matter what evaluation computer will give, yes? Yes. King E5 played. It's the correct move. And
yeah, I don't think he will get there. He won't get... Nakamura won't get into the rook versus Rook and bishop was rook endgame.
Well,
The king is just too close.
King d6. King f5 could be also, and rook versus bishop, right?
Yes, now
no, bishop d7, but king g6.
King g6.
No, yeah.
But okay, yeah, he goes king d6, inviting rook d7 check. Then he goes back king e5.
Yeah, how is he going to get the rook bishop versus the rook?
Yeah, rook d7 check on the board.
King e5.
So he needs to try g6.
G6, bishop c6.
Oh.
Rook e7 check.
King e6. King
Bishop
f6.
takes c6. And the
that's
rook
it.
is hanging. Okay, you can still take rook g6, but then we reach there. Be careful.
That's not funny.
Not at all. Yeah, rook g3 check first. Yeah, okay, rook g2 check as well. King goes back to f1. And then you move the rook to g5. That feels safe. Yeah, check rook g5.
It's exciting now. This really want to bring him in.
Rook a7. It seems like actually black is now getting ready to go king f6, bishop e4. We might be seeing a draw in the next couple of moves. I think let's stick to it. It might be over in a couple of, okay, basically in 1-2 minutes it should be all over. Hikaru knows it also, he's very disappointed. Yeah, king goes to f6. King f2, that's why it was so vital to kick
e4,
that bishop e4, yeah, to kick that white king away, so now you get access to the e4 square.
But hold on, bishop e4, rook f7, you can... What do you do?
There's still tricks.
There are
rook
still
f7
tricks,
and
yes.
g7.
Yes, and then, okay, maybe I can even afford this, bishop h7, bishop g8, and then, but, okay, you don't want to do that, yeah? This artistic business, yeah, rook e5.
What a smart move, and rook e7.
Very
Look
smart.
At that.
Super
at
professional.
Look at that. How annoying it is. What?
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Bishop f7, bishop takes f7, gf, king g7, and draw agreed. What a save by Sindelov once again.
So it's going to be...
Any moment, it's going to be over now and a draw. And this match will head to tie breaks. We're going to see more chess today. Here we have it. Until the Bear Kings.
And the handshake.
And a draw. Agreed.
What a fight.
What a fight, and we're going to see a playoff in some time. But what a fight it was. How difficult game it was for both players. And now we see the drawing of lots of the colors. But we're going to have a little time until the draw of lots will be about the position. And then they are going to have the position.
Yes.
What to play? They have 10 minutes. I wonder if nobody can help them this time.
Nobody can help them
It's
anymore.
going to be the... This is how technology is. We try to make you sneak in before the camera is on us. Congratulations, Vincent. What an amazing victory you had.
Yes, thank you for joining us. I mean, the game was a draw in the end, but just because you wanted it to be a draw out of a winning position, and that meant you took the win in the quarterfinal. It was definitely a difficult game. Take us through. What do you feel like? Where did it go maybe a bit wrong for you?
Yeah, I think knight b5 was kind of completely unnecessary. Like, for some reason I imagined that as soon as he plays a6 I will get bishop b6 and knight e3 both, which I just don't. For some reason I forgot that the knight has the a4 square.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure whether it's so bad, but after take and knight a4 I was really not feeling comfortable.
Yeah, for him the play is now very
it's
simple
so easy and the
suits him as
structure
well.
is fixed. That's the biggest problem. Like my structure is fixed and I need to somehow activate my bishops. And especially since he's in a must-win situation, now there's imbalance. Yeah, before we had a symmetrical position where white should just be either it's equal or I should have a slightly more present position. And here suddenly he has actual chances to play for something or even to be better. So this was really not a great choice by me.
One question. For us, the move Queen G3 came as a total surprise. Can you just reveal what were you thinking by this move?
Yeah, it was connected to this knight b5 idea. So already when playing Queen G3, I was going to play that.
Yeah, Peter called knight b5 maybe too deep. And it seems also it's a move you regretted a little bit, even though objectively it was still fine, but the position just becomes easier to play.
Yeah, it's like completely unnecessary to give him that much play.
And then it seems the next critical moment was here, Queen G4.
Yeah, but actually, playing f5 is so committal. Like if Engine would just show it's -0-1, I would also -1. I would also not say anything, simply because I fixed the whole structure, and I just have to rely on the fact that there's no breakthrough for black on the queen side, which seemingly there's none, but I was not entirely sure. And I have to admit that when playing Queen G4, I was kind of underestimating it. After EF, I can't really take Bishop F4 because of all those H5 and G5 ideas that are coming. So
you're saying your original idea was to take back with the bishop here?
Yeah, but
and
then all these G5 and H5, it's a huge issue. Like I don't really have good squares for my pieces, and like I was always trying to avoid him getting short castle while having quite comfortable attack. So that's why I played Queen G4. But yeah, this was surely not a good choice. And here I'm just clearly worse. I mean,
yeah, Peter was even saying that he would be very upset to not win this position against anybody in the world, even including Magnus Carlsen, because we're feeling that black has a better structure and has potential attack against your king. Yeah, like what were your thoughts in this moment?
No, I mean you have better development as black, better structure, more active attacking chances. So basically, the only problem for black is that you have to choose between so many interesting and beautiful ideas that it might not be easy to find the right one. But the position is really quite sad for white, that's for sure.
Yeah, maybe he was a bit impatient putting the bishop to f7.
I think he was trying to kill the game kind of immediately. Because, of course, I also understood that c5, c4 has the potential to just finish the game.
Yes, absolutely.
So I think he kind of got carried away with it, but during the game I was not entirely sure. I also thought that it could just be a very good idea and he might be winning. But
yeah, maybe king h8 to put the bishop on g8 was a bit better. Let's see what happened here. You took an e5, played bishop e2. You thought your way back into the game. And then there was this moment when you played knight b1. Did you? I mean, I'm sure you considered rook takes e5.
Yeah, this was my main idea. I just thought that I'm having 10 minutes on the clock, and bc, knight c4, d5, b3 is the position I saw, and I have absolutely no idea of what's going on. All these rook b4, rook c4, queen a3, the lines. It's so easy to just completely lose the game immediately. And then I saw this because I was thinking that with the time I have on my clock, it's impossible to make sure that I am not losing.
Right.
And after knight b1, I actually couldn't find immediately big issue, so that's why I went for that.
And was there something wrong you saw with rook takes e5?
No, I just saw this position that after d5 I will have to take on c4, bc, b3, and then he will somehow try to eliminate this knight, and we will get into some complete madness.
Rook b4, rook takes c4.
Yeah, something like that. Or
rook b4, that looks indeed quite
for example, ed would be the by far most natural move, and I'm not sure I'm with...
Rook takes c4, and
that's what I'm saying. Who knows whether I'm losing or not? And I just thought that I have practically quite bad chances to hold. So I went for knight b1.
Which turned out to be a good practical choice, because here slowly Firouzja lost his way. So he took on c3. I guess this is also the move you expected. b3 was also quite a strong
after b3
choice.
I was not sure whether I can go a, b, c, b and rook e5.
A, b, c, b, rook e5.
Queen b6 is winning.
Queen b6.
Yeah, of course. I understood that b3 could be dangerous, because if I have to go c, b, c, b, a3, I will be kind of defending forever.
You have a weak king forever, basically.
Really, really sad, yeah.
But here black would need to give up a pawn with bishop e6 and then find this line, which is not so obvious. So
not at all.
He went for the other logical continuation, and suddenly his knight is a bit trapped on b2.
Yeah, it's
what you're banking on.
Madness. No, rook. I was completely shocked by myself that for some reason until like very late I completely missed that I cannot take queen e5 because of queen e3. Like I always only saw that the queen is going to a3, and actually when playing rook h1 I didn't even see that queen e5 was bad. I just thought, okay, probably rook f1 is safer to go first, and for some reason I only thought of the queen going the other way. So actually rook f1 I thought queen d4 was interesting, but maybe then I have queen f2 actually, which is kind of amazing that this might work.
Yes, but, queen f2, queen d4 would have been a decent move, and now he should keep the queens on the board, queen d6, so he has ideas, I guess.
Okay, but again, exactly here going queen d6 with the hanging bishop and everything is kind of difficult.
But we felt like this is what he wanted in the game, just he wanted to get it with tempo when he played the check, but then he allowed your king to escape, obviously. So yeah, this position it's very difficult for black to play. D6 is the computer's choice, which is far from obvious.
I mean, D6 is very weird, especially since, as you mentioned, you want to keep this idea of going queen a3, D6, H6, and so on.
We felt like knight d3 check was like a practical way of forcing you to take bishop d3, cd, and then, okay, it's unpleasant for white, but probably you are holding.
But I think he would, like in a must-win situation, you will never play knight d3, because like humanly this looked kind of close to equalish already. Yes. I mean, you have this pin, so it will be very hard for him to go for any kind of attack without exchanging a lot of pieces. And the winning potential like dramatically decreases here, especially also being low on time. He makes my life so much easier. I think it's kind of, you will never see knight d3 here in a must-win situation.
So what he did not work out well for black, especially this move was of course shocking. Also for you, we saw it on your face, you were surprised what is going on. I guess there were still some ways to really try to complicate matters with queen b4, for example, I don't know, queen h6. But after bishop e6, did you feel like, all right, now I'm safe and should definitely hold, or even be better?
Yeah, I mean, I thought unless I'm blundering something, a piece, or like some huge tactic, there's pretty much no way for me to lose. Of course, I still have this kind of stupid bishop on e2, and I have to be kind of precise, but yeah.
Yeah, here the computer even
king
wants to
f2
go
after knight a4, knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5 is even apparently quite good for white.
Okay.
But I guess you were not even really trying to get an advantage here, just to stabilize.
Yes, but still, if you have an advantageous line here, you'll also not lose. So that would have been maybe safer choice. I mean, he also had to go kind of. I mean, still, yeah, for him to win is, so tough to ever get anything. But I mean, also the only reason why he got into like a worse position is, of course, because he would never agree to a draw. I mean, he wouldn't have gotten to the lost position, but.
And then in the end you kept your nerves and you found some really precise moves, especially when he gave up the knight. And here some key moves, king d1 was strong, queen e5 was strong, king d2 was strong.
Yeah, but the good thing is it's very natural. Yeah? Just place your pieces like to the center, the queen on e5, make sure that the black king cannot move without any perpetual checks defending h2. These are the kind of moves that are luckily not that difficult to find.
Well, I would say not that difficult for you. We were quite impressed with all these king moves. And yes, now everything is stable and he has no more play, and then the rest was not so difficult. Yeah, amazing. Amazing defense in this game. You succeed to the quarterfinals. Congratulations. Now you're going to face Magnus, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
How do you feel about that challenge?
Yeah, it will be a challenge, as you said. I mean, it's not the first match I played against him, and of course I know how strong he is, but yeah, it's a new chance, and also here in freestyle chess a lot can happen. So I'm looking forward to a big fight.
I mean, the last time you played him in a match on the big stage was in the World Cup, and you almost kicked him out. It was also a two-game match.
Although this was mostly, I think, very uncharacteristic for him to blunder that much, and I don't really think I can expect him to do the same this time.
Yeah, he has been in great shape for sure. Guys, do you have any questions to Vincent?
No, I think you had a fantastic and very exhausting game and match, so I would like to wish you good luck.
Thank you.
And, well, good luck for tomorrow. And now we are going to have the drawing of lots. But before that, we want to show the brackets, how we are really standing. So let's see that graphics on the screen. So before we see the drawing and what will be the new position for the playoff game. We are just seeing that. So what we see here, there was a fantastic victory by Vincent. He won. He drew today, but it was enough for victory to proceed to the next stage, and he's going to be meeting world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, who is extremely convincing so far. 2-0, won kind of easily, if we can ever say something like that at this level. At the same time, on the other side of the bracket, we have Fabiano, who won his match actually just as convincing as Magnus Carlsen. I think we can say that. But we have the other match, and we are going to drop and go to the lottery. Let's see what's happening and how we are proceeding on that match.
Facing off for a place in the semi-finals, they will play 2 games of 10+10. Hikaru will be white in the first game. If they are still tied, they will play 2 blitz games, and if they are still tied, they will play an Armageddon game. And now to draw the next position.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we have of course, like surprisingly another drawing to do, and so I thought, like, we have a very famous person here, so, and he just happened to be in the spa, so I thought, let Danny come on. Do you want to do the drawing? I will. Perfect. So you will see him in the bathrobe. Okay, so then you take the microphone. I'm gonna do the
Sure.
and then you're gonna pick out the number.
Danny, a comment?
No comments. I feel refreshed and ready, and I'm excited to see what happens here.
Let's do it.
We have position 942.
Thank you, Danny. Hikaru, you can prepare at your board if you want. Hikaru, if you want, you can prepare at your board, and Javokir, this board is for you. Or if you prefer, you can keep the original boards, I guess. To our spectators, enjoy. To the players, good luck.
Okay, so we see a new shuffle there. In freestyle chess, every round has a different position, and it is number 942, again a different one. We didn't have a single time when it was repeated. Of course, it is very difficult to get. And we see poor Sindarov alone, no help. It must be so strange. I mean, all the rounds he had partners to talk, to discuss, to laugh, to hunt the idea from the others, and now he's on his own. He's not moving any pieces. His brain is ticking. What am I going to do? What can go on in his brain, Peter?
I think also just the fact that you can socialize with the players, and you can talk and then see that they also feel the same challenge. They also don't know what's really happening, because we have seen and we have also heard from Alireza, he was saying that all these pre-game analyses are very bad quality and so on. It's more about getting the feeling. Yeah. However, for the rapid portion, when you only have 10 minutes and now we are switching to, again, the 10 minutes time control, having some discussion before and then probably sticking with it that, okay, yeah, this looked good, we kind of agreed, it's then much easier to go than when you alone have to decide that without any discussion with anyone.
Well, to tell you the truth, probably in my case, I would just go into the room separately or sitting at the board and somehow try to relax and focus, but it seems like the players, of course, the tension is also much higher now. It's a knockout, and now we are getting closer and closer to the fact that one will proceed and go to the next stage. The other one will still be in play, but the other one will play not for the semi-final already, but stay in the quarterfinal. It will be for between 5, 6, 7, and 8 places. So let's see the position. What do you think right here? Because we have again a position which we had, not exactly, but the king's position. The king is on b1. When it was, I think on day 1, we had even 2 positions where the king was on b1. And this is what I'm interested about in the freestyle. How much the king's position is deciding the outcome of the game, the course of the game, where and how things are going to be happening. Because king on b1, it's kind of a castling setup, but I think it's very important that the queen is standing in the center on e1. What is your first take on the position?
Yeah, definitely this king's position, king on b1, rook on a1, rook c1, carried by the 2 rooks. It brings a completely different dynamic than the game that they just played in the classical portion. And the big question is how easy it is to completely forget what happened before. Yeah? The rules are now completely different. The pieces will move to different directions. Do you keep the king on b1 and you might even be thinking, okay, the king is already safe. I'm going to go anyway in long terms a4, opening up the a1 rook. However, then what do you do with the rook on c1? Yeah, there are many questions here. The queen on e1 is already in the game. Yeah, that's at least one headache less. Yeah, that we know exactly that we don't have to worry about the queen. We might also use the queen to advance the e pawn. Yeah, e4, f4, opening up the bishops, the diagonal of the bishops, and then the knights slowly will join the battle. We don't know exactly if the knight goes to c3, to e3, to g3, to f2. I feel like getting f4, e4 in is very natural.
So what would be your first move? Would it be e4 or f4? Because right now f4 is not so powerful as in previous rounds where it was gaining a tempo immediately, having the a7 pawn under attack. Right now, of course, that's very well protected.
Yeah,
what do you think?
But I feel like if I play e4, then after e5 I feel myself blocked, because then I will not be able to play f4 and you might be able to keep the symmetry, and I don't really see directly immediately how I can benefit. So I might be tempted to play f4 with the idea that if you play f5, I might consider e4. We have seen this idea, f takes e4, queen takes e4, activating the queen immediately, because there are no minor pieces which can target that queen immediately, and then I'm grabbing space. So there are such thoughts that crossing my mind. How do you feel about it?
Well, after f4, learning from Magnus, I would go probably f6. So after e4, I can stabilize my center playing e5,
wow,
right?
Wow, you are ready. I think you are ready for the next event. You should get the wildcard, Judith. Yeah, I feel that you are ready. Yeah, f4, f6, super fine move. I love it. Yeah, and then e4, e5. Put the pressure on the opponent. Now it's also rapid time control, so if you have a nice kind of way of playing the position, you can never play perfectly, right? So just to get a nice direction, it's very important.
Well, it's also kind of important to remind our viewers and for the players that actually the next 2 games they are going to be playing again back with the rapid time control, which they started out the first 2 days being the same time control. It was the round-robin portion in the qualification. It was 10 minutes per game and 10 seconds per move. What do you think how difficult it is for the players that they had first 2 days rapid, 9 games, then day 3 and day 4 so far, they both played only 1 game in the time, and now again to switch back?
Yeah, it's super tough. However, I feel like the way we have seen Sindarov managing his time, whenever he got into time trouble, he was very confident. Yeah, so I feel that this shorter time control actually benefits him more. And Hikaru was the one who was outplaying him in the classical portion. But you remember, Sindarov was the Cinderella story of the round-robin stage. He was winning game after game with exactly the same time control.
Yeah, actually he was practically leading the tournament all the way. At the end they were tying with Ali Reza, but Ali Reza was #1 seeded because he beat Sindarov in a straight in their match, and that was the rule. So we see Sindarov already focusing, forgetting, I think, all what has happened today, all the ups and downs and whatever went through his mind. So this is, I think, the most important for a player, to be resilient and to be able to switch your brain as fast as possible in such cases. Was it easy for you or were you easily being able to switch in such cases?
No, it's never easy. Basically, the only thing when I can recall such thing happening in the old World Cups or World Championship, back then it was the FIDE World Championship, right, in 97, 99, 2000. And then we played the classical, then on the next day we played the playoff, and then also the time control was reduced all the time. Yes, so it's always a challenge. The tension is growing, you have to adjust, and I can reveal one big secret, Judith. I have seen Nicholas fooling around with the first couple of moves, and F4, F6, E4, E5 was 0-0 on the computer, so you have the right spirit.
So we see Nakamura also takes his seat, and with Sindarov we can see that the chair is shaking already, and we are just about to start the playoff of day 4, the only playoff we have, because we have the other 3 champions already who are moving forward into the semi-final. So let's start just in a few seconds. Let's see how the players got familiar and how fast are they going to be playing, how much they are able to switch their brain from classical time control again to the very fast. So their intuition should be very good.
Yeah, and then how do you manage your time? Because we have seen that the first couple of moves are very important, but here you don't have the luxury of spending too much time. All eyes on Hikaru, which will be his first move.
It's kind of weird.
Computer is actually rooting for E4 with the idea E4, E5, F3, just slowly, just quietly, because this F4, F6, E4, E5 brings too much tension in the center right away.
We can
heart
see
rates.
Already the heart rate shows that players are not relaxed that much. So if it starts with this heart rate, what are we going to see by the end of the game?
By the middle of the game, yeah, or the 5th or 6th move, yeah, it's absolutely out of control. Yeah, the tension, even in normal chess, yeah, you are very nervous before the game that which opening will happen, but here, and handshake, first move.
And let's see, F4.
F4. Now, will Sindarov find, Judith, your spirit with F6? That's also the Magnus touch, I believe.
The Magnus touch, F6. Strengthen, prepare the center for action. I wonder if Sindarov is surprised by the move of F4.
It was certainly one of the candidates, but he has no chance to talk to anyone. Yeah, so he's in the dark. He might have felt like, okay, E4 would be my choice. Yeah, then automatically you tend to analyze that move more. But F4 should have been one of the main candidates.
Nakamura seems to be relaxed, kind of.
With 122, it's the relaxed Nakamura, right?
He looks relaxed.
He looks relaxed.
We know how he feels inside.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he looks relaxed. He doesn't have to think because he's waiting the reply by Sindarov. And he knows that basically anything can come up, right? Because in the next 20 to 30 minutes, we're going to see how their brain is still working after a very tough game, a lot of calculation, a lot of stressful moments. And
I'm always the one who is advocating that please take your time. But now I'm very worried for Sindarov. Yeah, he's taking his time. Yes, he's doing the so-called right thing, but in a 10 minutes game and after being so exhausted, yeah, he played, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours game, a very tough defense.
Yeah, but actually, if you don't know exactly, you don't have a straight, clear strategy, but you say, I can go E5, F3, Queen E5, and then develop. I can go, well, maybe I can just play F5, E4, I have no idea. So maybe his thoughts are jumping from here to there.
Yeah, but you cannot play E5 because then now white can take F3, Queen E5, D4, and E4 occupy the center immediately. Yeah, then black's queen would be way too vulnerable, I feel. And he goes knight c6, a shocking move because he's not fighting for the center. Yeah, I think Hikaru will be super happy now. He can go e4. Why isn't
d4?
But no, just e4. Why isn't he better? He already got the advantage, and I also feel like it's very interesting that after defending a position, Sindarov again gets the black pieces. Yeah, so there was a drawing of lots. I don't know what are the rules, but I believe that after defending such a tough game, it would have been nice to get the white pieces in the first game, just to calm yourself down, get into the game, because defending again one more time would be very tough.
And knight c3 is a mistake because of f5.
Wow.
Nakamura actually playing too fast and Sindarov playing too slow. He should have developed the other knight to g3 to not allow f5.
Yes, but I mean, these are very difficult to follow. I understand that there is a logic behind it, right? So from this point of view, it's kind of simple to say, okay, knight g3 to stop f5. At the same time, after knight g3, what about d5?
Yes. How do you judge?
How do I know that really knight g3 is so good, right? So
or knight g3, h5, who knows? You are stepping into... One thing I want to highlight, because that came to my mind, why this is a completely crazy position, that how do you castle? What do you do? Because if you move that rook from c8, you can never castle, but anyway, the chances that you get the chance to castle all the way to g8 are very slim. Otherwise, you keep the king on b8, but now with this construction with the knight on c3 going a5, weakening the b5 square, is a very tricky scenario. How do you get safety?
Maybe after f5, Nakamura has in mind just to capture on f5 and then bring knight g3 with the tempo, play d4. I mean, of course, the players normally in classical chess, they would look for safety first, right? And then building up. And I think here also maybe that's the logic and the aim of Nakamura, to play solid, healthy.
He goes for bishop b4, developing the bishop. Hikaru blitzes out knight f2. Yeah, Hikaru just wants to blitz the moves out. He's already 10:32. He's kind of almost 4 minutes up on the clock, 3.5 minutes time advantage in a 10 minutes game.
And he's rushing with his knight to d3.
Yeah, bishop takes c3. At least some stability. Now black can maybe try to hope to set up a blockade with d6, f6, get a knight to e5.
He goes rook e8, he castles.
Yeah, with rook e8 castles, he can. Okay, so Hikaru probably wants to go c4, knight g4, knight e3, knight d5, activate that knight. Rook e8, yeah, preparing long castles.
It's surprising that he allowed this weakening of his pawn, Nakamura allowed the weakening of his pawn structure so quickly. There were definitely some other options. So, rook e8 was just played. I mean, after bishop b4, just to point this out, White could have also played, for example, knight d5. There was immediate knight f2, as if Nakamura had expected it already. And then bishop takes c3, d takes c3, because now you are left with an isolated pawn on e4. And rook e8 is a great move to prepare queenside castle, because as Peter pointed out, what to do about this rook? You need to get it into a game somehow. And yeah, the position is equal right now. Maybe Nakamura played a bit too fast? What do you feel, Judith?
Well, maybe it's his strategy that first of all he's tired, I'm pretty sure, because it was a very tough game, what he played today, and he wanted to press, he wanted to win. He thought he might be able to win this second game of the match, and I'm pretty sure that a little bit it's on his mind that yesterday, why didn't I win that game? But of course, you have to reset your brain and focus on the actions, what is happening. But I'm not sure he's so happy that what he sees on the board right now.
Exactly.
Because he knows that after a long cast, after black castles in the next move, and if black can go f6 and bring the pieces out, there is an isolated pawn on e4, which is not necessarily something that you are so happy with.
Yeah, he plays g3, so he prepares bishop g2 to activate the knight to d3, kicking the queen away. Clearly the knight will head towards the d5 square at some point, but black will get access to the e5 square. I also perfectly agree that Hikaru rushed things. The opening was a little bit shaky from Sindarov and also taking way too much time, which should have given Hikaru the luxury of spending some time because he was up almost 4 minutes. There was no reason to rush with knight f2. Knight g6 played. Bishop g2.
At the moment, I have the feeling that it's easier to play it with the black side because you know that you're going to play f6, I believe. Maybe actually f5 can be also an interesting move. But I think castle will also happen. You have actually 2 knights. You will have to decide which one you want to occupy, this beautiful seat on e5. And the g2 bishop will be blocked. So it doesn't have such a great future.
Yeah, knight d3, f6. Okay, one thing that Hikaru probably had in mind by going for this d takes c3 structure that he might have foreseen that with a4, b3, king b2, I will have a very safe king position. Maybe that attracted his attention to this d takes c3. That's what I'm believing, and he might have simply forgotten that black can move that rook, because honestly I also completely forgot about this, that the rook from c8 can be moved, and then we can set up this castle here on the queen side with king moving to c8 and the rook to d8, which is a game changer. But still, white has some initiative. Yes, there is the e5 square, but white has the potential of the pair of bishops, and eventually also one thing white cannot allow, the trade of knights. If one pair of knights are traded, then white loses all the dynamic possibilities. So whenever white plays one knight g5, then white will play knight f4. If black plays knight c5, white will play knight b4 and a4 on the board.
I like a4 quite a lot, and your idea b3, king b2, I think that's a great progress for white. And indeed, it's not so easy for black how to continue, right? So for white, white maybe wants to go a5. So now there is a question, I think, for black. Should he play a5 to stop white playing a5? Or should he allow to play a5? Because after a5, rook a4 can also activate itself, and maybe it can be very unpleasant.
Yeah, intuitively I feel like black should play a5. I don't believe that, but he castles. Wow, okay, so he allows the move a5. White can gain more space. Interesting decision. Why is he not afraid?
Well, maybe he wants to go d5
yes.
in the next move. So white has to be careful, because white doesn't have enough time now to play b3, c4 to stop that, which might have been an option to do beforehand, actually, instead of a4, to play b4, b3, c4 first.
Yeah, he sidesteps with queen f1, but this is a big tempo.
So the question is, can black go d5 right now?
Even here, you are weakening the c5 square, but maybe it's not important, yeah? Because if knight c5, you... Okay,
yeah,
but knight
c5 can be unpleasant because
and then
queen
b5. Yeah, yeah.
So that's a tricky idea by Nakamura. Just keep an eye on... I may show up where you don't want to see me.
Exactly.
That's a nice idea.
Maybe already knight c5 is a possibility.
Yeah, so maybe knight g5, knight the right moment to bring the knight, so that knight c5 can play d6.
Yeah, but knight, which one? Which knight would you go to e5?
Yeah, that's the question, because knight g5, then you go knight f4 with knight
no,
d5.
After knight c5, I take the pawn on a7.
No, I play knight g5. So
if you go knight g5, knight then knight f4, knight d5.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly, and then the knight on c6 is feeling a bit uncomfortable. No, Hikaru has the initiative, and he's also up on the clock. Sindelov still needs to find a couple of good moves to stabilize his position. He goes for bishop c4. Let's think about this move, but actually the idea is that after bc we take on d3, or we fall back on a6. I don't think that taking on d3 is nice. Then you can
after
take cd.
d3,
yes.
Right?
Did you just see that stare by Nakamura? He seems surprised by bishop c4.
b3.
Yes, so bishop a6, then white plays c4, I'm guessing.
Well, bishop a6 looks very dangerous, I believe, because you can go c4, but you can also go queen d1 or something and provoke bishop d3 if you want to.
No, I will play d6 then. With bishop a6, I have to somehow navigate with d6. It's a very dangerous kind of stuff, but bishop takes d3 is strategically not viable.
Well, bishop d3, c takes d3 looks very promising for white.
Yes. Nicholas, any thoughts? What's happening here?
Yeah, bishop c4 was not a good move, and it also goes to show that Sindarov now is thinking after b3, which was the obvious reply, what he should do. Because if he takes this knight, then white takes back, repairs his pawn structure, suddenly it's all good again. You have no more isolated pawn in the center, you have the bishop pair. You're not allowing black to break, so you will have time to get your remaining pieces into the game, especially this rook, and white is just clearly better. But if you move your bishop back, let's say to a6, then, oh, he has taken on d3 indeed. If you play it back, then c4 is a move, or just moving the queen, maybe threatening knight c5, and you still have to take on d3 because you cannot play this position like this, like d6. There's
yeah, knight b4 idea.
Attack.
Yes.
Knight b4.
Oh.
Yes, this is very strong.
Oh.
No, you can't do that. He also did not want to move back, so he did take on d3, but now Nakamura for sure is very happy. He has a healthy pawn structure, he has the bishops, he is up a lot on the clock, 8 minutes versus 2 minutes 50, so this is looking good for Nakamura so far, Judith.
Well, absolutely. How you broke it down, it is very clear that Nakamura is now in the driver's seat. He's there, goes king b2. What a pawn structure he has. a4, b3, c3, d3, e4. And they are going to be coming as a storm in a later stage with d4, d5. And those two bishops on g1 and g2, they're extremely powerful. I mean, after d4, white can take away the very important e5 square. Even sometimes the bishop can show up on h3. Now Sindarov is playing something for very concrete, but it does not seem to me that he's going to have enough pieces. But now he's attacking on b3. So what do you think, Peter? c4 or rook a3 or queen d1?
Yeah, he's provoking some weaknesses. Yeah, he would love to block. Yeah, if he would be able to meet c4 with c5 and then set up a blockade, of course not with d6 here because it blunders the queen, but in general just to get this set up, then the two knights can successfully fight against the two bishops. However, it does not seem likely that he gets a chance. Honestly, I'm always a pessimist in bad positions, and this really looks like a horrible position for black. Hikaru is also up on the clock with over 4 minutes. I don't know, really some big miracle has to happen here that Sindarov survived this. We have already seen him saving some bad positions against Hikaru, but this one will be super tough.
Well, I also believe that things are not going on the right way for Sindarov, but he made miracles before. So let's see if Nakamura will be able to make it all the way, show his stability and show the advantage, converting it into victory. It is very clear that he has something extremely comfortable position. After move 15, he didn't think that it will be so beautiful, I believe. At the same time, you know how knights can be. They can play jokes on you.
For example, after knight e5, don't blunder. Of course, I know that you will never blunder, but I'm telling it to the public that, yeah, d4, knight c4 check, b takes c4, knight c4, and then suddenly, because king a2, knight e3 check, or knight d2 check, there is d5.
Yes.
Okay, but
sometimes blunder becomes sacrifice, as we know.
Exactly. Yeah, so all right, a lot to think about, because if d4 works, then actually knight e5 is kind of a bad move. I'm assuming that Sindarov is relying on knight c4 tactics, so this will be very bad news for him if this is a good move.
Nakamura believed him. He goes king c2. He did not check d4 carefully enough, but also king c2 is
but this is actually very interesting how it works in reality, right? I mean, if you start looking d4 calculating, then of course you see takes, knight check, d5 wins. But you can just sit there and say, okay, d4 doesn't work because of knight c4, so what else? So you just go on and
you dismiss it immediately.
Yeah, you just don't spend the extra fraction of a second to move on and calculate on. So at this stage, of course, the players may just go more on the safe side, especially he knows and he sees that he has an incredible advantage, right? So the only thing can happen that you blunder.
Exactly.
So why not to play king c2? In the next move, I can go b4. What will stop me from doing that?
kicking the knight away and gaining space. Black will run out of
But you can see that
squares.
Nakamura is tired. At the same time, he knows he has a good position, but
Yeah, the position helps him. Yeah, this is
King
King B8
B8.
had to be played, so maybe Black would love to sacrifice an exchange with D5 just to change the character of the game. Now that he sidestepped this devilish Bishop H3 idea, which was very annoying.
so let's see if B4 will be the next move of Nakamura. Is he ready to push the pawns and take actions? King C2 might be also useful in a later stage if, let's say, B4, Knight C6, A5. If Black would be trying to stop the pawn by playing A6, then White can go Rook B1 and pushing the pawn to B5.
Yes, this idea exists. Then Black will have to rely on some Knight A7, Knight B5 ideas, but then some Queen F2 might come. Now this is total horror. I'm a believer in bad positions. There are no good moves, right? This is what I believe in. D4.
Let's see if this move is the best.
Okay, Knight
to
F7.
progress.
At least there is now some target on E4. I can hope to achieve something, but I'm not believing in it. Will he play then Queen D3? Would be natural, no?
Nakamura's heart rate is increasing continuously. It's not optimal to have your Rook on A3, King on C2, and you know that you can't really play B4 because of Knight C4, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, this Before Knight C4 is there. Now that White pushed D4, he's unable to do
And
that.
as you said, the E4 pawn can get vulnerable, some exchange sacrifice, Knight
Yes.
G5, Knight D6, maybe even F5 can be a move to think of at some point.
Because White lacks coordination, yeah, with the Rook on A3. The position is wonderful. Probably objectively it's still very good, but practically speaking, and also the clock situation slowly equals out. It's already only over 2 minutes time advantage for Hikaru, and the tendency is like Sindelov knows that he's in a bad position, he's fighting, and Hikaru wants to get the most out of this wonderful position, so there is more pressure on him right now.
Well, I have to say I really dislike this move D4 because you're just giving targets to Black, and instead B4 would have been much stronger. I mean, here already a computer is saying you should play D5, but this is not a move you really want to play, giving the square E5 away. If you don't play this move, your advantage has already significantly decreased. Instead, King B2 or Rook D1. Also, there is maybe D5, pawn takes, and Queen E2 check in the air right now. It's getting a bit murky because there's no perfect coordination for the white pieces. And by going D4 instead of B4, Nakamura has made things definitely more difficult for himself. And it goes to show that he now spends more time. And I think Sindarov might be on his way back into the game, Judith.
Absolutely, absolutely. What you just mapped out, what are the opportunities for Black and possible counterplay, it shows that, I mean, this is chess, right? 2 moves ago, it was such a huge advantage for White because somehow everything was on the right spot and somehow tactically D4 was possible to be playing. And actually he played D4, but only 1 move later, but this King on C2 is just not right over there, right? But he played D5, which you told us that is the best move, which is very encouraging for him that he found this move, he understood.
Yeah, because he also wants to trap the knight with B4. Yeah, that's the follow-up. So that's why Queen E7 was very important to keep an eye on the rook. But still, B4 will be played. There are also some ideas with Bishop C5.
Yeah, but after B4, can Black go Knight E5?
Yes, he will.
Just to look for counterplay, just because the king is on C2 and the A3 rook is unprotected?
Exactly. It's a very tricky position because after D5, Queen E7, I feel like White has to use the moment. Yeah, if you give 2 more extra moves for Black, Black can be perfectly fine. Black has now outpost for his knight and the bishop on G2 is out. So you better make sure that somehow you use this moment that the knight on A5 is bad.
Well, it starts to get concrete again because Black is regrouping his pieces. His knight will show up on E5, no matter what I believe, or on D6. Rook A1, putting the rook into safety, preparing B4 with more energy and effort.
Okay, but knight E5, we jump with the knight to E5.
So let's see what Hikaru has in mind.
Oh,
after
he does
knight
it. It's a
e5.
mistake.
Wow.
Queen b5, but immediately bishop d4. Oh, bishop d4 was a terrible move. Now after c5,
C5.
is fully back. Instead, queen b5 was actually winning.
Wow, yeah, but this is the point, yeah, that once you get the outpost, you have practically and c5
And he
on the
plays
board.
c5.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Anybody's game. In fact, now black takes over.
What a takeover. Look at that. No danger for the knight on a5 anymore.
Yeah.
What a knight on e5 suddenly. Look the g2 bishop.
It's like a Nimzo Indian suddenly. It becomes a wonderful Nimzo Indian. Bishop takes e5. Wow, what is this? Bad bishop against this. Hikaru in a lot of trouble. He's losing his nerves.
And it happens to him again and again. Having good position, ruin it. Having fantastic winning position, ruins it. And this position is not what he had just few moves ago.
Yeah, if he loses this one, he'll be furious. And it's looking really unpleasant now because...
Yeah, rook e5, rook d8.
It's so easy for black to play now.
Yeah, and we can see the clash of generations very clearly. And energy matters.
Definitely.
So the plan can be rook doubling on the e file. Black can also consider to play b6, move the queen and regroup his knight at some point. Knight b7, knight d6, putting extra pressure on the e4 pawn.
Also some f6, f5 break in the air.
This is not something Nakamura was planning on to.
He blundered this c5 move and...
This is the thing with the youngsters, that you slip and there is one moment they can come back, and he plays c5 and everything is turning upside down.
So now he allows c4 actually.
Yeah, c4, b4, knight b3, and then some a5 is coming as well, opening up there some entry squares. Very shaky position. And then knight gets to c5. In fact, this whole c4, b4, knight b3, a5 operation can strategically just win the game for black. Hikaru will take the pawn. It's not because he wants, but his position is so bad he cannot.
If he takes, it's lost. If he takes, it is lost.
Yeah, but he played queen f5.
Because hold on, there is queen b6 and then
c4, queen f2. Oh. Ooh, then he cannot.
Oi, oi, oi.
Then he has to play queen f4, but then he lost the tempo.
Yes.
And can be a very important one.
Yes.
No,
he takes queen b6.
Look at that queen b6 on the board.
Oh my goodness.
And look at Sindarov shaking because he knows that that's it.
And look at his heart rate. He knows I have my chance. I created my chance here. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, wow, wow.
Hikaru is just falling apart in this game.
Yeah, and even
to watch.
Exactly, and how to put resistance. Yeah, just from a overwhelming position in 5 moves, it's hopelessly lost.
Well, this is why chess is a difficult sport, you know.
It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal.
It's difficult to digest that you have a fantastic position, almost we can say winning, and then you misplay it 1, 2, 3 inaccuracies, and then suddenly you find yourself in a lost position. And this is what is happening.
King d1, yeah, total.
To Nakamura.
It basically shows that, yeah, Hikaru knows that everything is falling apart. He just tries to run with the king to the king side. Maybe it's a practical choice, but black even does not need to take with the queen. Maybe just knight takes b3 and c4 and f5 and just
he can play c4,
king.
but queen b3 wouldn't be a bad move, I think, either.
No.
Yeah, okay. Now
But c4 is very tempting also.
Of course, yeah. I'm just very tempted to go after white's king and not collect all the pawns and let white's king escape to h1.
Yeah, I understand your point, but he takes the pawn.
Okay, he takes king e2. What's the clock situation? Sindaru is up on the clock as well with 20 seconds.
Yeah, this was not the case just a few moves ago.
But he cannot reach to g1. Yeah, king f2 then, or king f1. Yeah, king f1, only move. Hikaru is trying to escape with his king.
But already it feels like white has a little bit more hope now, with the king being somewhat safe.
Yeah, at least he will not get checkmated. Yeah, this is already good news. The position objective is lost, but who cares about objectivity?
Well, knight c4, knight e3.
We should definitely zoom in on the players, by the way, at this point, with so little time on the clock for both, so we can focus on the action. The moves coming in so quickly anyway that we can't analyze anymore. So let's bring them in on the full screen and see if Nakamura can hold this one.
Yeah, we will see a close-up from the players, see closely the face expressions.
I feel that there is some hope for Hikaru now that his king is escaping. Look at all the emotions on Hikaru. He knows that what I have done, oh my God, what I have done, but I escaped with my king. At least I'm still in the game. Rook G5 played.
Incredible resilience in these players. I mean, Nakamura, look at that. Few moves ago, we could see that, oh my God, his dad lost suddenly after Queen B6. With cold-blooded, he said, okay, I go King D1. I'm going to be escaping. I'm going to be fighting and save this game. And he has a little bit more chance than he had just after Queen B6.
But yeah, now also Queen E5, Knight D4, and then this Queen on H7 is also stuck. Rook G5 was a professional move.
It's not a position which I would like to take over from Hikaru, I must say.
Yeah, E5, he sacrificed another pawn to open up the bishop. Yeah, this bishop was kind of a dead piece. It needs to be opened up, and also the queen can come back to the game.
But he gives a great defense, amazing defense.
Yeah, and how difficult to come back after he knows he had an absolutely overwhelming position, which he completely ruined in just a matter of moves, and then to forget about it and now put up the best defense is so difficult. But he's good in that. So let's see if he can create some chances.
Rook E5, Queen E5.
Can he take on G7?
He will.
But the C-pawn is running.
C-pawn is running, yes.
Oof,
C4.
and it's strong.
The C-pawn will be not kind to him.
And the king on F1 also still stuck. Yeah, it's not on H1.
And he'll have no time to escape there.
Yes, 37 seconds. Frustration.
What to do? 33 seconds on the clock.
Looking for chances. But where are the chances?
His brain is working like crazy. What a processor.
But he's also so disappointed, frustrated, angry at himself.
Yeah, what to do with the C-pawn?
15 seconds.
D6.
D6.
Queen E7.
C6, Queen E7. Trying to create some mess.
And Rook E8.
Rook takes D7 and C2.
This is the mess you're trying to get right, but it doesn't work. Just some accurate calculation, and Sinnerov takes the first win here and takes a huge step to semifinals.
He played
Rook E8 also.
He played Rook E8, yes. Queen takes D7, Queen E2 check.
Takes the rook.
Rook E1.
Rook E1.
Knight D2 check. Queen D4.
What a move, Rook E1. Yeah, Hikaru is fighting.
Like a lion.
40 seconds in the off. He better has these 40 seconds to navigate.
This is really tricky still, it feels like.
Well, after Queen D4, there is no move. Was there?
Rook E3.
Not Queen D4, I'm sorry. Knight D2 check, King F2.
Queen D4, yeah.
And then
Rook Queen D4.
But he can also give just Queen F5 check and then move the Rook. And he goes Knight D2 check, King F2.
And Rook E3, unbelievable.
Queen C5.
And Knight E4. Wow, he finds it. Amazing.
Wow. Incredible.
I'm not sure this was the simplest, but this should be winning.
Yeah, it's effective.
No, this was great.
This is what was needed. With
What
this
kind of
control.
tactic?
Incredible play by Sindanov.
H4, look at that.
Yeah, his only hope to somehow create counterplay with the H pawn, but it will come far
Queen
too
C5,
late.
Queen C5, Bishop C2, D5.
It's unbelievable that Black has so many pawns, but they are not moving, yeah, somehow.
Not yet, at least. Still some work to do for Sindarov.
It seemed like that he was closer before, but D5, extremely powerful move.
Yeah, Bishop
so
C2.
Bishop D5, Queen C5.
Yeah, and D4 is coming.
Great fight, though, by Nakamura.
Incredible, yeah, he forced him to find these brilliant tactics. King DC blocking
Queen
the pawn
F5.
like this, but Queen F5 check. Rook E4.
B5.
Yes,
B5.
B5 is very convincing now.
B5 is the killer.
Yeah, B5 designs on the spot. And the players, yeah, this is the 10 seconds extra. They are back to 1 minute.
And he's
B5.
playing B5.
on the board.
That's it.
We all understood when he said, okay, I have it.
156, Harjit. Hikaru designs.
And the first victory goes to Sindarov. Nakamura is very unhappy, obviously, no question about it, after having such an amazing opening. He was almost winning.
He was never in danger in any of the games so far. In the first classical, he was winning. In the second one, he was also pushing. And now he was winning again. And then it just all fell apart in just a few moments. And this will be so difficult for him now psychologically to come back. He still has the chance. He needs to strike now with the black pieces to equalize the match and take it to a next round of tiebreaks. But what do you guys think?
Yeah, I feel like his nerves is letting him down. Yeah, he has this tremendous class, you can feel it and everything, and then these unexplainable mistakes with time on the clock, and yeah, it's actually very sad to see, because we see the tremendous potential what he has, and Sindarov on the other hand is saving everything. He has like the young freshness, the nerves of steel and everything, and then capitalizes on these mistakes by Hikaru.
Well, I think the journey is very interesting to see how Sindarov, starting with the fact that he got an invitation here because in the last minute Anand was cancelling his participation. He got the opportunity. He grabbed his opportunity. He played well. He made an incredible victory against Magnus Carlsen in the qualification part. He tied for first in that portion. And now he shows his toughness already at the age of 19, that he picked Nakamura. He picked the most difficult challenge for himself when he had to choose. And he could be out already at this stage, because in the first game he was completely lost. Not only that he was completely lost, but he played against Nakamura, who is very good, converting, generally speaking, the winning position. And it was an end game. It was something that you wouldn't think that there is even a slightest chance to save a game against Nakamura like that. So that was a very bad sign for Nakamura yesterday, that he could not convert it. And then today, he was the one who was pushing in the classical portion. Then it was a draw. So I think it's very hard already when you're very, very good. But I mean, unconsciously, probably he thought, okay, I'm having a much easier match than if I would be playing with Magnus, right? I mean, they are the same age, more or less. Okay, we played 1,000 times already. Something will happen. Even if I lose, it's not the end of the world to lose against number one. So this match, it was Nakamura, obviously, who was the player who should collect the match and move on to the next stage, to the semifinals. But we see some surprises, and psychologically somehow it seems like Nakamura was cracking in this match. And I think also physically maybe he's very tired. Mm-hmm. And we shouldn't forget about the fact that we all know, because we're all grandmasters here, that if you win, even if you had a 7-hour game, somehow you still have energy. But if you lost, you ruined the winning position, then somehow it's not only that you're tired, but you're exhausted after like those kind of hours of play. So now it must be extremely stressful for Nakamura to
also here at the end of the game, he showed his frustration. He told to Sindarov that I could have done this, I could have done that. You were kind of completely busted and everything. And all of a sudden his opponent takes the game. Very difficult to digest. And I think with age it's getting all the more difficult. It's going to be extremely tough for him to come back from this situation.
Yeah, because let's face it, around move 15, he was just almost winning. And it's not only that he almost winning, it was not a complicated game. It was not a chaotic position. It was really a position where it's a dream position, having your bishop pair. It's not even a unusual kind of position so much, which you expect from freestyle for a longer period of time. Your pieces are better, your pawn structure is better, your space advantage is there. So everything seemed to be that probably unconsciously he was thinking, okay, it's 1-1, but okay, now we finish off and let's move on, right? And then by basically making one single inaccuracy, playing king c2, and after that playing d4, so playing d4 only one move later, and then after d5, even though objectively he played the best move, he couldn't make the best move follow-up move, and then already there were some weaknesses, and he just collapsed in a few minutes practically, and from there he couldn't pick it up. So it was like downhill, though he was fighting incredibly well, even in a almost, well, lost position.
Yeah, this D6, Queen-E7 rookie one was, for example, I can imagine myself falling apart, that I cannot believe I was winning, it should be winning, and because of the stress level, you are unable to think quietly and you miss your chance, but not Sindarov. He took his time and then found this beautiful intermezzo knight e4 check, and then that was it.
Well, maybe we can see how was it exactly, that critical moment which we were talking about. Nicholas?
Yeah, I think we have some time until the next position will be decided. Okay, we have a little bit of time, not much, so I'm going to just go to very key moments. So one key moment was here. Nakamura blitzed out the move bishop d4, then it was all Sindarov. What he should have done is go queen b5, get the queen involved in the attack. Black needs to go b6, now he can go b4, and if the knight goes forward to c4, which would be logical, white can start a very dangerous and powerful attack and should be winning here. If Nakamura had taken a little bit more time, he could have definitely found it, and he had enough time in this moment. Instead he played a very unfortunate bishop d4 when he was hit by c5, and if the bishop retreats now again, then there's c4 and the square is available for the knight. And then it all went downhill from there. He goes into his very uncomfortable position already with the bad bishop against the good knight. Black has access to the dark squares, and then taking this pawn was another mistake, which allowed queen b6 with the idea to hit the pawn and play c4, and now the queen is far away to defend the white king. Nakamura tried to run with the king. The king is a bit safer, but black has won a lot of pawns, and especially the c-pawn is very strong, which moved up the board. Here we see some more counterplay now, the very nice intermezzo move that Peter mentioned, knight e4 check. Right now the rook is still defending the pawn, but after knight e4 check, the bishop has to take. Black took the pawn on e7, and then queen against rook was convincing. Judith?
Well, thanks. It was very stressful, very heartbreaking for Nakamura, that basically if he plays queen b5, as you pointed out, he would win the game.
Back, everyone.
And now let's go to the stage.
One, which means Hikaru Nakamura is now in a must-win situation. We are going to draw a new position. I have next to me Tournament Director Sebastian Siebrecht. And I would like to call to the stage Morny. Please give her a round of applause. Let's go. Thank you very much. It's position 336. Position 336. Thank you very much. To the players, good luck. Please enjoy.
Well, another new game is up already. New game number 336. So I'm curiously waiting myself also what kind of new position is for the players in this game. Of course, it's very difficult for Nakamura psychologically how to recover just within few minutes. And now they are going to be seeing the position. They will have 10 minutes again to get familiar with this position, making new strategies. And of course, I believe that psychologically will be maybe the most difficult for Nakamura to recover. Of course, we should not forget that in freestyle, every single round is played with a different setup of position. And now we see the cameras are on Nakamura. Of course, it is very difficult to digest. He's there with his wife right now. And now we see Sindarov focusing as he did before in the previous game. He was just sitting similarly, trying to focus. What can be the important strategy and idea that I want to play? It is a very interesting position, and but I see that maybe there is a misunderstanding that this is not exactly the position. That's not the position. There was a confusion a bit.
Yeah, the bishops should be in the corner.
Yes, exactly. So there is a few seconds were missed by Sindarov, but hopefully he will get the right position. We'll see whether what is that, because it's not exactly what we have on the screen. I think we will. So let's see. Please don't take it for granted that what you see, it's actually going to be the position what they're playing out. So there is a little adjustment has to be done right. And let's see what we are going to see.
Yeah, on the left was still the old position from the first game of the tiebreak. So now there's the new position. So now it's matching and everybody has the right position to think about.
Yeah, now it's a very interesting position that the king is on e1, which we are familiar with for so many decades, that's the position of the king. But we have some strange things, like the bishop is on a1 in the corner, in the long diagonal. So how the players will benefit from that? What do you think, Niklas, about this position?
I would be, of course, attracted to playing c4. Yes, there we go. And immediately opening up the bishop, because there's an unprotected pawn on h7. So always watch out for this. This is why he goes knight g6 here. Would be a logical defensive move to deal with this threat. Now he wants to go f4, which looks quite aggressive, and he's playing through some moves. This is quite interesting to see what he is considering and if this will happen in the game. What is your feeling on f4? Is this a good way to play?
I don't know. Somehow in this position, usually when we had the bishop on b1 or g1, especially on g1 in several occasions, people were looking f4, right? The concrete tempo move. So that's why I guess you wanted to play c4 to attack immediately with the bishop from b1, the h7 unprotected pawn. At the same time, of course, the f1 queen actually looks a little bit strange to me. So I'm wondering if the e-pawn will be pushed anytime soon. Probably it's not the right approach. I'm also curious where the e1 king will be ending up, whether it's going to be towards the king side, the castle, or will it be for the queen side? So it is a big question. What we see on the board, that Sindarov is having pawns, c4, b3, e3, f4. What do you think, Peter, about the ideas what Sindarov is putting up on the board?
Yeah, this e3, f4 idea is kind of thematic against the knight on g6, but so there is this bishop on e8 on the long diagonal already. It looks very scary. Now he moves back, he looks at c4, knight g6, f4, c5. Yeah, so certainly is looking in this direction. I don't know what to think of it. Yeah, what a challenge. Yeah, you are completely exhausted, you are very nervous and so on, and then you have to try to figure out your first move, the direction of the game.
Yeah, this is a big question. What can you do? Of course, the player's mind is a bit confused because they are playing already for 5 hours and 20 minutes.
And
So-
all the nerves, yeah, it's 2 games, yeah, the roller coasters, everything, emotional roller coasters.
already, and they had to switch emotionally also to the different time control, the shorter time control. Before they were enjoying themselves, that, okay, I have time to discover, I'm not going to be blundering because I have time to calculate and figure out the things. And again, they know that they have to be very fast in their making of strategy. And of course, 10 minutes is not enough to understand the position, because you don't know whether these bishops in the corner, A1, B1, should I really play B3, C4? That would be kind of a logical moves for me. We see Nakamura sitting at the board trying to figure out what he will have to deal with after the first move.
Yes, I was actually thinking that what makes more sense, to sit at the board or sit at the analyzing board. I feel that sitting at the analyzing board makes more sense in the sense that you can move the pieces. Here you are not allowed to move the pieces. You can just sit there and think, and you don't even know what will be opponent's first move. Yeah, so.
But I think it's different approach has to be done if you play with the white pieces or the black. Because with white pieces, you have more responsibility, what move you are going to be making. And from the black side, I think at this point, I would probably also sit at the board and try to focus and concentrate that I'm getting ready how to react on my opponent's ideas, somehow to try to be sensitive on how my opponent, what he wants, how I'm going to be stopping him of doing that. So
yeah, Hikaru also needs to calm himself down. Yeah, if he's not calm, if he cannot get the right balance, right mindset for this game, then it will be super tough.
Yeah, for example, he was playing incredibly fast, right?
Yes.
That was Nakamura's strategy. That he plays fast. And actually, you think about it, it worked.
It worked.
He played fast.
Yes.
He had a fantastic, huge advantage.
5 minutes up on the clock.
And on the board.
Yes.
And then somehow he should have stopped and think more time in the almost winning position, practically. But it's very hard. I think it's one of the most difficult things for chess players to understand what is the critical moment when you have to think. How much do you feel that you were able to pick? Or can you say something? How do you pick? According to what process can you pick that this is the critical moment? Only by intuition or something more too?
Yeah, normally intuition, okay, judging the position, yeah, that, okay, here it looked too easy and too good for Hikaru. I think that was the problem, yeah, he relaxed too much. So like, yes, I was so clever, the strategy worked to perfection, I was putting pressure, I was playing quickly, I was playing well. And then exactly after this transformation of the pawn structure with c takes this, maybe he felt, okay, that's it, I will just automatically win this. But yeah, looking back at this position, I think Nicholas has already done some work. Please reveal us and also compare it with what Sindarov has been analyzing.
Now, Sindarov is exactly on the right track. Looking at c4, this is the best move in the position, clearly. And it is actually, unfortunately for Nakamura, one of those positions where white definitely has a bit of an advantage. From the get-go, if white plays the moves correctly, and black doesn't really have a lot of choices. Exactly what we see here, the first few moves can happen like this, and Sindarov, I think, made a great analysis, and he can probably play the first few moves quite confidently because there are not a lot of ways for Nakamura to deviate, and I'm curious how far we're going to get if we're going to see the game develop in this direction. But it will be very difficult for the world number 2 to come back. He will try everything he can. He is not for no reason feared as a rapid player and blitz player. So let's see. Handshake, they begin.
Let's see, c4 was on the board, g6.
Wow, g6, shocker.
Surprise on move 1, just to get him out of his preparation.
That's a nice sentence here in the freestyle position. But it's kind of, is it a good move?
Well, his idea is that he wants f5, knight f7. Yeah, this knight is heading towards the f7 square, and Sindelov plays g4 to stop f5. Very interesting.
Look at that, g4.
And quite fast, also.
Very prophylactical.
He didn't look at g6, not as far as I saw, but he decides on g4 quite fast, and he seems full of confidence now.
Actually, the move g4 appeared in maybe did not appear, but g3 and then queen h3. He might have, because the position that he left the analyzing board before going to the queen was on h3, the white queen was on h3.
Well, also in the previous game, he played very slowly. It didn't work out because he had a bad position. So maybe he changed his strategy. He says, okay, I play c4 and I'm going to play fast. So now it seems like the strategy changed. Sindelov wants to play fast, maybe, and Nakamura thinks that, okay, let's calm down and pay attention in the first moves, just in case.
Yes, e5, and I believe then Sindelov will play queen h3. That would.
But maybe after queen h3, queen g7 can be useful because actually b3 is not possible to play.
That's very interesting. Yeah, actually, queen h3, queen g7. Okay, you are also pinned along the g file. You can never. He goes knight g3 and queen g7 on the board.
You see, he wants to stop the b pawn to be moving. And actually, it's quite annoying.
Quite annoying.
It's quite annoying that white cannot push the b pawns.
And already, maybe Sindelov is regretting not having played c4, g6, b3. Maybe he completely forgot about this. Queen g7 is a sensational stuff. So easy to miss.
Okay, white can go. Bishop e4 is not so good because of knight d6, right?
It's the surprise value. I'm not sure if in a classical game this queen g7 is so important, but in a 10 minutes blitz game, the players being exhausted, suddenly playing a move like this, and you can rely and force the opponent to think.
But I have the feeling that Nakamura could not get over.
Yes.
It was not enough time to get over on the previous game. It is such a frustration. Just before the start of the game, I saw he was still shaking his head. And you can feel on his body language that I'm here, but I shouldn't be here.
Yes. Sure. On the other hand, we know how experienced he is and how quickly this can change. Yeah? If suddenly he feels that, wow, things are turning in my favor, I think he will be there. Immediately knight d3 played. Yeah, trying to get bishop c to b4.
I'm pretty sure that exactly that's his plan. So after knight d6, if mirroring, then bishop c2 could be powerful.
Yeah, so knight d6, bishop c2,
but actually that's funny.
c4,
b3, knight a3.
Knight a3. Yes, I also wanted to highlight knight e5, f4, then knight takes d3 check. Also knight e5 was also possible. Yeah,
you should show that line.
Yeah, let's show. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, knight d6, and it shows why it's so difficult for the players. For example, let's just imagine b3 seemingly double attack hitting the queen and the knight, and then there is also the move knight a3. Bishop takes g7, knight takes c2, checkmate. All of a sudden. Crazy.
Yeah, so it's not so easy to move with the pawn. So let's see if knight d6 is the move, or knight b6, but probably knight d6 seems to be playable. And if after knight d6 white goes rook c1, then castle will be not possible anymore, which can make a difference in the long term.
Yeah, we don't know exactly if white wants to castle at all, because it feels like the king is quite safe in the center right now. No, I don't feel the need to castle anywhere at this very moment.
There's also b5 right now, which is very interesting.
Yeah, to spice things up, right? Especially because, yeah, knight d3 kind of invites this b5 option.
And Nakamura is in a must-win situation to get back and continue the match. So let's see if this b5 will be standing on the board. Very exciting.
It could easily happen. Yeah, it's so much Hikaru to play b5.
Nice move.
Very nice move. also feel that this 129, 120 heart rate is kind of normal. I feel like the players are very calm. Yes, we have seen much more than that before.
So let's see what will be the next move by Hikaru. He's deciding he can go b6, b5, knight d6. I doubt that he considers d6, closing the bishop. I guess that cannot be the case.
Yeah, but how does white react to b5? It's kind of annoying, yeah, that there is immediately a very big unbalance in the position. And then the king on e1, if things open up, can feel very uncomfortable there.
Also question where the f1 queen will be going. Because,
Yes.
of course, queen on g2, symmetrically mirroring black's idea would be quite good. But will he get the opportunity? Not if black pushes the b pawn.
For example, the evil bar says that white is better, but to my eyes, it's actually very dangerous and risky what white is doing. As you highlighted, the queen on f1 has nowhere to go apart of h3, but that's also not such a lovely square. Yeah, if white is in time to play bishop c2, b3, then he gets harmony, then he will be also able to push f4.
Maybe in the long run, white wants to go f3, queen f2, and then castle. Is that over-optimistic?
Okay, I think first he just wants to solve this issue of the long diagonal, yeah, because this is so irritating. And that's why b5, I feel like psychologically it's such a good move. Hikaru on the board.
Yes.
There we go.
That's what we want to see. Spice it up.
Yes, fight.
This is the move.
And Sindarov will be, I want to see his heart rate reaching 150. After b5. No, after b5, okay, come on. How can you keep your heart under control after b5?
Well, their hearts are not under control at all. Anyway. So one line maybe which is interesting to show is bishop c2.
Wow, bishop c2 and then bc b3 or?
Yes, but it runs into c
cd.
c3.
Yeah, wow. Again, the queen sacrifice and actually black wins way too much material, hitting the rook and then picking up the bishop with clear advantage for black. A lot of tactics.
Yeah, because otherwise white could keep everything under control, but now he just can't. He cannot keep the pawns together like this. He has to take on c5 or on b5, and it's a mess.
Very unpleasant move, b5. No question about it. So far, beautiful play by Hikaru.
Yes, this g6, queen g7,
Queen G7.
idea. A total shocker, actually. Yeah, c takes b5 played.
WEISSENHAUS gambit.
g6, queen g7, yeah.
b5.
What a shocker, yeah, and then b5. c4 on the board, yeah, Hikaru pushes the pawn.
Okay, so the question is for white, where the white knight would be going.
Maybe to a6, knight before knight a6, because at least I feel that then I might harass your bishop and my knight is at least safe. I don't have any protected square for my knight.
But you know the bishop on e5 will be standing fantastic. Black will castle probably at some point, or make... Will the c5 knight get in trouble anytime soon? Or it's just going to go to safety to a6?
You see, Sindarov heart rate is getting closer to 150. I can't really tell you, suggest any move, but I can feel the heart rate. It's, the position is sort of control that you cannot control yourself. There's no stability.
Well, stability is far from this position on both sides.
And this queen on f1. Look at the difference between the queens. Queen on g7 is a monster. Queen on f1 is passive. But white is a pawn up. And yeah, black is playing a gambit. He will have to follow it up very energetically.
So let's see how Sindarov is up to.
Knight b6.
Knight b6.
A little slow move.
a4 could be a move. Don't you think so?
Wow. You have nerves of steel. Yeah, a4. Yes, I understand passing the knight, but that's the main priority at this moment. I don't know. I'm lost with words anyway. I have no suggestions.
No, I was just thinking for a second that what about playing bishop a2 and then b3?
This, yeah.
I mean, probably I'm slow,
But okay, bishop c2 kind of looks more natural, not to threaten with b4 or something to try to get out.
And bishop e5.
Bishop e5, yes, of course. Bishop e5 is coming anyway.
Well, f4 is the best move now to stop bishop e5.
Of course.
Of course, yeah, it's so obvious.
Let's make use of the f1 queen, right? If it happens to be that that's what lottery dropped us, let's see the benefits.
6 minutes for...
But after f4, what about queen d4?
Yes, it's possible.
Bishop e4 played. Okay, it's...
Well, of course, he wants to kind of get rid of this option. And after d5, b3, that's the idea?
Probably.
Well, okay, d5, b3, bishop e5, queen e5. Bishop has to go back. That's a strong pawn storm by black. d5, d4.
I would also have some d4 intermezzo somewhere, but then, no, then cd queen c3, I can't do that.
Yeah, it shows that Sindarov is stressful, clearly. Let's see if Nakamura is also getting there.
This is total chaos. Yeah, this I haven't ever seen even from freestyle chess such a position. It's completely unique. Yeah, d5 was avoiding the trade of pieces. Hikaru needs to win. Bishop f3, falling back.
Wow, now you can play bishop e5.
Yeah, bishop e5 and...
He's fully in the game now. Sindarov should have played a b pawn forward. Now bishop e5 going after the b2 pawn. And what about the white queen on f1?
Well, white queen will go to g2 and then try to castle. Yeah, but okay, black is okay. Queen h3. Strange.
He wanted it there.
Yeah.
He wanted it there from the very beginning.
And now rook c8 should be played, going after this knight first of all.
And after knight a6.
And then castle. First, put the knight on the edge of the board, and then castle. And black is better. That's the only way to be better here for black.
It seems like rook c8 is a very important finesse.
And a very difficult one.
Yeah, because after castle, we should not forget that all kind of knight f5 does not work.
The rook is hanging on g1, but I also have knight g6 in reserve, so if you prepare it with king f1, yeah, short castle played.
Okay, but it's also very difficult for white now. e3 with the idea d4.
Yes, yeah. This I can understand, yeah, that you try to play this, but at the same time you will also solve black's issue with the knight on h8.
But king f1 is, I mean, knight on c5 is very important once we can go knight f5. Because if after king f1, knight f5 is a threat, I believe.
Yes, okay, but still, takes knight g6 is not the end of the world, yeah?
Yeah, but maybe I can take on g6 and knight e6
knight
at some
e6
point.
tricks,
Oof.
yeah.
Oof.
But okay, all eyes on Sindarov. How will he deal with this challenge, this position?
Yeah, I think he loves to attack. King f1. This looks like his move, honestly. Introducing this knight f5 idea in the position.
Yeah, from practical point of view, it seems to be dangerous, right?
Yeah, and it's the only idea that comes to mind, right? Otherwise...
Well, e3 is not the move which comes to mind. It's not the most obvious move it comes to my mind. I would be very much irritated by my bishop on a1, that I can say.
And Hikaru senses, look at him, he senses that I will get a chance, I have to get ready.
Yeah, he seems happy with the position. I wonder if he has spotted king f1, this idea yet.
For sure. For sure, he has put.
I would also believe it's a very classical
natural,
kind of idea.
The defense should be rook d6 then.
Well, rook d6, even the rook d6 came to my mind, so I would not say that this e3 completely shocked me. E3, no, but king f1, rook d6 sequence of moves make perfect sense.
And Sindarov also knows this is an important moment. He's taking his time, getting level more or less with Nakamura now. Huge moment in this game. King f1.
Yeah, on the board.
Will Nakamura play rook d6? And he does.
It seems,
will.
no, he plays queen f6.
f6.
He steps out of... But he doesn't step out of knight h5, yeah? Because I have both ideas, not only knight f5, also knight h5, but you can ignore it, yeah, with queen d6. Knight h5 does nothing.
Knight f5, by the way, is still possible now.
That comes to mind.
Wow, and then settling some knight h6.
But I see the computer likes my old move a4.
Wow.
Zero chance a4 is going to be played in this possession.
Yes.
Don't you think it's the most obvious move that you have to play on two wings?
That would be crazy if he goes a4 here.
I just don't understand. After a4, like bishop d4, and kicks out my knight completely from c5.
Yeah, and then knight f5 is what the computer wants to see.
Of course.
Okay, that's
obvious, right? So
insane.
after bishop c5, I can go b4.
Well, I felt before that Sindarov, the reason why I believe that he might be able to control the position because he was way up on the clock. Now that he has fallen behind on the clock and has this position with white, I feel like Hikaru is a heavy favorite. This is a very dangerous position to be with white, and with black, the moves are coming so much more easier.
It is very random the way pieces are standing.
This is truly freestyle chess here.
Knight f5 played brilliant.
It was expected.
This position looks like some photo shoot, yeah? That randomly the photographer set up the pieces.
No.
So he needs to take this knight. Any other move loses, basically. He needs to take it.
Wow.
Yeah, because knight h6 check, g5, and then kicking you away from the diagonal, and then also knight g4 and all these ideas.
Yeah, and the knight on h8. I mean, you want to get rid of this knight anyway, so you're probably happy to take on f5, play knight g6.
So let's see what comes out of this.
Yeah, he takes.
Takes, knight g6. Will white grabbing the knight immediately? Probably he will.
And also with queen f6, the same issue like with rook d6, black covers the e6 square. Yeah, so all these knight e6 tricks are not anymore available.
Yeah, I'm wondering, after f takes, h takes, what is white's plan?
Black position looks very solid and definitely more harmonious than the white position.
Eventually a4 will appear. a4.
a4 is the joker, yeah? fg6, g6. Okay, anybody would pick black here, yeah? It's this knight on c5 is horrible, bishop on a1 is dead. Black has perfect harm, even king g7, rook h8. Everything comes naturally.
Oh yes, king g7, rook h8, also a very important idea.
And then you just win the game.
Things can go on the wrong track very fast.
The computer wants to see d4, bishop takes d4, knight e6 now. I think again we have... Oh, d4 is on the board.
On the board, yeah, it's
But
only
knight
chance.
e6? I mean, this
Wow.
Well, it's Sindarov style.
This is crazy.
Amazing move. Amazing move on the board.
Yes, Sindarov is fighting. He has 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Yeah, now Hikaru is almost up a minute on the clock. And yeah, basically bishop, after d4, bishop takes d4, knight e6 is almost guaranteed because there is no other follow-up for white.
Yes, there's no point otherwise to just give a pawn. So knight e6, and then black has a choice. He can sacrifice the exchange. He can sacrifice... Well, he can give maybe the queen. No, not the queen.
Well, one question that
messy.
bishop d4, is it important to start with knight e6 or rook d4, queen e4, knight e6 is equally possible?
No, rook d4 is not possible.
Not possible,
No.
Okay.
No. Because then after knight e6, I can even take. I can take and run away. So...
wow.
Bishop takes d4.
Which also doesn't seem to be so
So obvious at all, yes. What is the difference between this running away or that one running away?
It's easy to say that when you see the computer. And Nakamura has to figure it out with 2 minutes on the clock. He needs to take this pawn, then have some answer ready for knight e6. Brilliant try here by Sindarov to complicate matters.
Nakamura is not used to the fact that he's kind of playing against himself. He's kind of playing with someone who comes up all the time with some very unexpected but very sharp idea. And this is exactly what's happening, right?
Yeah, it feels like he's playing the 20-year-old Hikaru. Yes, it really feels like, yeah, he was this player, yeah, bishop d4 on the board, knight e6.
Bishop e5, he gives us the exchange. I think a very good practical choice.
Very human choice.
Yes. Safety first, enjoy your position.
Yeah, because it's real joy to keep the a1 bishop where it stands. Will it ever be opened up? This is the big question.
G6, Queen G7 plan, yeah? Unbelievable.
Against the a1 bishop in the whole game, no matter the cost.
What a game. What a game so far. The tension.
Players are playing chess already, nearly 6 hours already. So we can imagine how sharp they have to be.
Yeah, under 2 minutes both. Sindarov under 1:30.
He needs to take one of the rooks.
But yeah, you don't want to take because then you lose all your potential, yeah? But knight g5 is a human move. But unfortunately then maybe when you play queen h8
But the queen goes back to its place, to g7.
Or
yeah, also to g7, yes, you can do both.
Of course h8 is maybe even better.
Maybe he's looking at bishop h5? No, he takes.
I think he has to take. Now the question is, king or rook takes?
Rook takes. Yeah, on the board. No, this is not equal. Basically, over the board, I would think like I'm almost winning with black. Yeah, this perfect coordination.
Maybe white should go king g2, threatening after all to go b3 finally.
And hide also on h, but you step into king g7, rook h8. Queen h6, great move. Stopping king g7, the stabilizer, and h4, h5 idea is there. H4, bishop f4. Be careful. Crazy.
And then b3.
And then b3, and then you pretend it's part of the plan.
e5, rook g5, you never know.
Yes. No, but queen h6 was a great move. Very important.
Very practical.
Not allowing king g7.
Nakamura's heart rate.
Makes sense.
Growing.
Push the queen out, then go king g7.
Yeah, you need king g7 to stabilize.
Yeah, but after queen h3, king g7, b3.
Well, c3 it goes on, but yes, this is the way to play. And now the time difference also might play a role here. Sindarov down to 40 seconds. They will get 10 seconds.
It can turn around.
Queen h5.
Just for the fun of it.
But what's the difference after king g7?
Well, after b3, bishop e5 cannot go back.
Yes, of course. No, it's clever, but...
Did you see that look?
And
what do you have in mind with queen h5?
The highest heart rate of Hikaru, right? In this game. He's complaining about something, maybe some noise.
Or some people standing too close.
But Sindarov down to 20 seconds. How do you play this position? I would say it's impossible to play this position with white.
Maybe he wants to go e3. No, b3.
Rook g4
c3.
is a mistake. Now black can go d4 and should be winning. d4. Very important move now, ignoring any
But what
rook
happens
h8,
of rook h8? Rook h8?
Then rook f4.
Queen f4, bishop c3, f6,
okay, queen g4, and I'm alive. What, d4?
d4 just locks in the bishop.
Will Hikaru find this move? Because it's not so easy move.
On the other hand, everything is stable, yes?
Yeah, everything is stable, yeah. But after d4, bishop takes a8, you kind of...
but after d4, bishop a8 and maybe
he plays it
on the board.
Wow.
Of course.
Well, he takes on a8 and comes back queen h3.
Well, but now you're really playing without this bishop on a1.
And also, okay, e5 is coming as well, just cement everything, then c2 will come as well. It's hopelessly lost.
Oh, c2, of course, yes.
c2 as well.
c2 is in the air.
Well,
this
it
is
seems
pretty much
Hikaru
over.
will equalize the match and we move on to the second playoff.
Queen h4 was best, only try for white apparently, but still position should be lost.
At least Hikaru is getting closer to equalize.
Yeah, he's very close to equalizing.
What about c2?
Yeah, he can play c2 or trade on h4 first.
He picks
the queen.
Signals, you know, c2 is in the air.
It's coming.
c2. And he will be up a piece. But white will have some pawns.
Yes, how easy will it be to convert? Because then finally at least white gets some harmony.
Yeah, white will have like 2 pawns. If
2 pawns and this knight on, then a4, a5 comes, but yeah, queen h4 takes.
It's not so simple. If c1 takes rook d4.
Rook d4. Basically, it's the best position for white. From human perspective, of course, it's probably lost, but
it's not so easy technically, I believe. And the a1 bishop eventually
But that's the
comes
problem,
alive.
that will black be able to hit you with some rook c8, bishop moves away, and the bishop a3, rook c1. That's one of the things. If not, then I believe that white can fight. Yeah, takes, everything happens as expected. f6 will be played.
Hikaru has a minute advantage. a4.
Yes, F6,
I mean, finally, it makes sense.
A bit late, but it will probably happen.
And your knight on b6 is kind of tricky.
Yeah, okay, bishop a3 is my problem, a5, bishop c5, this intermezzo. And then where do I
rook
put...
d2 or rook d1, and your knight on b6 has to go back to c8.
Yeah, this I'm not... No,
Not
if
going
rook
to
d2,
be.
then bishop b4 I have.
Yeah, that's why I go rook d1.
Rook d1, yes.
It's not so easy
Not
at
so
all.
easy, no.
And I think f6 has to be played. What else?
Yeah, f6 is a natural move.
Interesting that Hikaru is thinking.
Bishop g5 is an alternative to try to
Bishop g5. That's a serious thing. Though after bishop g5, I think rook a4.
But also bishop g5 so difficult to spot, no? Because all these discovered checks are hanging in the air. Down to 16 seconds. On the board, he plays it. Amazing. Bishop g5. Sensational stuff by Hikaru. Not fearing the discovered check. Well, this is a shock for Sindov. He goes rook d6 check. He wants bishop f6 takes, then at least destroying the pawn structure. What a resource. But now Hikaru will move the king. Yeah, he moves the king. Rook c6. Now it's all about nerves. 12 seconds.
It's not only about nerves, it's about moves too.
Yes, but all together, yeah. Bishop f4, covering
It's
the
not
c7
so simple.
square.
Though I'm not sure I like rook c6.
Because
I
it
like
steps
this.
into rook c8.
Yeah,
Rook
I mean-
a4, rook a6.
Yeah, and play
interesting
a4,
idea.
a5.
Yes.
And Hikaru leans back.
5 seconds for Sindalov a4.
Oh, he can even take the pawn on h2.
Okay, this Sindalov
And he
gives.
takes. And look at that, he will take.
Yeah, it seems like he will take. Okay, but some bishop d4, a5. White gets some play.
a5.
Knight d5. Yeah, now that the rook is on c6, there is the d5 square for the knight.
e4.
He
Okay,
activates the bishop,
logical.
bishop d4, yeah. Can I go king e8, king d7, just
Both
closer?
players have their heart rate over 150.
Yes, king e8 is possible. Knight c7 is also a decent move. 10 seconds. Rook b8 is not ideal, but...
But he wants to clarify the situation. Bishop takes c7, rook b5, a6.
Now
and
knight c7 is crucial.
Wow, the A pawn suddenly with little time on the clock. This is tricky.
What about knight b4? The logical.
Then check, bishop d4 check.
Bishop d4.
Yes, everything check and a7.
Oh.
Knight c7. He has to find it.
Super tough.
Or king e8 maybe.
With 6 seconds.
Rook a5.
Okay,
No.
bishop d4.
Oh, a7.
e5, bishop c5 check. No, white is actually clearly better. After bishop c5 check.
Ooh.
And then a7. And winning material.
Oh my god.
And Nasimdov has 20 seconds on the board.
Oh, and he made it.
No, this is losing.
Yeah, rook d7, rook
He
d6.
missed rook d6.
And he just cannot believe.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Just cannot believe it.
He missed rook d6.
And now it's hopeless. Unbelievable.
Oh man, it's tough to watch.
This is crazy. Yeah, and Hikaru is disgusted.
Oh my God, what kind of drama we had. And we have Sindarov qualified. And now we go just some technical break, few minutes, but we're going to talk about it.
Ich gehe mal Toilette.
What an incredible, incredible match. What a heartbreaking moments for Nakamura. He cannot believe it that he did not convert this fantastic position. And actually, basically, we can say that in every single game out of the 4 games, Nakamura was first game, day 3. He was completely winning, had a winning 2 connected passed pawns, which he just had to be converting it. Today in the classical game, he had an amazing game. He was not winning, but he was the one who was pushing it. After that, in the playoff, he was practically winning before move 20. He ruined it, he lost it even, and then now he could recover it in the opening. He played excellent strategy, playing g6, queen g7, having an incredible bounce back. That's how it seemed so. And simply that nothing worked for Nakamura. What do you think about, what can you say about Nakamura's journey now in the last 2 days?
Well, I'm in a state of shock, to be honest, because when you see someone play so well and then not getting the reward for it, at the same time, this is chess, it's nerve-wracking, everything, and the youngsters have better nerves. And with these few seconds on the clock, the big time skirmish, that's when suddenly
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my freestyle chess masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Fabiano, that was convincing. It was different going into a classical game. You're playing against Gukesh, who you would think is a better classical time player in freestyle as well. Were you surprised by how easily it came?
Yeah, it really came down to yesterday. I mean, the game today, of course, he probably could have posed more problems for me, and he tried to sacrifice a pawn and create some imbalances, but it wasn't. I don't think it was a situation to do so. It was right out of the opening, and I didn't make any mistakes, like conceptual mistakes. Sometimes a pawn sacrifice can be very, very dangerous, but in this case, it was just like on move 4. You know, I so far haven't done anything to. My position doesn't deserve that violent treatment, I thought. So, yeah, that's what happens. Like he went for it. It just didn't work out. His compensation completely fizzled out to an extent where he was just in a hopeless situation very early on. He didn't want to prolong the torture, which I do understand as well, because I think his chance of winning that was approximately 0.
Yeah.
Barring a medical emergency, it was about 0. And yeah, I think that the starting position maybe isn't too favorable to play for a win. So it really comes down to that game yesterday, which was super close. And if it had been a different result, we would have also seen a different game today.
There's been a lot of focus in this freestyle chess tournament about the age gap, a generational battle, some people are calling it. Are the more experienced players proving that they're also better at adapting to freestyle right now?
Well, I was asked this question before the tournament. I forget by whom, and I said that maybe we still have a bit of advantage here because some of the qualities that the younger players have, which includes the energy that they have, an energy advantage over us. They're younger, a bit younger. They have a bit more energy, although we're not old men or anything. But still, it is a bit different when you're in your 30s than when you're in your 20s in terms of being able to prepare 4 hours before a game, and if you're playing a tournament that's 3 weeks long. And here the preparation before the game is non-existent.
Yeah.
There's 10 minutes. It doesn't sap your energy at all. So that is a little bit of an advantage, I think, which can make itself felt. And I mean, I can't say this for myself, but perhaps for some of the other players, they're not as focused on the intensive opening work that we went through. You know, when you work 8 hours a day on your openings.
We had some audio issues, so please, Peter, express your thoughts on Nakamura's game, and after that I give the word to Nicholas to show the game.
Yeah, I feel so much sympathy for Hikaru playing brilliantly and then getting knocked out like this. Is just completely crazy. I heard his recap yesterday. He said that what happened to him 10 years ago, he would have 100 out of 100. Well, now he would say to this definitely that 1000 out of 1000, and then this happens and he's knocked out. It's just crazy. I'm basically speechless, and I want to toss it to Nicholas. Please tell us what happened.
Yes, it's a tough pill to swallow because he was winning in game 1 of classical section. He was pushing in the second game, which Sinarov defended well, but then also in the tiebreaks, he was winning in the first game, Nakamura, before completely losing his way. And then in the second game, he fought back brilliantly, again obtained a winning position just to throw it away in the time trouble. And this goes to show how difficult chess is, even for the best of the best. And yeah, let's take a look at the critical final phase, maybe, where Nakamura lost. the game. So here he took the pawn h2. This was great. This was all perfectly done. Just in this moment, there's no threat really, because you can play king a, because if rook a6, you always have the response knight c7, and you'd be very happy to trade rooks and then take this pawn on b5. Your king is closed. These pawns are not going anywhere, and you're just going to win easily. So he could have improved the king position, get his king closer to the action, and there's not much that white can do at this point. This should be a win for black. So king e8 or also the direct knight c7, those were good moves. With rook b8 already it's getting a bit trickier, because suddenly white has a passed pawn on the a file, which advances, and already here one needs to find knight c7 to still keep a winning advantage, but it just already feels a bit more difficult. For example, bishop d4, now rook b8 is an only move, and a7, rook a8 already. You feel like it has gone wrong a little bit, but still, technically, it is still winning for black. Instead, Nakamura played the human move rook a5, but now bishop d4, threatening suddenly a checkmate on c8, and here the advantage is already gone, because if you go king e8, white goes a7. After king d7, there's the important resource rook c5, hitting the rook and hitting the knight, and you cannot, if you take the rook, white is going to queen, otherwise you're going to lose the knight. So this would be a draw after rook takes a7, rook takes d5, king e6, for example. So here already it was too late, because a draw would mean a loss anyway in the match, and Nakamura played e5, and now bishop c5 check, and king e8 was played. Also after king g7, white can go a7 with the idea of rook c8, and should also definitely not lose. Instead of king e8, probably what Nakamura missed was that after king d7, white has to move rook d6 check and picking up the knight on d5 and winning easily. I think he played e4, but then he resigned. Because
no, I think actually it's written that it's draw. Maybe they just agreed to a draw, but okay, it's equal to designation.
Okay, then maybe he offered a draw. In either case, it doesn't change anything. After rook c8 and 8, white would go on to win, but Sinner didn't need a win in this situation, since a draw also means that he advances to the semi-finals. Judith, Sinner, he fought like a lion, and also here in this game when it didn't go well for him, he still put up the most resistance, and he was rewarded for it in the end.
Absolutely, he was extremely resourceful in a very difficult situation, because most of the game he was suffering from that shuffle of having the bishop on a1. We thought that it will never come out, and actually it made the most important move, playing bishop c5, right? At that point, so it was part of the victory for the white player Sinderov. He's a youngster. We are going to see a lot of action by him, and we are going to see him in the top field in the world, I think, for many years. And maybe we can see the brackets, but in the meantime, I say the results. Keymer's game was also incredible, fantastic. He won against Ali Reza. It was 1.5, but basically he converted. He had a very difficult position, but he won. So he's moving on, and he's going to be taking Magnus. So what a pair of matches it's going to be. And the other match is between Sinderov is going to be challenging Fabiano, and the other pairs are going to be playing for the fifth and the below places. So before we are closing up, I want to ask you, what kind of feelings do you have, Peter, about today? It was a long day with a lot of action, drama, non-stop practically. How would you sum it up?
Well, basically that I feel like there were more than one day. Yeah, that we had the classical game that was kind of quiet, everything, a lot of dramas, very interesting. The way how it looked like Ali Reza is about to bounce back, and then finally Vincent qualified anyway. Then we had this playoff between Sinderov and Nakamura, and basically it was so intense that I have forgotten about all the other action that we have witnessed today. It was really taking over. We were also shaking with the players together. You have seen the 150 heart rates. completely crazy action, and finally Hikaru not being able to capitalize on his chances, played a perfect match but finally gets knocked out from Sindarov, who has shown incredible fighting spirit and this resourcefulness with little time on the clock. Also the way how he saved the positions, it's crazy, it's insane. And okay, I'm looking forward to tomorrow again for the classical portion. We will slow down again.
Well, before I ask Nicholas your thoughts and feelings of today, I want to ask you to tell us, what do you think, which was the move of the day? Because I think you have something in mind to share with us.
Yes, I'm prepared to share with you the move of today, which was played in the game between Fedoseev and Aronian for the match for the 9th place. And it was this position after a3 when Black did not respond to the attack of the bishop, but instead opened up the d-file with d5. It was a long-term sacrifice and it showcased Aronian's creativity. He played a wonderful attack. In the end, it was a draw, but just because a draw meant victory for Aronian after winning yesterday's game. d5, beautiful piece sacrifice, and that's what we love to see. And yeah, my feelings for the day, I definitely have to recover. It was a day full of action, decisive results, surprises. We have wonderful semifinals ahead of us, Carlsen, Keymer and Sindarov. Caruana, it feels like the young upcoming players against the old guard, you could say. And I'm really looking forward to the action tomorrow when we're back to, of course, classical chess. And of course, we also have all the other players still in action, where we're also going to see some juicy matches. Up to the turf against, help me out, up to the turf against
Firouzja, yes, and Gukesh
against Nakamura. So you don't want to miss it. Judith, it was a lot of fun today.
Well, definitely it was a roller coaster. We were together with our audience, whoever joined for the very beginning, for more than 6 hours of chess, of fun, of excitement. We were trying to break it down as much as we could and entertain you and ourselves. We had a lot of fun. I hope you did as well. It was really a lot of drama, action, and of course happiness for some of the young players, because Keymer and Sindarov was the winners of today, who Sindarov actually made a surprise, and of course the big loser of the day, I'm afraid, is Nakamura, but he's still obviously a fantastic player, and it was just very unfortunate for him. But join us tomorrow as well in the same time, the same team. My partners Peter and Nicholas is waiting for you, because we want to share with you all the different kind of actions in the Freestyle Grand Slam from WEISSENHAUS. So enjoy the evening and see you tomorrow.